Chapter 75. Facing Feng Feishue's sudden attack, although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not panic. Feng Feishue's attack was very sharp, but he did not feel any killing chi. Rushing Thunder Chop. Facing the red fire lotus in front of him, Xiao Chen thought, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. He instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The black saber light was like rushing thunder as it chopped at the red lotus. Bang! The lotus scattered and turned into red sparks. Under the bright sun, they looked like dancing butterflies. Seeing Xiao Chen execute the rushing thunder chop, a light flashed in Feng Feishue's eyes. She casually waved her hand and the folding fan in her hand changed into a slender saber. Feng Feishue held the saber in her hand and moved her feet slightly. She took a stance and her aura suddenly changed. She became one with the saber, heaven and earth. Only her, only the saber. Feng Feishue shouted, "Draw the saber." The saber light flashed like an aurora. It was very fast. In an instant, the saber light had already arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Regardless of speed, strength or angle, this saber strike had reached the peak of a martial master. Xiao Chen's heart moved like lightning. When he saw Feng Feishue take that stance, he immediately thought of the sword strike Ao Jiao used when forging the spirit weapon. Although Feng Feishue had not reached that level of aura, she already had some of the charm of it. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly retreated. However, this saber strike was too fast. Even though Xiao Chen had retreated in advance, the saber light still brought about a saber wind. It still managed to blow off a lock of hair on Xiao Chen's forehead, leaving a small wound on his forehead. Faint blood flowed out. What a fast saber strike! Xiao Chen took a deep breath of cold air. However, he did not have the time to sigh at the situation in front of him. Feng Feishue's second saber strike had already arrived. Arc Light Chop. Feng Feishue waved her wrist gently, and the tip of the saber pointed downwards. From bottom to top, a green arc light appeared. This was a pure arc light created by the saber light. In the garden, wherever the arc of light passed, the flower buds would fly, and the petals would fall in profusion. The petals would dance without any wind. Feng Feishue's elegant and spirited temperament was currently set off by the countless fresh flowers. She was like a fairy from the heavens, pure and untainted, without a speck of dust. However, Xiao Chen could not enjoy this rare beauty. He still had to retreat. The angle of the arc of light from the saber had sealed off all his attack routes. He had no other choice but to retreat. Soaring Heaven Slash. Feng Feishue shouted and pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot. She turned into a flash of light, and the saber in her hand pierced towards Xiao Chen's face. She carried an indomitable aura as she soared into the sky. What a powerful aura, Xiao Chen exclaimed in his heart. This saber that soared into the sky was not fanciful at all. It was aimed directly at his face. Feng Feishue forced Xiao Chen to exchange moves with her. However, Xiao Chen had already retreated 2 steps. His aura had weakened significantly, and he had lost the initiative. Furthermore, this saber seemed to have reached the realm of being one with the saber. Xiao Chen could not find any openings. He did not know how to break it, or how to block this soaring saber. Retreat. He could only continue retreating. However, Feng Feishue had soared into the sky. If he were to leap back again, his body would automatically crash into the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen felt very sullen in his heart. He could only roll back in a sorry state, dodging this soaring saber. This was the most direct and effective method, even though he was in a sorry state. Rushing Thunder Chop. Feng Feishue, who had soared into the sky, turned around in midair. Her perfect body rose once again in midair, and a clap of thunder resounded behind her. She descended with the momentum of wind and thunder, surging over. At this moment, the half-squatting Xiao Chen did not have the time to get up. When he saw Feng Feishue's saber surging over with the might of wind and thunder, he was indescribably horrified. Is this the true rushing thunder chop? Xiao Chen thought in his heart. From the moment he drew his saber, his aura rose continuously, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. However, his own aura rose higher and higher. When the enemy's aura fell to rock bottom, his own aura rose to the peak. Then he executed this killing move. Rushing thunder surged in one breath. It was indeed unstoppable. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. He had no way to retreat from this saber. If he took another step back, he would immediately be chopped in half. He could only passively defend. When his aura was at its weakest, he would block the opponent's saber that had reached its peak. What a brilliant saber technique! Although the situation was dire, Xiao Chen could not help but praise in his heart. Pussy. Xiao Chen stood up ferociously and swung his lunar shadow saber upwards. The electricity on the saber radiated in all directions, and the boundless might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back. He only hoped to raise his aura in the shortest amount of time possible. Bang! Feng Feishue's saber, which carried the might of rushing thunder, hacked ruthlessly at Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber. A resplendent electric light suddenly split open between the two sabers. Pu-tong! The huge force from the saber was instantly transmitted to his arm, then to his feet. Xiao Chen stumbled and took 2 steps back. Rushing thunder second chain chop. After Feng Feishue landed, she shouted loudly and held her saber with both hands. She took a step forward and slashed horizontally at Xiao Chen. This saber connected the supreme aura of the previous saber. The aura that had already reached its peak rose once again, reaching a shocking level. Bang! Xiao Chen's hurried defense was not able to block this saber, and he was sent flying. His body flew backwards, and Xiao Chen did his best to flip in midair, barely managing to stabilize himself. The qi and blood in his body churned, and his internal organs seemed to be trembling. However, Xiao Chen knew that Feng Feishue did not use her full strength in this attack. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. Feng Feishue held her saber and stood upright. She said apologetically, "Young Master Xiao, I have offended you. The Heavenly Qin School has a complete record of this rushing thunder saber technique. As long as you decide to go to the Heavenly Qin School, there are many similar time-scattered martial techniques in the Heavenly Qin School. At that time, you will definitely benefit greatly." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. After fighting for so long, she was trying to persuade me to go to the Heavenly Qin School. Feng Feishue. You are really interesting. After hearing Feng Feishue's explanation, the anger in Xiao Chen's heart had already disappeared. Xiao Chen also knew that Feng Feishue had been holding back from the very first move. Furthermore, she did not reveal any killing intent from start to finish. It could only be said that her heart was sincere. This kind of direct method was very compatible with Xiao Chen's temper. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen could not go. Xiao Chen stood up, and after he stabilized himself, he suddenly drew his saber. It was the stance that Feng Feishue had used earlier. Feng Feishue's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. This attack was not much slower than her own. Feng Feishue tossed away the saber in her hand, and the folding fan reappeared in her hand. A fiery red lotus appeared under her feet, and with a gentle push, she appeared 10 meters away. The red lotus bloomed again where her feet landed. Young Master Xiao. After Feng Feishue stood up, she wanted to say something. However, Xiao Chen did not give her the opportunity. He instantly executed the lightning evasion and appeared in front of her. He used the arc light chop, and a long arc of light appeared in the air. Feng Feishue was different from Xiao Chen. She had practiced the rushing thunder saber technique for a period of time, and understood the essence of this saber technique. She knew that she could not retreat at this moment, or else she would keep retreating, and her aura would fall to rock bottom. She tilted her body slightly, and pointed her folding fan forward. Coincidentally, it collided with the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Boom! However, the huge force that came from the saber shocked Feng Feishue. She had always thought that Xiao Chen was only a peak martial disciple, so she had controlled her essence to be at the inferior grade martial master realm. She was afraid that she would accidentally injure Xiao Chen. However, she did not expect that Xiao Chen's strength was far from what a peak martial disciple could compare to. Feng Feishue stepped on the red lotus and retreated a few steps. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Chen did not wait for her to stabilize herself. He soared into the air, and the tip of his saber headed straight for Feng Feishue's face. This was the move that had once put Xiao Chen in a sorry state, and now it was being used on Feng Feishue. What made Xiao Chen slightly disappointed was that even though Feng Feishue retreated, she retreated much more freely than Xiao Chen. The lotus bloomed and flickered in the air, causing Feng Feishue to retreat 3 steps. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted angrily in the air, and a clap of thunder resounded behind him. It carried the might of wind and thunder as it surged forward. This was a move that Xiao Chen had used for a long time. This time he used it in a different way. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the difference between the two. Resolve. Feng Feishue said softly in her heart. 2 fiery red lotus flowers appeared in her eyes. The folding fan in her hand, which was originally giving off a faint glow, became completely dull. It looked very ordinary, and its brilliance was completely withdrawn. She lightly waved her hand upwards, blocking Xiao Chen's saber that was descending from the sky. There was no startling sound, and there was no shockwave from the collision. She simply blocked Xiao Chen's lightning-fast saber in such a casual manner. This forcefully interrupted Xiao Chen's aura, which had risen to its peak. This was like a person who was about to reach climax, only to have a bucket of cold water poured over him. Xiao Chen landed on the ground, feeling incomparably depressed. He could no longer use the rushing thunder second chain chop. The feeling of being forcefully interrupted by someone was not a good one. The scarlet lotus in Feng Feishue's eyes disappeared and she smiled gently. How is it? You have experienced the might of the complete version of this martial technique. It is not something that an incomplete martial technique can compare to. There are many such martial techniques in the Heavenly Qin School. With the talent you displayed, your cultivation will definitely soar. Furthermore, this rushing thunder saber technique still has a rushing thunder third chain chop. Even I am unable to use it. After you go, you will be able to learn it immediately. Xiao Chen calmed himself down, and felt that it was quite funny. This Feng Feishue was like a wolf grandmother, enticing him non-stop. Based on his intuition, he was sure that Feng Feishue did not have any malicious intentions towards him. Unfortunately, although Feng Feishue's cultivation was very high, she was still unable to hear the sound of the saber. Xiao Chen walked to the side and picked up the saber that Feng Feishue had thrown to the side. Miss Feng, can you hear its sound? Feng Feishue was stunned for a moment, and did not know what to say. She said, You are talking about listening to the sword and communicating with it, right? I am unable to do that. The ability to resonate with a weapon had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was completely dependent on one's comprehension. Many of the ancient seniors in the Heavenly Qin School were unable to comprehend this realm. Feng Feishue's main weapon was not the saber, so naturally, she would not be able to hear the sound of the saber. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and thanked her. I am truly grateful for Miss Feng's recommendation. However, Xiao Chen wishes to find a place where he can hear the sound of the saber. I already have someone in mind, so I can only decline Miss Feng's good intentions. After Xiao Chen spoke, he turned around and left. Feng Feishue looked at Xiao Chen's back and frowned. She was deep in thought. If he did not go to the imperial capital, it would be difficult. If he did, he would not be able to guarantee his safety. Chapter 76. Xiao Chen walked quickly to his courtyard. In the earlier battle, he had comprehended some things. The essence in his body flowed continuously. It seemed like he was about to advance. After he used the inferior grade spirit stone, his cultivation had already reached the peak of superior grade martial disciple. After that, in the trial of Gloomy Forest, his superior grade martial disciple realm became even more perfect. After he returned, he felt that he already had 1 foot in the martial master realm. All he needed was a fortuitous encounter, and he would be able to break through immediately. In his room, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He sank his consciousness into the blue dragon martial spirit, which had increased to 8 white clouds after advancing to superior grade martial disciple, was currently glistening with a bright luster. It seemed like it was about to explode. I am really going to advance. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Although he had guessed long ago that he would become a martial master before the promise of 10 years, he would only feel at ease when he actually entered the martial master realm. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. Xiao Chen's heart was like still water as he immersed himself in this wondrous state. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously poured into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's consciousness controlled the surging spiritual energy in his body. Under the circulation of the purple thunder divine incantation, it circulated through the meridians in his body for a small cycle before flowing into his dantian. The little azure dragon in his dantian opened its mouth and sucked in the spiritual qi. An extremely satisfied expression appeared on its tiny dragon face. After a while, it spat out a puff of pure primordial qi. Xiao Chen controlled this essence and let it flow out slowly through his meridians. After that, It permeated his entire body, tempering his body. Aside from the time when he used the spirit stone to advance, this was something that Xiao Chen had to do every time he advanced. Because his martial spirit had awakened late, most of the spiritual energy in his early years had been used to temper his body. This was an advantage that would be very useful in battles. Xiao Chen did not want to give up on this advantage. As long as he worked hard, his body would be tempered to the point where it would be as tough as steel. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated continuously in his body. After 49 minor cycles, Xiao Chen could feel the explosive excitement of his martial spirit becoming increasingly intense. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stopped circulating his minor heavenly cycle. Instead, he started circulating his major heavenly cycle, officially breaking through to martial master. Under Xiao Chen's circulation, the spiritual energy in the room surged into his body like water. Xiao Chen absorbed the spiritual energy for an entire hour before he began to circulate it. This spirit qi, which was stronger and thicker than ever, slowly moved through Xiao Chen's meridians. Xiao Chen pressed the acupoints on the meridians unhurriedly, advancing step by step. After another hour, the purple thunder divine incantation finally completed a cycle. This surging spiritual energy flowed towards the Dantian like a surging river. The blue dragon martial spirit excitedly opened its mouth as if it was eating a delicacy. It continuously absorbed this large amount of spiritual qi. The white clouds around it became brighter and brighter, as if they were going to explode in the next moment. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen's martial spirit finally gave off an explosive sound. The 8 white clouds suddenly exploded, and the area around the martial spirit turned chaotic. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it was as if he had reached his limit and was suddenly released. This feeling was something that Xiao Chen had experienced when he advanced in the past. However, it was not as comfortable as it was now. All the pores on his body opened up, and black impurities flowed out from them. After half an hour, Xiao Chen controlled his consciousness and slowly sunk it into the martial spirit. The originally chaotic martial spirit now became clear. When he reached the Dantian, Xiao Chen's consciousness seemed to have entered a whole new space. The white clouds from before had all disappeared, and there was only a pool of clear water where the martial spirit was. Even the tiny blue dragon had disappeared. What's going on? Where's the blue dragon martial spirit? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. Pooh tong. Suddenly, there was a splash in the pool of clear water. The cute head of the tiny blue dragon popped out of the water, and it flowed happily in the clear water. Xiao Chen's consciousness captured a splash of water and observed it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. This pool of clear water was actually Xiao Chen's new essence storage space. When he observed it earlier, the essence contained in that splash of water was actually 1/10 of the previous white clouds. Xiao Chen thought to himself. This pool of clear water was about the size of 2 palms in this space. The amount of essence contained in a single splash of water was 1/10 of the previous white clouds. With such a large pool of clear water, it was unknown how much spiritual energy it contained. In the future, no matter if he was refining medicine or fighting with others, he would not have to worry about running out of essence. Xiao Chen even had an urge to immediately go out and see if he had enough essence to execute the blue dragon goes to sea. If he could, then he would be unrivaled in the promise of 10 years. Once he executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, even a martial grandmaster at his peak would not be able to block it. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of purple light shot out from them. Xiao Chen did not know what this purple light was. Every time he advanced in cultivation, his eyes would appear with this kind of purple light. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen did not continue thinking about this problem. He looked at the disgusting black sticky substance all over his body and could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It looks like I will have to change my clothes every time I advance in cultivation. With this sticky substance on his body, Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He quickly went to take a bath. After washing up and changing his clothes, Xiao Chen felt his entire body was refreshed. He was in high spirits and his eyes were brimming with energy. He felt like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. Second young master, where have you been? I have been looking for you for a long time. When Bao saw Xiao Chen outside the courtyard, she quickly ran over excitedly. Xiao Chen smiled. Why are you looking for me? I just went to take a bath. When Bao heard this, she sized up Xiao Chen. Her eyes revealed an infatuated look. A blush appeared on her face as she said in a soft voice, "Second young master, you seem to have become more handsome. Could it be that after advancing to martial master, a person's temperament would change?" Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. However, there had never been a girl who praised his good looks in front of him before. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. "You still have not told me why you are looking for me." Bao came to her senses and quickly said, "Before Miss Feng left, she told me to pass this book to you. She also told me to pass a message to you. In the future, if you change your mind, you can look for her any time." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This girl is really unwilling to give up. He took the book that Bao handed over and took a look. His expression changed slightly. This was actually the complete handwritten copy of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. Feng Feishue actually gave such a precious thing to him. "How long has Miss Feng been gone?" Xiao Chen asked as he put away the book. Bao replied obediently, "She has been gone for a long time. It should be almost 2 hours, right? Looks like I won't be able to catch up." Xiao Chen said with some regret. He did not like to receive favors from others for no reason. "I will definitely return this favor in the future." Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the handwritten copy of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. After returning to his room, Xiao Chen placed the Rushing Thunder Saber technique manual into the universe ring. He did not look at it immediately. He had another important thing to do. Xiao Chen took out the half-meter-long spiritual wood and used a small knife to cut off a thumb-sized piece. Then, he started to carve it carefully. The life bestowal spell was an extremely strong spell. Although he had never succeeded before, Xiao Chen had never thought of giving up on it. Now that he had advanced to martial master, the thing that Xiao Chen wanted to do the most was to continue trying it out. In his mind, Xiao Chen recalled the battle between Yu Ying and Yi Chenzhou. He carefully carved out Yu Ying's appearance, stroke by stroke. Not long after, Xiao Chen finished carving. He gently blew off the wood dregs on the wooden sculpture and carefully observed it in his hands. The appearance of the girl on the wooden sculpture was almost exactly the same as in Xiao Chen's memory. However, when Xiao Chen looked at it, he felt that something was missing. The expression of the girl on the wooden sculpture was solemn. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Even though she was not angry, she exuded a majestic aura. Even though she was an inanimate object, she looked like a queen. Queen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A certain chord in his mind seemed to have moved. He seemed to have caught on to something that he had not noticed before. "That's right, queen. How could Yu Ying be a queen?" Xiao Chen suddenly said in pleasant surprise. He finally understood where he had been wrong all this while. His heart was too heavy on benefits. He only remembered how Yu Ying looked like when she was fighting. She was like a queen who ruled over the world. Thus, he carved Yu Ying with the appearance of a queen. However, Yu Ying was not a queen. In Xiao Chen's mind, her awkward expression when her stomach growled appeared. He thought of her blushing face when she called him a perverted thief. This was a person with flesh and blood. The life bestowal spell. Since his cultivation realm was not high enough, he had to make up for it. He had to carve out a living Yu Ying. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve much with just the appearance. Xiao Chen cut out another thumb-sized piece of spiritual wood. He moved the knife in his hand like it was flying. He completely merged Yu Ying's appearance when she was in battle and when she was injured. However, this kind of thing was easy to think of, but it was extremely difficult to do. Xiao Chen continued to carve, and then he continued to deny it. When there was only a small section of the half-meter-long spiritual wood left, Xiao Chen finally completed a work that he was satisfied with. The Absolute Beauty held a golden spear in her hand. On her stern and dignified face, there was a faint smile. She did not have that threatening boldness from before, but there was a hint of gentleness of a girl. Of course, these were not what Xiao Chen was most satisfied with. What he was most satisfied with was that this Absolute Beauty only wore a red bra. I wonder if she would kill me on the spot when she sees this work. Xiao Chen looked at the wooden sculpture in his hand and laughed mockingly. Maybe she herself did not know that this was her true self. Tossing aside all distracting thoughts, Xiao Chen focused and decided to merge the dragon chi that Yu Ying gave him into it. If he failed again this time, then the dragon chi that could save his life at the crucial moment would be wasted. Chapter 77. With a thought, the blue dragon in Xiao Chen's dantian slowly swam out of the water. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden dragon qi. The dragon qi followed the meridians and flowed out of his body, appearing in Xiao Chen's right hand. This stream of dragon qi contained an extremely strong energy. It was the true dragon qi that had been passed down in the great Qi nation for thousands of years. Yu Ying was willing to give him one. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. If this dragon qi was completely unleashed, even a martial saint would be severely injured. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could save Xiao Chen's life. Whew! Xiao Chen carefully infused the dragon qi into the wooden sculpture. A golden halo appeared at the feet of the wooden sculpture. When the last strand of dragon qi entered the wooden sculpture, the entire wooden sculpture started to give off a resplendent golden glow. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and with a thought, the clear water in his martial spirit started to churn. The dense essence slowly flowed to his right hand. He raised his hand and placed it on the forehead of the wooden sculpture. Hu Qi! A boundless amount of essence flowed into the wooden sculpture through his finger. His finger gave off a faint glow. The essence was continuously consumed, as though it was endless. After a while, the clear water was reduced by half. Xiao Chen was astonished. This life bestowal spell actually consumed such a large amount of essence. No wonder he could not complete this spell before he became a martial master. With the purity and strength of the essence that a martial disciple possessed, it was impossible to complete this spell. Furthermore, his carving skills were not up to par. Naturally, he would fail every time. Shua! When the essence in Xiao Chen's body was only left with a quarter, the wooden sculpture suddenly grew bigger. Yu Ying appeared in front of Xiao Chen, holding a spear in her hand and wearing only a bra. She gently waved the golden spear in her hand, and 9 golden dragon images appeared behind her. With a hong sound, the dragon images flew around in the air before they all merged into her spear. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. With a thought, Yu Ying turned into a beam of light and appeared in his hand, turning back into a wooden sculpture. Success! After countless attempts, he finally succeeded this time. In the future, even if he were to meet a martial saint expert, he would be able to face them calmly. Xiao Chen thought joyfully as he grasped the wooden sculpture tightly in his hand. There was less than half a month to the promise of 10 years. Undercurrents surged within Mo City. Within a secret room of the Tang clan in Mo City, the Tang clan's clan head, the Zhang clan's clan head, the mysterious blue-robed old man, and the 2 clans' worshippers. The master of the Zhang clan said anxiously, "Senior Lung, when can you give me the energy-gathering pill? You must know that for the great cause of your Lang clan, I have to give it to you. I've thrown caution to the wind, and now even my eldest son is crippled. You can't just ignore it." The blue-clothed martial saint smiled gently and said, "Old Zhang, there is no need to be anxious. There is no need for me to explain how precious the returning essence pill is. It can allow one to recondense a martial spirit. Yesterday, Jiao Ying sent news that my clan head requested one from the Misty Sword sect. It should arrive tonight." The Zhang clan head revealed a joyful expression and said, "Thank you, Senior Lung. I can't thank you enough." The blue-clad man waved his hand and said, "Old Zhang, there is no need to be so polite. We still have to rely on your young master and the Tang clan's young master for the promise of 10 years. Helping you is helping ourselves." When Tang Tian, who was at the side, heard that the Zhang clan's clan head had obtained a restoration pellet, he felt dissatisfied and said, "Senior Long, my eldest son died at such a young age. Why didn't you give me any compensation?" The expression on the blue-clothed man's face changed slightly. He said, "Old Tang, what you said is not right. Regarding the matter of the 6-tailed spirit fox, I did not let down your Tang clan. I did what I could. However, the one who killed your son is Xiao Chen. And as far as I know, your eldest son's talent is mediocre, and you usually don't take him to heart." Tang Tian's face turned black. The man in blue was right. He could not find any words to refute him. He snorted and did not say a word. When the blue-clothed man saw the situation, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, "Old Tang, there is no need to be too anxious. After the promise of 10 years is over, we will obtain the 7-Horn Mountain Range and establish our Lung clan. At that time, the position of Supreme Elder will definitely be yours." When Tang Tian heard this, the expression on his face eased up. He said, "However, The 3 people from the Xiao clan are all very strong. Not to mention the terrifying Xiao Chen, there is still Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan, who are both martial masters. I'm afraid that even if Zhang He recovers his strength, he will not be able to defeat them. The blue-clothed man laughed coldly. Is that Xiao Chen very strong? I don't think so. He was just lucky to kill an injured martial grandmaster. He is not even a martial master. How strong can he be? Furthermore, even if he is very strong, he needs to have the opportunity to participate in the competition in one piece. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, it would be pointless. Tang Tian and the Zhang clan head looked at each other and said, could it be that Senior Lang is prepared to personally cripple that brat before the competition? However, doesn't the Xiao clan have a martial saint expert? The blue-clothed man said indifferently, in another 2 days, the clan head of my Lang clan will bring 3 martial saint elders to Mo City personally. This promise of 10 years was set by the city lord of Mo City. It is not good to break it openly, but it is still possible to play some tricks behind the scenes. As for that martial saint of the Xiao clan, haha, he is just an inferior grade martial saint. My clan head would be able to destroy him with a wave of his hand. The clan heads of the Zhang clan and Tang clan were all astonished. With this, including the blue-clothed man, the 5 martial saint experts of the Leng clan were all here. With such a strong strength, just these 5 people would be enough to sweep through the Xiao clan. After the life bestowal spell succeeded, Xiao Chen spent the rest of his time on consolidating his cultivation as an inferior grade martial master and inscribing talismans. As a martial master, his essence was much more abundant. Xiao Chen attempted to inscribe rank 3 talismans a few more times. His success rate was much higher than before. As long as he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 3rd layer, he would be able to guarantee a 90% success rate. The days passed in such a boring manner. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Cousin Xiao Chen, are you there? On this day, Xiao Chen was in his room, inscribing a rank 3 dual-attributed offensive talisman. When he heard Xiao Yulan's voice, he quickly stopped what he was doing. The instant Xiao Chen stopped, the spiritual energy on the talisman completely disappeared. A flame immediately appeared on the talisman paper, turning it into ashes. This was how inscribing talismans was. If one could not complete it in one go, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. Xiao Chen felt it was a pity. This rank 3 ice-fire talisman was just a little bit away from completion. If he was lucky, he would have succeeded. When he opened the door, Xiao Chen was slightly astonished. Aside from Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, Xiao Ling Yilan, and the others who participated in the trial of Gloomy Forest were all present. What are you all doing? Why are you all here? Xiao Chen said in surprise. Xiao Ling face was full of smiles as she said, Elder brother Xiao Chen, you still don't know? The first elder gave us a day off today, specially allowing us to go out for a day. All of us decided to go to Mo City for a walk, except for you. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. The first elder's actions were not wrong. After all, they were a group of youths. If they were to be locked up in their rooms, they would get sick. However, a doubt arose in Xiao Chen's heart. With so many people going out, what would happen if something happened? Xiao Ling knew what he was worried about. She pointed her lily-white hands in a direction and said, Look over there, there is that consecrated person protecting us. We will be fine. Xiao Chen looked in the direction she pointed and discovered Lu Fenglin standing outside the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. There were a few martial grandmasters of the Xiao clan following behind him. Xiao Chen laughed involuntarily in his heart. The first elder was really willing to go all out. For the sake of this group of people, he had sent over half of the Xiao clan's peak martial strength. In that case, let's go. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and followed the group towards Mo City. Mo City was bustling with people. It was as bustling as it was in the past. Everyone followed the flow of people and wandered around the streets. Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that regardless of which world he was in, the desire of girls to shop was always this strong. Among the 10 of them, aside from Xiao Jian and him, the other boys all had bags of various sizes hanging on them. Yilan was the most miserable. He was in charge of carrying the things that Xiao Ling bought. Every part of his body that could be used to hang something was covered. Let's go to the Cultivator Plaza to take a look. Yilan finally could not take it anymore and suggested, hoping to divert Xiao Ling attention. Cultivator Plaza. Xiao Chen had an idea. The promise of 10 years would be held in the Cultivator Plaza in 7 days. If he went there now to understand the situation, it would definitely be of some help when the duels officially started. Cousin Yulon, how about we go and take a look? The duels will be held in 7 days. It would be good to understand the venue. Xiao Yulon smiled faintly. We'll listen to Cousin Xiao Chen. Yilon and the rest of the guys looked at Xiao Yulon with incomparable gratitude. They all heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Only Xiao Ling was a little dissatisfied. She was still complaining that the things she bought were too few. When Yilon heard this, he felt like crying. The Cultivator Plaza was the center of Mo City. In the middle of the plaza stood a statue of 100 meters tall. When Yilon heard this, he felt like crying. Every city in the continent would have a Cultivator Plaza. In the plaza, there would be a tall statue. The person carved in the statue was basically the famous Emperor Wu of the continent. There were 16 arenas made of heavenly mountain stones surrounding the statue. One of the arenas was especially eye-catching. Its height and area were much larger than the surrounding arenas. These arenas were all managed by the city lord's residents. The Tianwu continent loved martial arts. Normally, this place would be filled with people. However, at this moment, it was a forbidden area, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Every year, Mo City would hold a large-scale martial competition at the Cultivator Plaza. The martial competition was personally organized by the city lord's residents, and there were generous prizes. Aside from this, one could also gain fame and be favored by the various large clans and the city lord's residents. That was the most bustling time of the year in Mo City. Furthermore, this year's martial competition coincided with the promise of 10 years between the 3 large clans of Mo City. One could imagine the bustling scene at that time. It would be a terrifying scene. Hence, the city lord's residents had sealed off the Cultivator Plaza half a month ago. They had started to carry out repairs and rehearsals for the martial competition, ensuring that there would not be any accidents. However, the ban on outsiders was not a problem for the Xiao clan. After they reported their identities, the people from the city lord's residence did not stop them. Everyone walked towards the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in the middle of the plaza. In front of the Tianwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago, the originally restless crowd started to calm down. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt 2 gazes filled with killing intent staring at him. He turned his head and saw that in the arena not far away, Tang Feng and Zhang He, who were originally sparring, had stopped and were looking at him coldly. Zhang He actually had a martial technique? Xiao Chen was sure that he did not see wrongly. The two of them had indeed exchanged blows earlier. Furthermore, Zhang He had even used a martial technique. What is going on? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Just as he was thinking, Tang Feng and Zhang He jumped off the arena and walked towards him. Chapter 78. The crowd in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue also noticed Tang Feng and Zhang He walking over, as well as the elders of the 2 clans behind them. As the promise of 10 years approached, the 3 clans put in a lot of effort to protect the participants. Under the bright sun, the people of the Xiao clan, the Zhang clan, and the Tang clan faced each other silently in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Xiao Chen, it's been a long time, Zhang He said slowly as he walked forward. When Xiao Jian, who was in the crowd, saw Zhang He for the first time, flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His right hand clenched tightly into a fist, giving off a crisp sound. When he thought about what happened that day, his heart was tormented. At this moment when he heard Zhang He's voice, he could no longer hold it in. Zhang He, do you dare to fight me? Zhang He smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? I am speaking to Xiao Chen. Why are you interrupting? You are just trash. Do you really think that you are the strongest person in Mo City? When Xiao Jian heard this, he was startled. He said angrily, Zhang He, don't go overboard. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Zhang He. The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in his hand as he took a step forward. His aura suddenly rose to its peak. He was one with the saber heaven and earth. Only him, only the saber. Drawing the saber. A saber light flashed and Xiao Chen suddenly made his move. Zhang He was startled. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would make a move against him in front of everyone without saying a word. Zhang He quickly retreated. Unfortunately, this saber was too fast, and it was released suddenly. He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to its peak. However, a bright red wound appeared on his right arm, and blood immediately flowed out. The elders of the Zhang clan and Tang clan immediately rushed forward anxiously to protect him. However, when they saw Lu Fenglin standing quietly behind them, no one dared to take a step forward. The elders of the Shao clan also came forward. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang He said angrily, "Shao Chen, you actually dare to injure me in front of everyone." Shao Chen sheathed his saber and smiled indifferently. "When it comes to barking, I always use my fists and not my mouth. Could it be that when a dog bites me, you want me to bite it back?" Shao Jian's words did not contain a single vulgar word, causing Zhang He to feel like his head was about to explode. Shao Jian immediately felt much better. "Brother Zhang, there's no need to lower yourself to their level. They won't last long," Tang Feng advised. Zhang He calmed himself down and thought about what his father had told him in the morning. He slowly calmed down and said to Shao Chen, "Shao Chen, I will make you pay sooner or later. I will return the humiliation I suffered that day several-fold." Shao Chen did not say anything. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. Suddenly, his right hand pointed at Zhang He, who was in the crowd. A tiny strand of purple flame shot out. In order for Shao Chen to speed up his attack, he did not revolve this wisp of flame at his fingertips, so its power was not great. The flame brushed past Zhang He's head before dissipating into the air. It disappeared in an instant, as if it had never happened. Within the crowd, a flame suddenly appeared on Zhang He's head. The hair that Zhang He had grown with great difficulty in the past month was set ablaze once again. Shao Chen did not infuse much essence into this flame. It left as quickly as it came. After 2 seconds, it was extinguished. However, Zhang He's head was charred. There was a black stench coming from it, and green smoke was emitting from it. The surrounding people all moved away, and the people of the Shao clan all laughed out loud. Even the Tang clan disciples that were with them covered their mouths and laughed secretly. "Shao Chen!" Zhang He cried out hoarsely. The emotions that he had just calmed down could no longer remain calm. Under the instructions of the elders, some of the Zhang clan disciples at the side pulled back the berserk Zhang He, not letting him rush out. Tang Feng held the ice-fire bow in his hand and could not bear to watch any longer. He said to Shao Chen, "Shao Chen, don't go overboard. Don't you think you have gone overboard?" "Overboard? Overboard?" Shao Chen laughed coldly in his heart, pointing at my nose and threatening me in front of so many people. "You actually say I have gone overboard? In the eyes of these people, does the world revolve around them?" Shao Chen said coldly, "I already said it before. I will not lower myself to the level of a dog. When a dog barks, I always use my fists and not my mouth." Seeing the other party not daring to say anything, Shao Chen sighed in his heart. Indeed, everything in this world is built on strength. If the other party did not see Lu Fenglin here, he would probably be the one being humiliated. Shao Chen did not believe it. Because Zhang He had not seen him for a long time and missed him, he came over to greet him. Zhang He and Tang Feng were clearly relying on their numbers to come over and humiliate him. However, they did not expect that Lu Fenglin would be here. That was why they suffered such a huge loss. After a long time, the stench on Zhang He's head finally dissipated. He really did not want to stay here any longer. He brought the crowd and left. Before he left, he wanted to say something. However, when he thought of what happened earlier, he forced back the words he wanted to say. He only glared at Shao Chen fiercely. After this group of people caused such a ruckus, Shao Yulan and the others were no longer in the mood to continue strolling around. Before they left, Shao Chen looked at the 100-meter-tall statue of the Tianwu Emperor behind him. Shao Chen was deep in thought. The supreme heavenly flame that could incinerate the entire continent, the one that used his own strength to establish a dynasty that lasted for 10,000 years, unifying the Tianwu continent. These were the legends of the Tianwu Emperor. Even though 10,000 years had passed and the Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed, the people of the world could not forget the Tianwu Emperor. This was the prestige of the Tianwu Emperor. In his era, there were many outstanding people. However, they were all trampled under his feet, becoming stepping stones for him to become the Tianwu Emperor. In the end, they were all destroyed in the river of time. After 10,000 years, will I, Shao Chen, be like the Tianwu Emperor, standing here without dying, or will I become a stepping stone for others? Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. Shao residence, Xiao Chen's courtyard. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately continued to inscribe talismans. When night fell, Xiao Chen took out the Rushing Thunder Saber Technique manual and read it carefully. Ever since Xiao Chen obtained this manual, he had not had the time to read it. After he read it, Xiao Chen was quickly drawn into it. The Rushing Thunder Chop was originally a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. However, when the first few moves of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique were used, its might would increase by several times, reaching the level of a superior grade profound ranked martial technique. Xiao Chen inherited the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula from the Thunder King. As long as a martial technique was executed before him once, he would be able to execute it accurately. Although its might would be reduced, as long as he comprehended the essence, it was not impossible for it to surpass the original martial technique's might. Originally, Xiao Chen had practiced the Rushing Thunder Chop for a period of time. After he saw Feng Feishui use it once, he immediately comprehended the essence of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. Thus, he was able to use the changing character formula to execute it completely. Now that he had obtained the entire manual of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique, his comprehension of the essence within it could be said to have gone up another level. The final move of the saber technique, the Rushing Thunder Third Chain Chop, was also comprehended in his heart. Pooh! In the silent night, a scream suddenly rang out. It was the scream of someone who had their mouth covered by someone's hand before they died. Although this sound was very soft, after Xiao Chen became a martial master, his 5 senses had increased significantly. He was slightly startled. Could it be that the Zhang clan and Tang clan are here? Bang! 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 The sounds of fighting became louder and louder, and miserable cries could be heard continuously. Xiao Chen quickly extended his spiritual sense, and in that instant, the entire Xiao residence was within his sight. Through Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he could see 3 figures starting a massacre. The 3 of them were extremely fast. No one was a match for them. Xiao Chen's elite guards were like paper in their hands. With just a light flick, they were torn to shreds. Martial saints. These were actually 3 martial saint experts. Xiao Chen was greatly shocked. How could there be 3 martial saint experts in Mo City? These 3 people covered their faces and did not linger in battle. Their speed was extremely fast, and they only attacked those who blocked their path. When Xiao Chen saw the path they were taking, he suddenly realized that their targets were Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, and himself. These were the participants of the promise of 10 years. Indeed, it was the work of the Zhang clan and Tang clan. Looking at the Xiao clan disciples who had died miserably, Xiao Chen clenched his fist tightly. His heart was bleeding, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Where is Lu Fenglin? Xiao Chen shifted his gaze in another direction and saw Lu Fenglin's figure. However, he was currently being held up by a blue-clothed man. He could not even protect himself, and it was difficult for him to free himself. Even further away, the first elder was leading a group of martial grandmasters of the Xiao clan. They were being held up by a strong martial saint. That person did not kill them. However, every time someone went over to help, he would immediately make a move to block them. There were actually 5 martial saint experts here. The situation was not good. Xiao Chen quickly left his room and rushed to Bao Er's room. Young master, what's wrong? Bao Er walked out of her room and heard the miserable cries of the people outside. She had a panicked expression on her face. Just as Xiao Chen was about to explain, a monstrous killing intent surged towards him. That earth-shattering aura caused people to feel pressure even before they got close. Xiao Chen pushed Bao Er back to her room and quickly said, "Quickly return to your room. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out." Although Bao Er did not understand what was going on, she had never seen such an anxious expression on Xiao Chen's face before. She obediently ran back to her room. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the high wall of the courtyard. In his hand was a sword dripping with blood. He had a black veil covering his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen. Pussy eye. The sword in the black-clothed man's hand trembled and a 20-meter-long blue sword chi flew toward Xiao Chen. This was a true sword chi, the signature attack of a martial saint. It was not like the sword chi that Zhang He sent out using the holy sword martial spirit. The sword chi surged and quickly arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew that he would not be able to block it, so he quickly retreated. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen retreated, the sword chi had already swept past where he was standing. There was a loud sound and a deep pit appeared in the ground. Shock waves spread out in all directions and dust flew everywhere. Before Xiao Chen landed on the ground, he was struck by the shock wave. His body flew backwards and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The might of one sword, a martial saint expert is indeed strong, Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, thought to himself. The figure on the high wall suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above Xiao Chen's head. A 20-meter-long sword chi pulsed on his sword. This sword carried an undefeatable aura as it descended from the sky. At this moment, no matter how powerful a martial technique was, it would be useless. This was because there would not be a chance to execute it. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the wooden sculpture made of spiritual wood was tossed above his head. Chapter 79. Shwa! With a shwa sound, the wooden sculpture turned into a girl holding a golden spear. The spear trembled slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Yu Ying let out a long roar, and the 9 dragon shadows behind her soared up. The dragon shadows and the supreme dragon might were infused into the long spear. The golden light was extremely bright, and the spear flew towards the black-clothed man's descending sword. Bang! The golden glow collided with the 2 long sword chi, giving off a loud sound. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. After the black-clothed man landed, he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He looked at Yu Ying, who had suddenly appeared, with a cautious expression. He did not understand why a girl who was no weaker than a martial saint would appear beside Xiao Chen. "Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Xiao residents?" the black-clothed man asked. Yu Ying did not answer, nor could she answer. She raised the spear in her hand, and the 9 dragon images flew out again. The black-clothed man was forced to retaliate, and he started fighting with Yu Ying again. Seeing the 2 sides fighting, Xiao Chen did not know whether to advance or retreat. Although the life bestowal spell was strong, it could not be sustained for long. Against a martial saint expert, it would not be able to kill him. If he left now and left Bao Er here alone, it would be too dangerous. Chi! Suddenly, there were many white fireworks in the sky above Xiao Yulan's courtyard. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. He quickly extended his spiritual sense in that direction. In the middle of the courtyard, there were many Xiao clan disciples lying on the ground, all dead. Xiao Yulan lay in the middle with a pale complexion. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of her mouth, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. A black-clothed man behind her quickly left. "Cousin Yulan." Xiao Chen felt a pain in his heart. He wanted to execute the lightning evasion and rush over to take a look. Trying to run? Dream on. When the black-clothed man saw that Xiao Chen was about to leave, he quickly used his sword to deflect Yu Ying's attack. His figure flashed forward, and his sword was as fast as lightning, chopping toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly cancelled the lightning evasion and retreated. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Bastard, don't force me." The black-clothed man smiled coldly. "You are just an insignificant martial master. What qualifications do you have to say such words in front of me?" After he finished speaking, he ignored Yu Ying, who was chasing after him. He raised his sword and charged toward Xiao Chen. The fireworks that just went up indicated that one of them had already succeeded. His heart was filled with urgency. He didn't want to delay any longer. Even if he had to suffer a blow, he had to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen continued to fly backwards, and casually waved a 3rd-grade talisman. The talisman opened up rapidly in the air, and then turned into a violent fireball that exploded in the air. With the talisman as the center, a huge flaming shockwave spread out in all directions. The air was instantly set ablaze, and the billowing heat wave swept out in all directions. Boom! A piercingly cold chi burst out from the black-clothed man's body, dispersing all the flames that came close to his body. In his heart, he did not think much of it. These seemingly mighty flames were not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, the talisman in the air did not disappear because of the flames. It continued to float in the air, giving off a sparkling light before exploding again. Whew! An absolute cold chi spread out in all directions. The air seemed to be frozen, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to -100 degrees Celsius. The cold chi was very oppressive, causing one's breathing to tremble. The black-clothed man paused for a moment. He was somewhat astonished, But he did not panic. He circulated the essence in his body, and the cold chi was instantly forced out of his body. Pussy. The heat wave that had just dispersed suddenly surged in from all directions. The heat wave and cold chi collided in the air. The black-clothed man immediately felt that something was wrong. On his left was a boundless cold chi, and on his right was a surging heat wave. Boom! Ice and fire clashed, and the energy of the two opposing attributes reached a critical point before exploding ferociously. The energy that was stronger than any of the previous attributes exploded with the black-clothed man as the center. The black-clothed man was caught off guard, and he was blasted away. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not suffer any major injuries. Before he could stabilize himself, 9 golden dragon shadows were already flying towards him. These 9 dragons all contained the dragon chi that Xiao Chen sent over. They were not weak, and if he was struck by them, even a martial saint would suffer significant injuries. Martial technique, parting the clouds and gazing at the sun. The black-clothed man did not dare to be careless, and he quickly executed his profound ranked martial technique. The blade of his sword released a brilliant light, and it sliced through the boundless night sky. It was as though layers of dark clouds had been parted, and the blade of the sword was as dazzling as the sun. The two strong martial techniques clashed once again. The stone table in Xiao Chen's courtyard was immediately shattered into countless pieces by the shockwave. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to continue fighting. After he dodged the shockwave, he extended his spiritual sense once again. He discovered that Xiao Yulan's eyes, which were originally open, were already closed. Her complexion had become even paler. A few people ran over from the side, and they hurriedly lifted her up, rushing towards the Xiao clan's dispensary. Xiao Chen felt even more conflicted in his heart. He wanted to immediately send the blood-replenishing pill over, and he raised his leg to leave. "I told you not to leave." The black-clothed man shook off Yuing once again, and chased after Xiao Chen. Just now, there was another firework in the sky. Another person had succeeded. According to the agreement, it was time for him to retreat. However, he had not even touched Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. "Bastard! I told you not to force me, didn't you hear me?" Martial technique. Wind from all directions. The black-clothed man shook the sword in his hand, and countless sword shadows appeared in all directions. A whirlwind rose from the ground, and a large amount of dust flew up from the ground. The whirlwind blew to the feet of the black-clothed man, and in an instant, his body flew up. He roared angrily in the sky, and the sword shadows returned to their positions. The sword light on his sword instantly doubled in size. Heavenly Lightning Shield. With the help of the whirlwind, the black-clothed man's speed was incomparably fast. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time, and could only use the Heavenly Lightning Shield to block. A golden lightning shield made of lightning instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen. Bang! The sword light struck the Heavenly Lightning Shield, and gave off a dull sound. Tiny cracks appeared on the lightning evasion, and after a while, it completely broke. The huge force of the sword light immediately sent Xiao Chen flying, and a bloody wound appeared on his right shoulder. If not for Xiao Chen's Heavenly Lightning Shield blocking it, this sword would have been sufficient to split Xiao Chen in half. Xiao Chen took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth. He smiled bitterly in his heart. In front of absolute power, no matter what tricks he had, they were useless. For example, he could immediately use wind from all directions, but before he could even fly up, he would be split in half. Only by using the blue dragon goes to sea would he be able to injure this person. Otherwise, even if he was killed, he would not be able to injure him at all. In front of absolute power, he had to use a power that was even more absolute than his. With a thought, Yu Ying's body suddenly erupted with a golden light. 9 dragon images circled around her body continuously, and a dragon roar came from her mouth. The black-clothed man looked at Yu Ying coldly, but he did not pay much attention to her. After fighting for so long, he had already grasped Yu Ying's weakness. She was not nimble enough, and did not have the movement techniques and reactions of a martial saint. She only barely reached that level in terms of strength. Seeing Xiao Chen bleeding continuously from his right shoulder, the black-clothed man thought to himself indifferently, "I just need to add one more strike and I can leave." Boundless Azure Sea. Suddenly, a boundless sea appeared behind Yu Ying. An azure dragon broke out of the sea and let out a drawn-out roar. It circled around in the air for a while, and then charged at the black-clothed man. It is actually an Earth-ranked martial technique. The black-clothed man was astonished. How did this girl know the martial technique of the Empire's royal clan? Bang! What a fast speed! This was the black-clothed man's last thought after he was struck by the Azure Dragon. There was a loud sound, and a 3-meter-long pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended in all directions. Rumble! The cracks extended all the way to the high walls of the courtyard. The high walls immediately collapsed, and in the next moment, all the houses in the courtyard collapsed because their foundations were damaged. Xiao Chen used his arms to protect himself. He was forced back a few steps by the shockwave before he slowly stabilized himself. He looked towards Bao Er's room worriedly. He discovered that she was hiding under a beam. Her eyes were filled with worry and fear as she looked at Xiao Chen. As long as she is fine, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After Yu Ying used this move, she immediately turned into a golden light and flew into Xiao Chen's hands. She turned back into a wooden sculpture and landed in Xiao Chen's hands. Seeing that the wooden sculpture had lost a lot of its luster, Xiao Chen felt a heartache. This boundless azure sea could only be used twice before the wooden sculpture could no longer withstand it. In the deep pit, the black-clothed man slowly stood up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that he would actually get injured in this mission. With a gentle leap, the black-clothed man landed on the ground once again. What surprised him was that within the range of his perception, the martial saint expert from earlier was no longer there. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Xiao Chen, "That person earlier should be some kind of secret treasure, right? Now that the secret treasure has disappeared, you actually did not leave. I am quite surprised." Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber that was on the ground in the distance flew back into his hands. The saber gave off an electric glow, and the energy of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding back. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up, and he said indifferently, "This demonic weapon, I want it." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the black-clothed man who was slowly approaching him. The essence in his body followed the path of the dragon subduing slash and circulated quickly. The blue dragon goes to sea, storing up power and waiting to strike. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to execute the blue dragon goes to sea, there was the sound of something breaking through the ground. A human figure broke through the layers of barriers and soared into the sky. Martial King? The two of them stopped what they were doing, but their expressions were different. Xiao Chen knew that he was saved. However, the black-clothed man quickly turned around and fled. He did not hesitate, and executed his movement technique to its limits. The human figure in the sky was the Xiao clan head, Xiao Xiong, who had been in closed-door training. He soared into the sky, and there were rumbling sounds around him. In an instant, he had arrived before the black-clothed man. Chapter 80. Bang! In the previous moment, Xiao Xiong was still flying in the air. In the next moment, he was behind the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man heard the sound, he turned around and chopped with his sword. Xiao Xiong's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-clothed man. He sent out a palm strike and struck his back. Ka-ka! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The black-clothed man took a deep breath in pain. When he turned around again, he only saw an afterimage. Xiao Xiong had appeared behind him once again and sent out another palm strike. Poochie! The black-clothed man cried out and vomited a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Xiao Xiong's figure continuously changed. His palms continuously landed on the black-clothed man's body. However, the black-clothed man could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he had no way to resist. Hoo-hoo! The strong martial saint in the distance, who had been blocking Xiao Chong and the others, suddenly flew over and sent out a palm strike at Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong gave up on the black-clothed man and clashed with his palm strike. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and tiny ripples actually appeared in the surrounding air. The two of them each took a few steps back. After an instant, they started fighting again. Fists and legs flew back and forth, and the wind from their palms was like thunder. Their speed was incomparably fast. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, could not even see the figures of the two of them. He could only hear the unceasing sounds of explosions and the ripples in the air. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. Even if a martial grandmaster were to come into contact with the ripples in the air, they would immediately be smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the incomparably weak black-clothed man. He rolled his eyes and revealed a sinister smile as he slowly walked over. "What are you trying to do?" the black-clothed man said in panic when he saw the sinister Xiao Chen walking towards him. He had just been severely injured by Xiao Xiong. With his current combat prowess, an inferior-grade martial disciple could easily kill him. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to speak nonsense with him. He raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. The black-clothed man groaned in pain and was about to say something. Xiao Chen stomped down hard. The black-clothed man cried out in pain and swallowed all the words he wanted to say. The incomparably strong martial saint was trampled by Xiao Chen, an inferior-grade martial master. The black-clothed man felt very sullen in his heart. "Xiao Chen, hurry up and let go of me, or else I will definitely kill you in the future," the black-clothed great deity said. Xiao Chen stepped hard on his face and sneered. "Do you think you still have a chance? I told you not to force me. Didn't you hear me?" After that, Xiao Chen fiercely stepped on his face a few more times. The veil on the face of the man in black was trampled down, revealing an old face. His face was covered in Xiao Chen's footprints. Xiao Chen had not thought of killing him like that. That would be letting him off too easily. He thought of the dead Xiao clan disciples and Xiao Yulan, whose fate was unknown. Xiao Chen's heart burned with rage. His black eyes were filled with a cold gaze as he lifted the black-clothed man up. Pa, pa, pa. Slap after slap. The originally pale face of the black-clothed man immediately turned red and swollen. After the slap, Xiao Chen kicked him again. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly. With a flash of his saber, he pierced towards the heart of the black-clothed man. Whew! The two people fighting with Xiao Xiong suddenly separated. Their figures flashed and they sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard the sound of the wind, he quickly dodged. That person did not continue to chase. He lifted the black-clothed man up and dashed forward with a few flashes. Just one more saber strike and he would have been able to finish off that person. Xiao Chen looked at the direction the two people had left in dissatisfaction. Xiao Xiong did not chase after the two people. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Come with me." This was the first time Xiao Chen saw his father in this world. He was not used to it. However, he did not dare to disobey him and obediently followed him. "Second young master, are you all right?" Bao said worriedly as she looked at the wound on Xiao Chen's shoulder from the rubble of the house. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "I'm fine. Follow me for now. This place is not very safe." The two of them followed Xiao Xiong forward. Not long after, they saw Xiao Chong leading a large group of cultivators over. When he saw Xiao Xiong, he immediately knelt down and said, "This old man is useless, causing the Xiao clan disciples to suffer heavy casualties. Clan head, please punish me." "Clan head, please punish us," the large group of people behind all knelt down and said. Xiao Xiong frowned slightly. He stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. Everyone felt a cool breeze blow, lifting their bodies up. "First elder, do a head count of the dead first. Do your best to save those who are still breathing. Medicinal herbs in the dispensary can be used freely, regardless of their rank." Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chong and continued, "This matter is not your fault. I am responsible as well. I will wait for you in the Great Hall." Xiao Clan, Great Hall. Xiao Xiong sat on a chair in the middle of the Great Hall. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King?" Xiao Chen nodded his head in acknowledgement and handed the lunar shadow saber to Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong held the lunar shadow saber in his hands and observed it carefully for a long time. Then, he smiled warmly and said, "Who would have thought that your cultivation talent was so ordinary when you were young? Now that you have obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, your future accomplishments might be the highest in the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber again. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally asked the question in his heart. "Father, since you have already advanced to Martial King, why did you not chase after those two people?" Xiao Xiong sighed. "You probably saw that I could fly in the air and thought that I had advanced to Martial King. My current cultivation realm is actually only peak Martial Saint. The Leng clan leader who fought with me at the end also knows that I only cultivate a wind attribute martial spirit. That's why I can fly in the air at the peak of Martial Venerable. However, My speed is much slower than a real martial king. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So there was such a reason. This explains everything. Just at this moment, Xiao Chong brought a few people over. He said respectfully to Xiao Xiong, "The number of casualties has been calculated. There are a total of 150 people, of which 90 died. Among the 90, there were 3 martial grand masters." The moment Xiao Chong said this, everyone present took in a deep breath of cold air. There was actually such a large number of deaths. Most of these people were the elite disciples of the Xiao clan. Many of them were direct descendants of the Xiao clan. Furthermore, there were martial grand masters who died. Those who reached the martial grand master realm could be considered the peak of combat power in Mo City. Even the Xiao clan did not have many martial grand masters. Clan head, should we go and talk to City Lord Dugu? They are simply too much by doing this. This is a clan war. One of the elders of the Xiao clan said angrily. Xiao Chong said somewhat helplessly, "The ones who did this are the people of the Lung clan. They have the Misty Sword sect as their backing. City Lord Dugu is unable to control them. Furthermore, they were all masked and did not leave behind any evidence." Xiao Xiong opened his mouth and said, "How are Yulan and Xiao Jian? Are their lives in danger?" Xiao Chong's expression sank as he said, "Their martial spirits were severely injured. It looks like they will not be able to fight for the next half a month." When they heard this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. There was still 1 more week before the promise of 10 years would begin. However, the 2 people who were already confirmed to be participants could not fight. The Leng clan's actions were too vicious. They directly crippled the Xiao clan's participant. According to the rules, the participant could not be changed. This way, the Xiao clan could only send out Xiao Chen alone to fight. When Xiao Chen heard this news, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least his life was not in danger. "Father, I would like to leave for a while and visit cousin Yulan." Xiao Xiong nodded his head. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and said, "Wait a moment." Xiao Chen stopped and asked suspiciously, "Is there something else?" He did not know why, but he felt some fear towards this father in name. Xiao Xiong walked in front of Xiao Chen and said, "Don't move. Let me see your martial spirit." Martial spirit again. Xiao Chen was startled. The first elder had checked his martial spirit several times. Now, Xiao Xiong was checking his martial spirit again. Why was he doing this? After a while, Xiao Chen felt a gentle essence enter Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He repeated the same trick, using his spiritual sense to hide his martial spirit. Then, he used his spiritual sense to imitate a purple flame. After Xiao Xiong saw it, his expression became much more gentle. He said, "A very pure purple flame martial spirit. I will give you a few fire-attributed martial techniques in the future." Xiao Chen nodded his head in thanks. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The suspicions in his heart grew stronger. He must know something. Is he afraid of the blue dragon martial spirit in my body? Xiao Clan, Dispensary. After Xiao Chen asked for the location of Xiao Yulan's room, he hurried over. "Cousin Yulan, are you asleep?" "I am Xiao Chen," Xiao Chen said from outside the door. "Cousin Xiao Chen, come in, I am not asleep," a weak voice came from inside the room. However, the voice was filled with joy. Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He saw Xiao Yulan in her white pajamas, struggling to sit up. A faint smile hung on her pale face, but her frown revealed that she was in great pain. Xiao Chen hurried over and took out a blood-replenishing pill. He handed it to Xiao Yulan and said, "Cousin Yulan, don't move first. Quickly consume this blood-replenishing pill. Although it cannot heal the injuries to your martial spirit, it should be able to heal your internal injuries very quickly." Xiao Yulan's face turned slightly red. She received the blood-replenishing pill and swallowed it without hesitation. She immediately felt a cooling sensation, and the pain in her body lessened significantly. "Thank you, cousin Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "There is no need to be so polite. Back then you saved me once. Now, I am giving you a blood-replenishing pill. Compared to the debt of saving my life, this is nothing. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Cousin Yulan, rest well." Hearing this, Xiao Yulan felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Was it just to repay a debt of gratitude? Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to leave, Xiao Yulan suddenly said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, wait for a moment." Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yulan wanted to say something, but after holding it in for a long time, she did not know what to say. Her beautiful face turned red, and in the end, she had no choice but to say, "Cousin Xiao Chen, I can't sleep. Can you accompany me for a chat?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, but he immediately smiled, "Of course." Chapter 81. 1,000 meters above the Xiao clan. A cold wind blew. Xiao Chen executed the gravity spell as he stood in the air. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. He released his spiritual sense, and the night was no longer able to obstruct his vision. The entire outline of the Xiao residence appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. After coming out of Xiao Yulan's room, Xiao Chen saw many injured Xiao clan disciples in the dispensary. He could not calm his heart down. It was just 5 martial saint experts, yet the Xiao clan was unable to retaliate. Xiao Chen actually had the opportunity to prevent this tragedy from happening. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there were many records regarding formations. As long as he laid down a large formation, he would definitely be able to block 5 martial saint experts. However, the amount of energy required to lay down the formation was too great. Furthermore, he had always believed that with the Xiao clan's strength in Mo City, it would be impossible for them to suffer such a huge blow. Looking at it now, it seemed like his previous thoughts were too naive. The temptation of Seven-Horn Mountain was much greater than he had imagined. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and slowly descended to the ground. He landed on a high ground in the southwest of the Xiao residence. He sensed his surroundings and muttered, "This should be the Qian position. Qian represents the sky and Kuan represents the earth. After confirming the Qian position, it would be easier to find the other positions." After saying that, Xiao Chen took out a talisman paper, an ink brush, and a purple liquid mixed with spirit beast blood and demonic core from his universe ring. Then, he took out a short knife and gently sliced his right hand. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation in his heart, infusing the essence in his body into his blood. Immediately, the blood flowing out of his wound started to emit a faint glow. It slowly merged with the purple liquid, giving off a golden glow. The blood on his face slowly disappeared, turning incomparably pale. His red lips turned purple. Xiao Chen felt dizzy, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. This 9th heaven's thunder formation was not something that he could lay down with his current cultivation. If he wanted to forcefully lay it down, he would have to exhaust the essence of his body. When the purple liquid in the ink bottle turned completely golden, Xiao Chen stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation and stopped the bleeding from his wounds. Only then did his complexion look better. Holding the brush in his right hand, Xiao Chen dipped it into the golden liquid and began to draw quickly on the talisman paper with a solemn expression. Rays of golden light emitted from the talisman paper. When Xiao Chen finished the last stroke, the talisman paper immediately shone with golden light. Then, it quickly folded and fell into Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen held the talisman in his right hand and drew something on the ground with his left hand. A golden halo appeared on the ground, and a faint Qian character appeared in the halo. He held the talisman in his right hand and pointed it at the ground. He quickly waved it and it quickly sank into the golden halo. Boom! Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It followed some kind of guidance and entered the golden halo. The light scattered, and everything on the ground returned to normal. Nothing strange could be seen. However, in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the talisman dipped in Xiao Chen's essence blood was filled with the boundless power of heavenly lightning. As long as he willed it, he would be able to draw it out. Qian, Zhen, Li, Sun, Tian, Lei, Hua, Feng. Next, I have to find the position of Zhen. Zhen corresponds to lightning. I have to find a place with the densest lightning attribute. I also have to see if it corresponds to the position of the 8 trigrams. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Earlier, he had already found a suitable position for the 8 trigrams. Now, all he had to do was to find a place with the densest lightning attribute. 2 hours later, the 8 positions of Qian, Zhen, Li, Sun, Kuan, Dui, Can, and Zhen corresponded to Tian, Lei, Feng, Hua, Di, Zhe, Water and Shan. Xiao Chen inserted a talisman dipped in Xiao Chen's essence blood. Xiao Chen closed his eyes slightly. In his spiritual sense, a majestic formation appeared in the surroundings of the Xiao residence. There was a faint flicker of lightning in the sky. The entire ninth heaven's thunder formation was finally completed. Xiao Chen clasped his hands together and felt the vast and surging energy of heaven and earth. As long as he made a hand seal, even if a magnificent army entered, he was confident that he would be able to annihilate them all. When he opened his eyes, a strong sense of fatigue welled up in his mind. Xiao Chen felt dizzy and his legs trembled. After a while, he could no longer hold on and fainted on the ground with a pu-tong sound. Mo City, Tang Clan, inside a secret room, the Zhang clan head and the Tang clan head, as well as the 5 martial saint experts who had just returned from the Xiao clan. Clan head, don't wait for the promise of 10 years. After my injuries are healed, we will immediately exterminate the Xiao clan. That Xiao Chen is too hateful, the martial saint who was ruthlessly humiliated by Xiao Chen said angrily. The blue-clothed man said, Leng Ziyu, why don't you take a look? The Xiao clan head has already come out of seclusion. He is a martial king. Do you think you still have a chance? You are a dignified martial saint, yet you can't even deal with an inferior-grade martial master. I really feel embarrassed for you. Leng Ziyu's face turned black as he said angrily, Lan Chaoyang, what do you mean by this? If you met a martial king expert, you would probably be dead by now. What do I mean? Lan Chaoyang snorted coldly. I'm talking about you. Not to mention that you were injured by someone, you are still randomly giving out orders. Alright, stop arguing. The Leng clan head, Lang Yunjing, suddenly said. His voice did not contain any emotions and was not very loud. However, the 2 quarreling people did not dare to say anything else. Lang Yunjing glared at Lang Chaoyang and said, Ziyu, don't speak nonsense in the future. Although Xiao Xiong is part of the reason for your failure, the responsibility is still yours. Chaoyang has already bought enough time for you. Lang Ziyu pouted his lips. He was not satisfied in his heart, but he did not rebut. I understand. This time, I did not grasp the situation well. Leng Zhengyun turned his gaze to Lan Chaoyang and said, Chaoyang, you contributed the most in the matter of 7-Horn Mountain. There is no doubt about that. However, don't bring your past personal grudges into this operation. Establishing a sect. This is a huge gamble of my Lung clan's several hundred years of foundation. I do not wish for anything to go wrong. If we fail in the end, you know what I will do. Lan Chaoyang lowered his head and said, I understand. I just could not control myself. I will take note in the future. When Lang Zhengyun saw the attitude of the 2, his expression warmed up. He said, most clans have developed to a certain stage. If they want to advance further, there are only 2 paths. Establishing a sect or establishing a noble clan. Lang Zhengyun sighed and continued, my Lung clan does not have a heavenly bloodline. The only path we can take is to establish a sect. If it were not for the fact that 7-Horn Mountain is the only place in Chizi County, I would not want to make a move on the Xiao clan. Lang Zhengyun's words were filled with envy for the heavenly bloodline. If there was a heavenly bloodline, he would not have to gamble the Lang clan's several hundred years of foundation to make a move on the Xiao clan. No one here could understand the danger involved. Although the Lang clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, it was not something that anyone could challenge. Tang Tian had been listening for a long time. At this moment, he found an opportunity and said worriedly, Senior Lang, has that Xiao Xiong come out of seclusion? Has his cultivation really reached the realm of Martial King? The Zhang clan head, who was at the side, was also very concerned about this problem. These 2 clans had been fighting with the Xiao clan for a long time. Their understanding of Xiao Xiong was much clearer than others. When they heard that Xiao Xiong had reached the realm of Martial King, they felt some lingering fear in their hearts. When Lang Zhengyun heard this, he smiled faintly. Brother Tang, there is no need to worry too much. Xiao Xiong has indeed come out of seclusion. However, his cultivation is only at the peak of martial saint. It is only because he cultivates a wind-attributed martial spirit that he is able to fly. In another 3 days, the last martial saint elder of my Lung clan will bring 50 martial grandmasters over as a foolproof plan. However, I still hope that we do not have to use this force. Your 2 clans can defeat the Xiao clan in the promise of 10 years. That way, we can save a lot of trouble. When the Zhang and Tang clan heads heard this, They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Tang Tian seemed to have thought of something and said, I just heard that the Shao clan's Shao Chen was not injured. If that is the case, according to the rules of the competition, our two clans do not have much of an advantage. According to the rules of the promise of 10 years, the Shao, Zhang, and Tang clans would each send 3 young disciples. On the day of the martial competition, one of the clans would issue a challenge to the Shao clan. The winner of the battle would be decided on the second day. The final winner would obtain 7-Horn Mountain. Tang Tian said, with Shao Chen's strength, we might not be able to defeat him in a 1-on-3 battle. If we let him rest for a day, it would be hard to predict the result. The Zhang clan head, who was at the side, also nodded his head in agreement. When Lang Ziyun heard this, he could not help but feel uncomfortable. The responsibility for such a situation was basically on him. Lang Zhengyun's expression did not change as he said indifferently, it is not a problem. When the time comes, I will think of something. Even if we lose, there is still a final move. I just hope that it will not come to that. The next day, in the Shao clan's great hall, before the morning dew had dispersed, the few elders of the Shao clan had already gathered in the great hall. The Shao clan head, Shao Xiong, sat in the middle of the great hall. He said to Shao Chong, who was beside him, First Elder, what do you think of the current situation? Shao Chong nodded his head and said, the current situation is already very clear. The Leng clan is working together with the Zhang and Tang clans to make a move against us. If there is no external help, there is no solution. The few people at the side also thought the same. If they did not rely on external help, not only would the Shao clan lose 7-Horn Mountain, it would also be very difficult for them to survive. Shao Chong continued, actually, Miss Feng is currently in Mo City. A few days ago, she came to the Shao residence and asked about the clan head. When Shao Xiong heard the 3 words Feng Feishue, the expression on his face instantly became incomparably frightening. He said in a deep voice, what is she doing here? Did her aunt send her here to laugh at us? Shao Chong quickly explained what happened that day. After Shao Xiong heard it, he said, I will not interfere with their choice. However, it is impossible for me to seek help from the Feng clan. Send someone to call Shao Chen over. Chapter 82. By the time Shao Chen woke up, the sun was already high above his head. It was already noon. I still pushed myself too hard. I will probably need to rest for 3 days before I can fully recover. The consumption of blood essence is too great. Shao Chen got up and rubbed his temples as he walked towards the main entrance of the Shao residence. When the 2 guards at the main entrance saw Shao Chen appear, they immediately ran over and said joyfully, Second young master, you are finally back. The clan head has been looking for you for the entire morning. Quickly head to the main hall. Shao Chen was startled. For them to be looking for him for the entire morning, there must be something urgent. After thanking them, he quickly headed to the main hall. At this moment, the people in the main hall had already dispersed, leaving only Shao Chong and Shao Xiong. Shao Chen rushed over and immediately said, Sorry, I am late. Shao Xiong glanced at Shao Chen with some doubt in his eyes. Why do you look so pale? What did you do last night? I heard that you were in Yulan's room and came out very late. Shao Chong, who was beside him, looked at him in astonishment, clearly wanting an answer. Shao Chen's current appearance was too similar to that of someone who had done something. Furthermore, with Shao Chen's previous reputation, it was hard for others to not associate him with Shao Chen. Shao Chen blushed with shame in his heart and hurriedly explained, First Elder, please don't misunderstand. Last night, after I finished chatting with Yulan, I went out. The reason why I look so pale is because something went wrong with my cultivation. Never mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. The reason why I called you here today is to discuss the duels for the promise of 10 years. Shao Xiong saw that Shao Chen still wanted to explain, so he interrupted him. Seeing the first elder's expression, Shao Chen really wanted to tell him everything that happened yesterday in detail. However, since Shao Xiong had already spoken, he did not dare to continue. Shao Xiong continued, You should be clear about the rules of the promise of 10 years. Right now, the candidates cannot be changed. Shao Jian and Shao Yulan cannot go up, so you can only rely on yourself. If you feel pressured, I will not force you. I am not saying any polite words. Even if we lose the 7-Horn Mountain range, we can still take it back in the future. I hope that you will think carefully before answering. After all, You are my son. Xiao Xiong's words were filled with sincerity, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, I won't give up. I will fight for it no matter what. He had made a decision in his heart. No matter what the result of the promise of 10 years was, he had to leave the Xiao clan. If he left the Xiao clan without doing anything, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Xiao Xiong looked deeply at Xiao Chen and said slowly, Come with me. First elder, you should come with us as well. It is time to use the Xiao clan's hundreds of years of accumulation. Xiao Chong's heart trembled. He knew where Xiao Xiong was going. His expression also turned solemn. Xiao Chen followed behind the two and took a long turn. Behind many obstacles, there was actually a secret exit. There were some places that Xiao Chen had been to many times before, but he did not discover them. It turned out that there was a whole new world behind them. Finally, the two stopped in front of a basement. Xiao Chong and Xiao Xiong each took out a key and pieced them together. They opened the door to the basement and Xiao Chen followed them in. The basement was actually a treasure chamber. The Xiao clan had all the treasures that Seven Horn Mountain had collected over the past hundreds of years. They were all here. Spirit weapons, secret treasures, battle armor, medicinal pills, martial techniques, everything that one could think of was here. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. He did not expect that the Xiao clan would have such a large treasure chamber underground. The spirit weapons were all profound ranked, with the highest being superior grade profound ranked. Many of the martial techniques were profound ranked as well. There were also many rank 4 and rank 5 medicinal pills. However, Xiao Chen had the lunar shadow saber that could become a heaven-ranked weapon, the wooden sculpture that was comparable to a superior grade secret treasure, and the Thunder King's martial technique inheritance. To the other members of the Xiao clan, every item here would cause them to go wild with joy. However, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. Xiao Xiong picked up a piece of battle armor and said, As for the other items, you should not be lacking in martial techniques and spirit weapons. This profound ranked battle armor is made from the soft skin of a demonic beast's abdomen. In times of need, it can save your life. Xiao Chen received the battle armor and looked at it. This battle armor was very thin, only slightly thicker than normal clothing. It did not affect his movements at all. This is a good item, Xiao Chen thought joyfully. This kind of defensive battle armor was very hard to find on the market. It was something that Xiao Chen needed. All right, I guess you will not be interested in the other items. Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chen and paused for a while before saying, Just pick a few more items as compensation. Xiao Chen found it hard to reject. He casually picked a few items and put on the battle armor before leaving the place. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The martial competition of the promise of 10 years had finally begun. For the past 6 days, Xiao Chen had been researching the rushing thunder saber technique. His current martial techniques were mostly learned from the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was very difficult for him to comprehend its essence. Only this rushing thunder saber technique had a complete copy. Of course, he had to learn it in his final moments. This was especially so for the final move, the rushing thunder triple chain chop. Its might was close to that of an earth-ranked martial technique. The sky had just turned bright when Xiao Chen woke up in a hurry. The Xiao clan had already gathered at the entrance. When Xiao Xiong saw Xiao Chen arrive, he immediately led the group to the Cultivators Plaza. Mo City's annual martial competition had already begun 3 days ago. However, everyone knew that the true highlight of this martial competition was the promise of 10 years, the battle between the 3 great clans of Mo City. The plaza was filled with people. The people of the 3 great clans entered the plaza. On the platform of the plaza, there were pavilions specially built for the 3 great clans. They could overlook the entire Cultivators Plaza. The Xiao clan's people are here. Didn't they say that 2 of their participants were injured and could not participate? Why do they still dare to come? Look at how dark their faces are. It seems like the news of 2 of them being injured is true. However, they must come to try their luck. What do you know? If Xiao Chen is not injured, then the Xiao clan still has hope. Xiao Chen, no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to last for long. I think the Xiao clan will lose for sure. The various discussions in the crowd entered the ears of the Xiao clan's people. This caused their originally unsightly expressions to become even more unsightly. Brother Xiao, long time no see. You are finally out of closed-door training. Just as the crowd was about to ascend the pavilion, the clan heads of the Zhang clan and Tang clan walked over. Xiao Xiong smiled faintly. That's right, long time no see. Tang Tian, the alliance between the Zhang clan and Lang clan was within my expectations. I did not expect you to jump out as well. Tang Tian smiled coldly. Seven-Horn Mountain cannot always be occupied by an outsider clan. The Zhang clan's clan head said, Xiao Xiong, we are not here to chat with you. We want to discuss something with you. We have a suggestion. I wonder if you will consider it? Your Xiao clan and our two clans have 100 years of grudges. How about we settle it today? As long as Xiao Chen can defeat Tang Feng and Zhang He today, then the remaining 4 of us will not come out. It will be counted as your Xiao clan's victory. Xiao Xiong thought very quickly in his mind. The Zhang clan's clan head meant to only send 2 people to fight against Xiao Chen. However, the condition was that the 2 fights had to be completed today. The meaning of this was very clear. They wanted to use continuous battles to wear down Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to rest. However, it would allow him to have 4 fewer fights. When Xiao Chen heard this suggestion, his eyes lit up. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. He did not have many martial techniques. If he fought too many times, it would be easy for his opponents to see through him. This suggestion was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Seeing Xiao Chen secretly nodding his head, Xiao Xiong said, What a joke! Do you think I will agree? You got the Lang clan to injure my Xiao clan's contestants. Now you are making this condition. Do you think I, Xiao Xiong, am a fool? Tang Tian smiled. Xiao Xiong, do you think you still have a choice? This is the best suggestion for you. Reducing the 6 fights by 2, I don't think there is a need for you to reject it. The Zhang clan head said, Brother Xiao, I have already sent someone to call the city lord over. Think about it. After a while, Dugu Feng arrived. When he saw Xiao Xiong, he hurriedly said, Congratulations Brother Xiao for coming out. I heard that 2 of your Xiao clan's contestants were injured. Is this true? Without waiting for Xiao Xiong to reply, Tang Tian told Dugu Feng his suggestion. After Dugu Feng heard it, he muttered, The competition rules state that the contestants cannot be changed. Xiao Xiong, if you really have 2 contestants who cannot participate, why don't you accept this suggestion? Finally, under Dugu Feng's suggestion, Xiao Xiong reluctantly accepted the suggestion. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, broke out in a cold sweat. This Xiao Xiong's acting was too realistic. He almost tricked him. In the Cultivators' Plaza, Dugu Feng stood on the tallest and largest arena. He said to the crowd below, Today is the last day of the martial competition. I believe everyone is here for the promise of 10 years. Now, I will make an announcement. Because 2 of the Xiao clan's contestants are injured and cannot participate in the martial competition, the 3 clans have decided to change the rules. As long as the Xiao clan's Xiao Chen can consecutively defeat Zhang He and Tang Feng, the Xiao clan will win this martial competition. On the other hand, if the Xiao clan loses a match, they will lose the rights to Seven-Horn Mountain. 2 of the Xiao clan's contestants really cannot participate in the martial competition. I did not expect this news to be true. Someone below said in astonishment. Haha, this rule seems to be beneficial to the Xiao clan. In reality, they are trying to use this tactic to defeat Xiao Chen. Looks like the Zhang and Tang clans have joined hands. That's right. I heard that the Xiao clan was attacked by an unknown expert some time ago. I suspect that it was done by these 2 clans. What kind of intelligence do you have? What are you suspecting? Without even thinking about it, it was definitely done by these 2 clans. Countless arguments and discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. His heart was as calm as still water as he slowly made his way through the crowd towards the arena. The shadow of the Qianwu Emperor's statue at the back of the arena was cast on the arena, giving it a dignified and solemn air. In today's battle, I will definitely win. I will not become a stepping stone for others. After 10,000 years, I, Xiao Chen, will definitely be like the Qianwu Emperor, standing tall and unshakable, Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. With a resolute gaze, when he was about to approach the arena, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and jumped firmly onto the arena. In a corner of the arena, Zhang He's gaze was cold. He had been waiting for a long time already. The first battle of the promise of 10 years officially began. Chapter 83. I heard that this Zhang He consumed a returning essence pill. Not only did the injuries to his martial spirit heal, but his strength also improved. I wonder if he will be able to defeat Xiao Chen this time. The last time they fought, they were evenly matched. If Zhang He's martial spirit is broken this time, I wonder if he can still be saved. You guys don't know that after the martial spirit is reformed, its might and strength will increase by many times. I really don't understand how the Zhang clan could even obtain the returning essence pill. Before the two of them started fighting, the sounds of discussion came from below. The referee walked forward and said to the two of them, "Bow." Xiao Chen and Zhang He bowed to each other. "Duel begin." Chi. Just as the referee spoke, Zhang He immediately executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. The image of a heavenly rock appeared behind him, giving off a resounding cry. Zhang He soared into the air and hovered above the ground. He brandished the sword in his hand and 4 streams of sword chi whistled through the air, heading towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm, his eyes were like clear water. A gentle breeze blew past, causing his hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. His fingers tapped the air 4 times. 4 streams of purple flames revolved around his fingertips and flew towards the sword chi. Boom, 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 boom. The sword chi and the purple flames collided in the air, giving off 4 explosive sounds. At the same time, they dissipated in all directions. Zhang He casually waved his hand and sent out a few chi waves, blowing away the flames in front of him. The heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen found it hard to catch Zhang He's figure with his naked eyes. After all, Xiao Chen did not have any movement techniques that he could use. Chi! There was another loud cry. When Zhang He got close to Xiao Chen, he suddenly dodged to the side, leaving behind an afterimage in front of Xiao Chen. His real body had already arrived behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense completely. A cool breeze blew past, but his feet didn't move an inch. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber in his hand lit up with electricity. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the lunar shadow saber behind him to block. Bang! This saber strike happened to catch the sword strike coming from Zhang He's back. It was extremely accurate. In the eyes of others, it was as if Xiao Chen had grown eyes at the back of his head. Zhang He was slightly astonished in his heart, but his body continued to remain in the air. Like a ghost, he once again changed his position and arrived at the left side of Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly moved to his left hand. Without waiting for Zhang He to make a move, the saber lit up with a resplendent glow as he chopped at him. Xiao Chen's feet did not move at all. Zhang He was greatly alarmed. The earlier move could be seen as a coincidence. However, now that Xiao Chen had attacked first, it meant that Xiao Chen could indeed see his attack from behind. Zhang He opened his arms wide, like a huge bird spreading its wings. His body flew backwards in the air. With a somersault, he landed on the ground. The tip of his sword lightly tapped on the ground and his entire body leaped up once again. Hoo! He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to its limits. In the air, he was like a fast arrow, flying towards Xiao Chen. The sword in his hand surged with a sword light. Dang! 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 In an instant, the two of them exchanged a few moves. Even though Zhang He executed his movement technique to its limits, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He countered every move, not panicking at all. After Zhang He stabbed out with his sword once again, he flew backwards. Seeing that Xiao Chen's eyes were still closed, he felt helpless. The movement technique that he was so proud of was useless against Xiao Chen. In the previous fight, Xiao Chen was unable to keep up with his speed. He could only use the heavenly lightning shield to block passively. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen only needed to stand where he was and he was able to receive all of Zhang He's moves. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhang He roared angrily. It was a simple and unadorned move with a reserved light. He chopped down towards Xiao Chen. Since he could not use speed to suppress Xiao Chen, then he would use force to break through Xiao Chen's technique. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in them. He looked at Zhang He, who was descending from the sky, and smiled faintly. He pushed off with the tip of his feet and leaped into the air. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Bang! The saber light and the sword light clashed, creating a horrifying shockwave in the air. Zhang He flew back a few steps in the air. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had only paused for a moment, and was astonished. In terms of pure strength, he had actually lost to Xiao Chen. Chi! The heavenly rock behind him let out a loud cry once again. Zhang He's figure paused in the air, stopping his descent. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air, and grinned, revealing a faint mocking smile. Even if your strength is much stronger than mine, you should not have fought me in the air. I have the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Let's see how you are going to stop your descent. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Zhang He shouted and used the martial technique he was proud of against the descending Xiao Chen. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in the air, not giving him a chance to land. Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart. A surge of energy came from the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. He brandished his saber and flipped it around. His body used the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit and suddenly rose up. Zhang He's martial technique instantly lost its target. When he looked up, he discovered that Xiao Chen was already above his head. His heart immediately tightened. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. The same disordered dance of 1,000 years clashed with Zhang He's disordered dance of 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen had the advantage of the terrain. His disordered dance of 1,000 years from above completely suppressed Zhang He. In an instant, the figures of the two people in the air changed rapidly. Countless saber lights and sword chi flew around. The sound of the dang-dang rang out incessantly. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. With the attacks from above, Zhang He will be at a disadvantage. I did not expect Xiao Chen to know a movement technique that allows him to raise his chi in the air. Indeed, I think this might be an opening that Xiao Chen purposely revealed. Otherwise, why would he suddenly fight him in the air? It is very possible. As the people below discussed, the people of the three great clans in the pavilion watched the battle anxiously. In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yulan watched the two people in the air anxiously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, after the two of them executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years, their figures became extremely fast. With Xiao Yulan's cultivation realm, she could not see them clearly. Father, how is the situation? Xiao Yulan asked the first elder, Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong smiled faintly. It's fine. Xiao Chen currently has the upper hand. The people of the Zhang clan and Tang clan were currently in the same pavilion. The Zhang clan's clan head had an unsightly expression as he said, "To think that he fell for such a simple scheme. Zhang He is too eager for quick success." Tang Tian consoled him at the side. He only lost the upper hand temporarily. It is not the time to decide the victor yet. Furthermore, this also exposed one of the advantages that Xiao Chen has. Tang Feng, who was at the side, held his ice fire bow and stared at the two people in the air. He smiled coldly. With such an advantage, he will only be a live target in front of my ice fire bow. Bang! In an instant, the two people in the air exchanged over 1,200 moves. When they were done, Xiao Chen kicked Zhang He's body violently. Then, he used the force of his kick to soar into the air once again. Zhang He landed on the ground with a bang. Many parts of his clothes had been torn by the saber light, leaving behind bloody wounds. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was rising higher and higher in the air. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What is he trying to do? Zhang He quickly got up and cast aside the doubts in his heart. At this moment, his aura had already fallen to rock bottom. If he could not regain some of it, he would be completely suppressed. Heavenly rock spreading its wings, chasing the stars and overtaking the moon. The image of the heavenly rock behind him suddenly let out an incomparably sharp cry. The clothes on its body fluttered and fluttered in the wind. A sound wave spread out in all directions. The people who were closer to the arena felt their eardrums vibrate and they felt dizzy. Those with lower cultivations even vomited blood and fainted on the spot. This cry has already obtained a trace of the divine cry. I did not expect Zhang He's cultivation to improve so much after he was injured. Back then, that almighty person used the divine cry to cause blood to flow out of the 7 orifices of a person, shattering their internal organs and killing them. Although Zhang He has not reached such a level, it is not simple for him to be able to cause someone to faint, the people below discussed. After Zhang He used the chasing stars overtaking the moon movement technique, he was like a sharp arrow that left the bow. He rose from the ground and chased after Xiao Chen. He actually arrived in front of Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was secretly astonished at the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Zhang He was able to reach such a level with his current cultivation. One could only imagine how powerful that almighty person was back then. Without a choice, Xiao Chen could only withdraw the meteor burst that he was originally prepared to execute. If Zhang He had chased him at night and used the meteor burst, Xiao Chen was confident that he could end this duel in an instant. Xiao Chen dodged the sword chi that Zhang He sent out and quickly descended to the front. His movement technique was not as good as Zhang He's. If he fought with Zhang He in the air, he would not have any advantage if he did not have the terrain advantage. Seeing the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in front of him, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He soared into the air, dodging Zhang He's sword chi as he descended towards the statue. After a while, Xiao Chen stood on the sword in the hands of the Tianwu Emperor. After he stood firm, Xiao Chen finally had a chance to catch his breath. He turned around and shot out 4 grade 3 flame talismans at Zhang He, who was chasing him. Zhang He soared into the air and the image of a heavenly rock appeared in the air. It looked very solid. Zhang He stood on it and dodged to the left, dodging a talisman that was shot at him. Bang! Just when Zhang He thought that everything was fine, the talisman exploded in the air. A surging heat wave spread out in all directions with the talisman as the center. Boom! 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 There were another 3 explosions, and the other 3 talismans exploded one after another. The entire sky was covered in a thick flame, and a boundless heat wave spread out in all directions. It was like dark clouds covering the sky, covering the bright sun in the sky, forming a large flaming cloud. Seeing the thick flame covering the entire sky, the people below were all astonished. The Zhang clan head, who was in the pavilion, was so frightened that he was expressionless. He said in a trembling voice, "Is this a secret treasure? The Xiao clan actually has such a secret treasure." Tang Tian and his son, who were at the side, were also incomparably astonished. The thick flame covered the entire sky above the arena. Its might was incomparably vast, and even from a distance, they could feel the horrifying heat wave. Holy Sword Haotian, sweeping through the 8 desolates. Just when everyone thought that Zhang He was in danger, a resplendent sword light suddenly burst out in the sky. It blew away the thick flame, and the sun shone down from above once again. Chapter 84. Under the huge shock wave, the boundless flames slowly dissipated. Zhang He held the sword in his hand. The sword in Zhang He's hand gave off a resplendent sword light, and an indistinct heavenly rock appeared under his feet, causing him to float temporarily. Zhang He held the sword in his hand, and the aura of his martial spirit, the Haotian Holy Sword, rose continuously. A boundless sword intent materialized in his black eyes. Xiao Chen looked at it, and he actually saw a scene of the ancient era's massacre battlefield. He was nearly immersed in it, so he quickly pulled himself out. Zhang He looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing on the tip of the sword, and said, "Xiao Chen, actually, I have to thank you. If you had not shattered my martial spirit, my understanding of the Haotian sword would not have been able to advance to the next realm so quickly." Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and stood firmly on the sword in the hands of the martial emperor. He smiled faintly. "I thought you wanted to thank me for helping you with your hairstyle a few times. Why are you wearing a hat? I feel that your current hairstyle is very comical. There is no need to hide it." Zhang He was furious, and the sword intent in his eyes started to slowly disappear. Just as the sword intent was about to completely disappear, he felt something was wrong and quickly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the boundless sword intent appeared once more. His emotions had completely calmed down. He looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Not bad. At this moment, you still know how to use words to break my sword intent. You are indeed a very good opponent. However, no matter how strong you are today, in front of me, who has completely comprehended the Haotian sword intent, you will only be a stepping stone on my path to becoming a sword sage." Although Xiao Chen felt it was unfortunate that Zhang He was able to recover his sword intent so quickly, he scoffed at Zhang He. With just a few words, he nearly broke his sword intent. To think he still dared to talk about comprehending the Haotian sword intent. Zhang He rode on the heavenly rock and flew over. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and leaped into the air, dodging Zhang He's attack. However, he discovered that this attack was just a feint. He rushed to the top of the great emperor's head, and the heavenly rock under his feet immediately disappeared. He landed on the great emperor's head with a loud bang, and the expression on his face clearly relaxed. Xiao Chen smiled inwardly. So, he had exhausted too much of his essence and wanted to find a place to rest. Flight on wings. Moon bright like fire. Zhang He stood on the Thearcha's head and immediately executed the third move of flight on wings. A strange phenomenon occurred. The blazing sun in the sky was covered by the pitch-black curtain of night, and a full moon slowly rose into the sky. Suddenly, two figures flew over from the horizon. It was a man and a woman. They were holding long swords in their hands, as if they were immortals from beyond the heavens. They floated gracefully in the wee hours and danced with their swords under the full moon. Xiao Chen was startled. How did it become two people? He remembered that the last time Zhang He executed moon bright like fire, there was only one silhouette. Now, there were actually two people. The Haotian sword intent is indeed powerful. Zhang He actually comprehended the true essence of flight on wings so quickly. Indeed, legend has it that the sword sage who created flight on wings created this sword technique because he missed his deceased wife. I wonder what level the might of moon bright like fire will reach this time. The might of the previous time was already horrifying enough. This is only the third move of flight on wings. Now that he has comprehended it to this level, he should be able to bring out the might of an earth-ranked martial technique. Let's see how Xiao Chen withstands this time. If he can bring out the full might of an earth-ranked martial technique, he would be able to easily kill a martial grandmaster. Many of the knowledgeable people in the spectator stands discussed this. When the Zhang and Tang clan heads saw that Zhang He was able to bring out flight on wings to such an extent, their expressions slowly relaxed. On the Xiao clan spectator stands, the expressions of the crowd were incomparably grim. Xiao Yulan asked worriedly, "What's going on? Why does that person's martial technique have such a strange phenomenon? Will cousin Xiao Chen be fine?" Xiao Xiong's gaze was fixed on the full moon hanging high in the sky, as well as the figure flying over. After a while he sighed and said, "The appearance of a mysterious phenomenon has nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It is completely dependent on one's understanding of the way of the sword. I don't think anyone in the younger generation of Cheesy County can surpass this Zhang clan brat's understanding of the way of the sword." Xiao Chen stood on the tip of his sword and extended his spiritual sense towards the full moon in the sky. However, that full moon seemed to be there for real. Xiao Chen did his best to extend his spiritual sense, but there was always a distance between him and the full moon. The two figures under the full moon suddenly paused in the air. The sky immediately turned silent. Xiao Chen felt as though he was locked on by two strong sword senses. He felt an incomparable sense of danger. Kill. Zhang He held his sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen. A boundless killing intent surged out. Boom. Feeling Zhang He's killing intent, the two people under the moon pointed their swords towards the sky. They sent out two resplendent sword lights. After that, the sword lights merged together and chopped down at Xiao Chen. Seeing the sword light that seemed to reach the sky, the crowd below the stage quickly scattered. If this sword light chopped down like that, who knew how many people would be injured or killed? Shwa! A wooden sculpture appeared in Xiao Chen's hand and he threw it into the sky. The wooden sculpture instantly turned into a girl holding a golden spear. Boundless azure sea. A boundless ocean appeared behind Yu Ying. An azure dragon leaped out from the ocean. The golden spear in her hand trembled, and the azure dragon roared angrily as it flew towards the sword light in the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound and the sword light was instantly scattered by the azure dragon. The azure dragon roared angrily and continued charging forward, crashing into the boundless night sky. Chi! Instantly, a hole appeared in the night sky. A ray of sunlight shone through the hole. The hole became bigger and bigger. After an instant, sunlight shone on the ground once again. The full moon and the human figures had all disappeared. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and the wooden sculpture returned to his hand. He felt that it was a pity. He could only use it once more. The night sky disappeared and Zhang He, who was on top of the emperor, vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression was incomparably weak. He held his sword and half knelt on top of the emperor's head. It's over. Zhang He's mysterious phenomenon has been directly broken. He has suffered from the backlash and is powerless to reverse the situation, someone below exclaimed. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and landed on top of the emperor's head. He did not waste any more words with Zhang He. He raised his leg and kicked him fiercely towards the ground. The statue of the emperor was a few hundred meters tall. If he were to fall like that, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. The Zhang clan head cried out in alarm and hurriedly leaped up from the pavilion, wanting to catch Zhang He. However, Xiao Chen did not want to let him off so easily. He leaped down from the sky and heavily kicked Zhang He's chest again. Zhang He cried out in pain and vomited another mouthful of blood in the air. The huge force carried Zhang He and crashed into the Zhang clan head. The two of them fell down just like that. When they landed, the Zhang clan head somersaulted and stood firmly on the ground. However, Zhang He landed heavily on the ground and fainted with a loud sound. The Zhang clan head looked at the fainted Zhang He with an ashen face. Xiao Chen's kick was too ruthless. It had directly landed on the dantian and crippled Zhang He's martial spirit once again. The Zhang clan head pointed at Xiao Chen while trembling. He said angrily, "Xiao Chen, you are actually so ruthless. You." In the end, he was so angry that he could not speak. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. "I am ruthless? Am I as ruthless as you? You colluded with the Leng clan and killed over 100 people from my Xiao clan. You want me to let Zhang He off so that he can harm my family and friends in the future?" Turning his gaze to the referee at the side, Xiao Chen continued, "You can decide the victor of this match now, right?" The referee was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. He opened his mouth and said, "The Xiao clan wins this match. Let's invite the Tang clan's participant to the arena." Xiao Chen actually defeated Zhang He so easily. This is truly unimaginable. What is there to be unimaginable about? He clearly used a secret treasure in the end. It was not him who defeated Zhang He, but his secret treasure that defeated Zhang He. A defeat is a defeat. What is there to find excuses for? Could it be that secret treasures are not a part of one's strength? Among the 10 national guardians of the empire, there is one who relied on the might of a secret treasure to get into the rankings. No one dared to voice any objections. Many of the people below felt that it was inconceivable for Xiao Chen to defeat Zhang He so easily. No one had expected that Xiao Chen would actually possess such a powerful secret treasure. Looking at Xiao Chen on the arena, Tang Tian frowned deeply. He said to Tang Feng, "He probably did not even exhaust half of his essence. If you feel that the situation is not right, immediately admit defeat. Where there is life there is hope. Do not be like Zhang He. The essence restoring pill is not that easy to obtain." Tang Feng nodded his head. He held the ice fire bow in his hand and jumped down from the pavilion. After that, he landed firmly on the arena. When he landed, there was no sound at all. Clearly, he had an extremely profound movement technique. I have never heard of this Tang Feng before. I wonder how strong he is. I think he will not even last 5 minutes. It looks like the Xiao clan is going to win again. That's right. Even someone as powerful as Zhang He could not win. If they rely on this unknown person, they probably have no chance at all. All these years, the Tang clan had always kept a low profile. There were only a few rumors about Tang Feng's strength. No one had seen his true strength. The expressions of the two of them did not change at all when they heard the discussions below. However, Xiao Chen did not let down his guard. Instead, it increased significantly. In Gloomy Forest, Tang Feng had only shot 3 arrows. Furthermore, he had hidden his strength. Yet, Xiao Chen found it hard to block them. At this moment, Xiao Chen could sense that Tang Feng had already completely stepped into the martial master realm. His strength had definitely increased qualitatively. After the referee's voice sounded out, the two of them bowed to each other and the duel officially began. Shua! Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He stomped on the ground and his figure moved like lightning. Against a cultivator who attacked from a distance, he naturally had to get close before dealing a fatal blow. Xiao Chen was fast, but Tang Feng was even faster. In the instant he moved, Tang Feng had already shot out 3 ice arrows. The lunar shadow saber radiated an electric glow. Xiao Chen poured in his essence without holding back as he hacked at the 3 ice arrows. Bang! 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 3 slashes accurately struck the ice arrows flying at him. With 3 crisp sounds, the ice arrows turned into countless ice shards. Xiao Chen's footsteps did not slow down at all as he continued to rush towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng drew his bow in an unhurried manner and shot out ice arrows continuously. His footsteps were strange, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. He was very free and at ease. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen destroyed countless ice arrows along the way, exhausting a large amount of essence. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at the place where Tang Feng originally stood. However, he discovered that Tang Feng was still as far away from him as before. He did not get any closer. Chapter 85. Bang! Another arrow flew over. Out of habit, Xiao Chen shattered it. The moment his saber touched the arrow, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. This was not an ice arrow but a flame arrow. Boom! By the time Xiao Chen realized it, it was already too late. The flame arrow exploded and the intense flame spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen covered the surface of his body with essence, forming an essence shield. He quickly retreated. However, he was too close to the center of the flame wave. The surging shock wave from the explosion struck him violently. The huge shock wave knocked Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen was startled. If he did not take any measures, this shock wave would be sufficient to knock him out of the arena. If he landed outside the arena, he would automatically lose this duel. Chi! Xiao Chen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the heavenly mountain rock. The lunar shadow saber left a long mark on the ground. Xiao Chen's flying back slowed down a little. Somersaulting backwards, Xiao Chen stood up again. Before he could stabilize himself, 2 arrows made of flames were flying towards him. In the distance, Tang Feng plucked the bowstring gently. Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the 2 flame arrows exploded in the air. Boom! Boom! Caught off guard, Xiao Chen did not even have time to release his essence shield. He was sent flying by the surging horrifying heat wave. Xiao Chen's cultivator robes became tattered and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His body fell towards the ground outside the arena. The crowd below the arena quickly scattered. This brat is really hiding his strength. He actually has a dual-attributed martial spirit. Furthermore, he is able to switch between ice and fire so quickly. His strength is unfathomable. Indeed, no wonder Xiao Chen was caught off guard. An ice-attributed martial spirit is as rare as a spiritual martial spirit. If Xiao Chen really fell, would this duel end like that? The crowd in the distance discussed. No one had expected Tang Feng to be so strong, giving them a pleasant surprise. When Xiao Chen landed, he gently tapped the lunar shadow saber in his hand against the ground and flew back to the arena. Another 3 flaming arrows flew at him. Xiao Chen released his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense instantly entered the core of the flaming arrow. A burning spot of light was imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind. So that's how it is. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. He finally understood the cause of the flame arrow explosion. As long as he could destroy the core of the flame arrow in an instant, the flame arrow would be nothing to be afraid of. Shwa! Xiao Chen brandished the lunar shadow saber to its limits. The saber light streaked across the air like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, it shattered the burning light. The flame arrow shattered with a loud bang, turning into sparks and disappearing. Sure enough, Xiao Chen laughed in his heart. It was time to use his killer move. Lightning evasion. The electric light flickered and Xiao Chen suddenly appeared behind Tang Feng. The lunar shadow saber in his hand hacked at Tang Feng's back ferociously. Countless electric lights revolved around the saber, creating a thunderbolt. Tang Feng was not surprised at the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen. He already knew that Xiao Chen had this strange martial technique. He tilted his body slightly and dodged Xiao Chen's attack. Before Xiao Chen could withdraw his move, he tilted his body and crashed into Xiao Chen's chest. Side body strike. This was a martial technique that used the body as a blade. It gathered all the essence in the body on the shoulder, and used it to strike at the enemy like a sharp awl. If one was struck by it, it could cause severe injuries in an instant. It was a martial technique with extremely strong killing power. Xiao Chen did not expect Tang Feng to have such strong combat prowess in close combat. He was caught off guard and was struck by it. The huge force passed through Xiao Chen's battle armor and entered his body. His internal organs trembled violently. Using this force, Tang Feng's body flew backward rapidly. He pushed off the ground with his feet and pulled away from Xiao Chen once again. While he was in the air, he had already started to draw the bowstring. Shwa! After he landed, the ice arrow on the bowstring shot out with a so sound. A series of movements were executed smoothly without any delay. A cold light flickered and the arrow disappeared in the air. In an instant, it appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body were still churning. He was unable to circulate his essence for a short period of time, so he could only tilt his body slightly. The arrow brushed past Xiao Chen's cheek and flew backward. The wind that it created left a faint wound on the right side of Xiao Chen's face. When Xiao Chen saw the ice arrows flying at him continuously, he felt very frustrated. This situation where he could only passively take a beating made him feel very sullen. After dodging another arrow, Xiao Chen quickly formed a hand seal with his left hand. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng quickly stopped what he was doing and dodged to the back. However, just as he stabilized himself, another 5 bolts of lightning descended. In the past, when Xiao Chen was a martial disciple, he could only send out 3 bolts of lightning. Now that he was a martial master, he could send out 6 bolts of lightning. The 6 bolts of lightning helped Xiao Chen gain some buffer time. Xiao Chen quickly thought of countermeasures. He felt that he had to get close to Tang Feng to end the battle quickly. I have to think of a way to get close. A wooden sculpture appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. He sighed in his heart, I can only sacrifice you. Shwa! Xiao Chen threw the wooden sculpture at Tang Feng. A faint light spread out from the wooden sculpture and a supreme dragon's might instantly spread throughout the entire arena. Tang Feng's heart tightened. Suddenly, an arrow with a flickering spiritual light appeared in his hand. He quickly knocked it on the bowstring and shot it at the wooden sculpture. The arrow was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains. It gave off a drawn-out hum in the air. The essence in the air continuously poured into the arrow, causing the light to become incomparably resplendent. Boom! Before Xiao Chen's wooden sculpture could be unfurled, the arrow flashed by gracefully and shattered the wooden sculpture into countless pieces. A large amount of wood chips scattered in the air. Xiao Chen's trump card was gone just like that. That is the Heavenly Craftmaner's Essence Light Arrow. It is worth tens of thousands of gold. Every year, there are only 100 of them. I did not expect the Tang clan to be able to obtain one. It is a pity that Xiao Chen's secret treasure is gone just like that. That secret treasure was able to break Zhang He's mysterious phenomenon. It must be of a very high rank. This is interesting. I wonder what other trump cards Xiao Chen has not used yet. Otherwise, he might be shot to death in frustration. Indeed, he is a cultivator with long-range attacks. In addition to his nimble movement techniques and strong close combat martial techniques, this Tang Feng is an unrivaled existence within the same cultivation realm. The situation in the arena changed once again. The people below were all discussing it. In the pavilion of the Zhang clan and Tang clan, the Zhang clan head said in astonishment, Brother Tang, where did you get this essence light arrow? I heard that even the royal clan has difficulty purchasing it. Tang Tian smiled faintly. How could I possibly get it? Lang Zhengyun gave it to Tang Feng last night. He gave him a total of 3 essence light swords. The Zhang clan head revealed a delighted expression. Let's see if Xiao Chen still dares to be so arrogant. Without a secret treasure, how is he going to deal with the remaining 2 essence light arrows? In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, when Xiao Chong saw the essence light arrows, his face was filled with astonishment. Clan head, I'm afraid there is no more chance. Why don't you tell Xiao Chen to give up? Xiao Xiong's gaze was deep and profound. He did not answer Xiao Chong's question. He said, Did you notice that when Xiao Chen was fighting earlier, he suddenly raised his qi in midair? Xiao Chong was stunned. He said in astonishment, You mean that is? That's right. That is the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Xiong revealed a complicated expression. It is a pity that this movement technique was lost long ago. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chen, and a gentle look flashed in his eyes. A beautiful girl appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, If not for the prophecy from back then, would you not even be willing to step into my Xiao clan? What exactly am I in your heart? The first elder, Xiao Chong, carefully pondered over the meaning of Xiao Xiong's words. He slowly understood what he meant. He said, Clan head, actually, 1,000 years have already passed. You do not have to be so worried. Why don't you give it your all and gamble? Xiao Xiong revealed a desolate expression. When he heard this, he smiled bitterly. Gamble? What do you want me to gamble with? Gamble with the lives of the thousands of Shao clan members?
I cannot afford to gamble, and I do not dare to.
Shao Chong was somewhat dissatisfied. He still wanted to say something. Clan head, 1,000 years have passed. This might be an opportunity. Shao Xiong waved his hand and interrupted Shao Chong's words.
He said indifferently, I will leave for a while.
If Shao Chen's life is in danger again, immediately stop this duel. After he finished speaking, he leaped up high from the pavilion and flew in the direction of the Shao mansion. His speed was incomparably fast, and a series of sonic booms rang out beside him. After a while, he turned into a black dot and slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Heavens! That is the Shao clan head. He can actually fly in the air. Could it be that his cultivation has already reached the martial king realm? My God! With such a cultivation realm, there is probably no one in Cheesy County who can defeat him. The clan heads of the Zhang and Tang clans looked at the distant Shao Xiong. Their faces were filled with confusion. Tang Tian said suspiciously, the duel is not over yet. Why are you leaving so early? Could it be that you already know of Lung Zhengyun's arrangements? The Zhang clan head smiled faintly. I don't think so. He must have already guessed that Shao Chen would definitely lose this duel. Hence, he went to make arrangements in advance. Tang Tian was still confused in his heart. I hope so. If he can win this duel, that would be for the best. I do not wish to have to take the final step. Father, what's wrong with the clan head? Were you all talking about cousin Shao Chen earlier? Looking at the distant Shao Xiong, Shao Yulan felt that something big was about to happen. However, she had no clue as to what was going on. Shao Chong waved his hand and did not answer this question. He said, just watch the match. Shao Chen still has a chance. You do not have to worry about these things. In the ancestral hall in the backyard of the Shao clan, Shao Xiong knelt in the center of the ancestral hall. He faced the hundreds of memorial tablets and said in a deep voice, Shao clan ancestors, I, Shao Xiong, am useless. I am unable to restore the Shao clan to its former glory. If there is any punishment, please place it all on me. It has nothing to do with the younger generation. Chapter 86. Shao Chen, who was in the arena, did not notice Shao Xiong leaving. He looked at the wood shavings on the ground, his heart filled with disbelief. He had heard of the essence light arrow before, but he did not expect such a heaven-defying item to appear in such a large city like Mo City, breaking his life bestowal spell. Chi! Chi! Countless cold stars appeared behind Tang Feng, as if they were frozen stars. The temperature on the stage immediately dropped by quite a bit. Tang Feng had a solemn expression on his face as he held the bow with his left hand. His right hand, which was drawing the bowstring, gave off a boundless radiance. Shao Chen felt a chill in his heart. He had seen this move in Gloomy Forest before, but this time, it seemed different. The cold lights behind Tang Feng suddenly disappeared, replaced by countless sparks. The cold chi was swept away, and a boundless heat wave surged over. Martial technique. Ice fire flowing cloud arrow. An arrow of ice and fire intertwined immediately appeared on the bowstring. The arrow slowly took shape and shot out with a so sound. The cold light and flames flowed continuously on the body of the arrow. It left behind a dazzling trail of light as it flew through the air. It was extremely beautiful. Boom! This was the fastest arrow Shao Chen had ever seen Tang Feng shoot. In the previous moment, the arrow was still in Tang Feng's bow, but in the next moment, it had already flown in front of him with a beautiful trail of light. Heavenly Lightning Shield. In a situation where he could not dodge, Shao Chen instantly executed the Heavenly Lightning Shield. The electric light solidified into a golden shield, wrapping Shao Chen in the middle. CA. The Heavenly Lightning Shield was instantly pierced through, and the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow pierced through the Heavenly Lightning Shield, landing heavily on the right side of Shao Chen's chest. The qi and blood in his body surged, and Shao Chen tasted something sweet in his throat as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Tang Feng, who was in front, frowned slightly. When he saw that the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow did not pierce through Shao Chen's body, he was somewhat astonished. His right hand gently plucked the bowstring, and an invisible energy was transmitted to the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow. In the next moment, the energy arrow made of ice and fire exploded. The interior of the Heavenly Lightning Shield was extremely weak. It was instantly shattered by the explosion. The huge energy of the ice and fire intertwining violently sent Xiao Chen flying into the air, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, felt pain all over his body. Ever since he came to this world, he had never suffered such heavy injuries. He quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to land, Tang Feng shot out 3 ice-fire-flowing cloud arrows. Xiao Chen was wearing battle armor, so the ice-fire-flowing cloud arrows were unable to pierce through Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was like a target, being shot higher and higher by Tang Feng. After 3 consecutive explosions, the surging shockwaves were like blossoming fireworks in the air. Under the impact of the shockwaves, Xiao Chen had already reached a height of over 200 meters. Tang Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead, revealing a cruel smile on his face. Only now did he dare to relax a little. Shooting Xiao Chen into the air was a strategy that he had come up with long ago. No matter what, a person would not be as nimble in the air as they were on the ground. This way, Xiao Chen would become a live target. Tang Feng could say that victory was already within his grasp. This time, Xiao Chen is finished. He has become a live target. Indeed, quickly admit defeat. Xiao Clan, I can't bear to watch any longer. From the start until now, he has been continuously being shot at. The Xiao Clan is not admitting defeat. Who knows, maybe Xiao Chen still has some trump card that he has not used. What trump card could he have? He does not even have a secret treasure anymore. How could he take out something divine? The crowd discussed spiritedly. Most of them could not bear to watch. No one expected Tang Feng to be so strong. Originally, no one thought highly of him, but he was actually able to force Xiao Chen into such a situation. In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yulan had tears in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen in the air. She said, "Father, just admit defeat. We do not want this 7-horn mountain anymore. Cousin Xiao Chen is about to die." The eyes of Xiao Ling Yilan, and the others behind her also turned red. No one expected that Xiao Chen would risk his life to such an extent and that the duel would be so cruel. "It is not time yet," Xiao Chong said indifferently. Xiao Chong said indifferently. Xiao Yulan and the others did not know that Xiao Chen was wearing a profound ranked battle armor. In the pavilion of the Zhang and Tang clans, the Zhang clan head looked at Xiao Chen, who was continuously being shot at. His face was filled with joy as he smiled. "Congratulations, your young master is about to win. The Leng clan will probably reward you greatly." Tang Tian's expression was somewhat relaxed as well. He leaned on the railing and smiled faintly. "It does not matter. Not having to the last step is already the best result." Xiao Chen, who was in the air, had his eyes closed. His expression was incomparably calm as he thought about every single detail of this battle. From the start, he had been too eager for quick success. His lightning evasion was no longer a secret. However, he still treated it as a killing move. He was too naive. Even though he knew that his opponent had a long-range attack, he still executed the life bestowal spell. His earlier battle with Zhang he had inflated his confidence. Thoughts flowed like electricity in his mind. Xiao Chen did his best to think of a countermeasure. If he were to descend quickly, he would still become Tang Feng's target. He might as well ascend to the heavens and fight to the death. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen roared angrily. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian leaped out from the pool of clear water with a boom. A pure energy was transmitted into Xiao Chen's body. Using this energy, Xiao Chen brandished his saber and pulled it upwards. His body quickly rose up. Every time he brandished his saber, his body would immediately rise by more than 10 meters. What Xiao Chen did not expect was that the arrows that Zhang he shot were actually dodged in such a manner. Tang Feng, who was in the arena, watched as Xiao Chen rose higher and higher into the air, dodging a few arrows. He frowned tightly. The arrows that he shot out were not physical arrows. They were arrows formed by the 2 attributes of ice and fire. If the distance was too far, the accuracy would not decrease, but the speed would decrease significantly. Another essence light arrow appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Xiao Chen, who was in the air, and slowly drew the bowstring. He raised his essence, qi, and spirit to the maximum. Streams of killing qi locked onto Xiao Chen, who was in the air. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had always been in the surroundings. The moment Xiao Chen released his killing qi, Xiao Chen immediately felt it. His heart trembled and he quickly executed the lightning evasion. Executing the lightning evasion in the air exhausted a large amount of essence. However, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. This killing chi made him feel the aura of death. So, just as Xiao Chen left, there was a flash of light under his feet. In the clear sky, it was like a bolt of lightning flashing by. The light flashed and Xiao Chen's figure appeared 1,000 meters in the air. The crowd below could only see a small black dot. What is this Xiao Chen doing? With his cultivation realm, executing a martial technique to fly would exhaust a large amount of essence. It is not something that a martial master can withstand. Tang Tian said worriedly as he looked at the black and the sky from the pavilion of the Zhang clan and the Tang clan. The Zhang clan's clan head smiled faintly. Brother Tang, there is no need to worry. This is obviously to avoid Tang Feng's arrow. He will come down eventually. At that time, even if he cannot die from the arrow, he will fall to his death. In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, the crowd could not understand what Xiao Chen meant. Only Xiao Chong had some idea, but he was not very sure. Could it be the descending divine dragon chop? However, this martial technique has long been lost in the Xiao clan. Even if he really possesses the blue dragon martial spirit, it would be impossible for him to learn it. Tang Feng, who was in the arena, looked at Xiao Chen, who was like a black dot in the sky. His expression turned grave, and his earlier relaxed expression disappeared. The third essence light arrow was slowly knocked on the bowstring, aiming at the black dot in the sky. His aura rose continuously. This was his last essence light arrow. If he could not hit Xiao Chen, he would be in trouble. Roar! Just as everyone was discussing, not knowing what Xiao Chen was going to do, a majestic dragon roar came from the sky. The aura of the ancient holy beast, the blue dragon, slowly pressed down from the sky. Everyone present felt their shoulders sink, like there was a formless pressure pressing down on them. Their legs could not help but tremble. Meteor burst! Xiao Chen roared loudly, and a formless dragon image appeared behind him. He fell towards the ground like a meteor, tearing through the air and splitting apart the shockwaves. So, Tang Feng had already drawn the ice fire bow to the shape of a full moon. He released it with a schwa sound, and the essence light arrow shot towards Xiao Chen, who was in the air. However, Xiao Chen was surrounded by a formless chi field. This was the protective chi field created by the blue dragon martial spirit after executing the meteor burst. Before the essence light arrow, which carried a huge force, could approach Xiao Chen, it was struck by the chi field. It lost its accuracy and brushed past him, eventually disappearing into the sky. Tang Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Heavenly Craft Mountain used superior-grade frost iron and a large number of moonstones to forge the essence light arrow. Unexpectedly, it could not even pierce through the chi field. Before Tang Feng had the time to be astonished, Xiao Chen hacked at him with a supreme dragon might. Tang Feng executed his movement technique to its limits. In an instant, he leaped 10 meters forward. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the arena made of heavenly mountain stones shattered. The surging shockwaves carried countless shattered rocks off the arena. The cultivators below the arena all executed their movement techniques to dodge. Even so, there were many people who were struck by the shattered rocks. The huge force sent these people flying and vomiting blood. The scene immediately turned chaotic. Descending Divine Dragon Chop. It really is the Descending Divine Dragon Chop. Xiao Chong, who was in the pavilion, said somewhat agitatedly. He did his best to see the situation in the arena clearly. However, the arena was covered in dust, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. In the pavilion of the Zhang and Tang clans, Tang Tian said unhappily, "Didn't you say that he would fall to his death? How did such a situation happen?" The Zhang clan head's expression was extremely unsightly. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to reply. When the dust on the arena slowly settled, everyone could finally see the situation in the arena. In a corner of the arena, Tang Feng's complexion was pale. He was in a sorry state as he hung on the wall of the arena, trembling as he hung in the air. He did his best to hold on to the wall, not letting himself fall. His other hand held the ice fire bow tightly. Chapter 87. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. His complexion was somewhat weak. This meteor burst had exhausted a large amount of his essence. In addition to the injuries he had sustained earlier, he was on the verge of collapsing. He was only relying on his willpower to hold on. Ha! Tang Feng suddenly shouted. He did his best to pull with his right hand and leaped high into the air. When he landed on the ground, his body wobbled a few times. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and leaped up. The lunar shadow saber in his hand gave off an electric light. The might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back as he hacked at Tang Feng. Chong! Tang Feng held the ice fire bow and gently pushed it forward, blocking Xiao Chen's saber. Tang Feng pulled back the bow and turned around. His feet moved slightly, and the ice fire bow hacked at Xiao Chen from a tricky angle. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Tang Feng used the bow as a weapon. Coupled with his ingenious movement technique, he was actually able to fight evenly with Xiao Chen in close combat. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. He did not expect Zhang He to have such a martial technique, able to use the ice fire bow as a weapon. After taking 2 steps back, Xiao Chen stepped forward with his right foot. The stance of his hands changed slightly and his aura suddenly rose. Tang Feng was astonished and wanted to dodge to the side. Drawing the saber. The electric light flickered and a dim light streaked across. A bloody wound appeared on Tang Feng's left shoulder. Even though he had retreated in advance, he was still struck by the saber light. Arc light chop. The tip of the saber flicked gently and the electric light instantly solidified on the saber. It created a long arc light in the air. The electric light on the arc light leaped around continuously. Tang Feng wanted to make a move to block it, but he discovered that he could not find any weakness in this move. The angle of the arc light sealed off all his paths of attack. By the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The arc light left a long wound on his chest. The leaping electric light immediately entered Tang Feng's body through the wound. The electric light spun around Tang Feng's body like rotten wood. His footsteps became messy for a moment. He was astonished. He held the ice fire bow in front of his chest and flicked the bowstring violently. Pop! A wave of flame surged toward Xiao Chen, carrying a boundless heat wave. Soaring heaven slash. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and rushed towards the sky. He directly broke through the flames and pierced towards Zhang He. The lunar shadow saber in his hand had a reserved brilliance. There was nothing fancy about it. Tang Feng's face was ashen as he decisively rolled backwards. He did not have Feng Feishue's exquisite movement technique. Against this rushing heaven chop, he could only choose to roll backwards. Rushing thunder slash. Behind Xiao Chen, a clap of thunder rang out. The deafening sound shook everyone's eardrums and made them dizzy. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura rose to the extreme, bringing with it the unparalleled aura of thunder from the 9 heavens, along with the might of thunder and lightning, rolling over. Tang Feng, who was below, had just stood up when he saw Xiao Chen descending from the sky like a thunder god. He hurriedly gripped the ice fire bow with both hands and placed it above his head, wanting to block Xiao Chen's attack. He was very confident in the materials used to forge the ice fire bow. It was an elementary profound rank soul weapon forged from high-grade frost iron. Ka! Ka! The huge force of the lunar shadow saber struck the ice fire bow, giving off a few crisp sounds. After a few crisp sounds, cracks appeared on the ice fire bow that Tang Feng was very confident in. It was about to break. Rushing thunder second chain chop. After Xiao Chen landed, he used the unparalleled might of the rushing thunder slash and executed the rushing thunder second chain chop. In his astonishment, Tang Feng hurriedly used his bow to block. Bang! The ice fire bow broke into 2. The rushing thunder saber technique executed 5 strikes in one breath. At this moment, a violent energy was accumulated. With a boom, Tang Feng was sent flying. Tang Tian, who was above the pavilion, quickly jumped down and caught Tang Feng. His fingers were as fast as lightning as he poked Tang Feng's chest a few times. After that, he quickly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Tang Feng. After Tang Tian checked on Tang Feng's injuries, the expression on his face eased up. He looked at Xiao Chen on the arena and indifferently said to the people who had rushed over, "Let's go." Dugu Feng slowly walked onto the arena and announced, "In this promise of 10 years, the Shao clan is victorious once again. The rights to Seven Horn Mountain belong to the Shao clan once again. I hope that the other clans will respect this result." "Cousin Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Just as Dugu Feng announced the result, Xiao Yulan and the others rushed onto the arena. Xiao Ling-er's eyes were filled with stars as she said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, you are the hero of the Shao clan this time. Yi Lan, Xiao Jian, and the other Xiao clan disciples all surrounded him and congratulated him. The crowd below the arena was somewhat surprised at this result. Xiao Chen's reversal was too sudden. When Xiao Chen saw the crowd, he was filled with joy. With the help of the blood-replenishing pill, his internal injuries had already recovered by half. However, he had overdrawn his essence and his body could not take it. Xiao Chong parted the crowd and brought a few elders over. However, his expression did not show the joy of victory. He first checked on Xiao Chen's injuries before saying, "Go back quickly, the clan head has something to say to you." When they arrived, the Xiao clan's people all had extremely unsightly expressions. Now that they had won the promise of 10 years, their expressions were much more relaxed. Mo City, Tang Clan, Secret Room. Tang Tian had an ashamed expression on his face as he said to Lang Zhengyun, "My son is useless and wasted 3 of Brother Lang's essence light arrows." The news of the two clans' defeat had already reached Lang Zhengyun's ears. When he heard Tang Tian's words, Lang Zhengyun said indifferently, "There is no problem. Man disposes. God disposes. Just do your best." Lang Yunze, who was at the side, said, "Clan head, please make the decision. The 6th elder has already brought 50 martial grandmasters and is hiding in the surroundings of the Xiao clan. They are just waiting for your command." Tang Tian, who was at the side, said, "My Tang clan can provide 15 martial grandmasters to listen to Brother Lang's orders." The Zhang clan head continued, "My Zhang clan can provide 12 martial grandmasters to listen to Brother Lang's orders. We will listen to the clan head's orders at any time. We will not hesitate to exterminate the Xiao clan," the 4 martial saints behind Lang Zhengyun said loudly. Lang Zhengyun closed his eyes and thought for a long time before he suddenly opened them. His gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhang, how long do you need to gather the martial grandmasters of your clan?" The Zhang clan head smiled. "I have already made arrangements long ago. The 12 martial grandmasters of the Zhang clan have already been waiting outside the Tang residence for a long time." Lang Zhengyun nodded and continued making arrangements. "Brother Zhang, Brother Tang, aside from the martial grandmasters, how many cultivators can your 2 clans provide?" The Zhang clan has a total of 70 martial masters and 100 cultivators. The Tang family has a total of 80 martial masters and 200 martial artists. A bright light appeared in Lang Zhengyun's eyes as he said, "Good. The 2 of you will each send 1 person to lead these cultivators and guard the path to the city lord's residence. You must block the people from the city lord's residence for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the situation will be set, and no one will be able to reverse it." The Zhang clan and Tang clan's clan heads had difficult expressions on their faces as they said, "Are you not afraid of them settling accounts with you after we go against the city lord's residence's people?" Lang Zhengyun glanced at the 2 of them and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that by going to the Xiao clan, we are not going against the city lord's residence? Do you think that the city lord's mansion wouldn't know that we heavily injured their contestant in the Xiao family? If it wasn't for the powerful background behind my Lung family, do you think Dugu Feng would have compromised?" The patriarchs of the Zhang and Tang clans let out sighs of relief and said, "We'll listen to Brother Lang's orders. We will depart in half an hour. We will wipe out the Xiao clan and leave no one alive." Lang Zhengyun's face revealed a trace of determination and ruthlessness. Mo City, Xiao clan, Great Hall. Xiao Chen followed Xiao Chong and the others to the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, Xiao Xiong had a sullen expression as he sat on a wooden chair. Xiao Chen smiled at Xiao Xiong. "Xiao Chen, fortunately, I did not fail in my mission and won this duel for the Xiao clan." However, after he said this, he discovered that something was wrong. The surrounding elders of the Xiao clan all had complicated expressions on their faces. They did not show any joy of winning the duel. Xiao Xiong muttered to himself for a long time before he suddenly said, "Xiao Chen, is your martial spirit the holy beast, Blue Dragon? Tell me the truth. How did he know?" Xiao Chen's heart sank. His mind was in a mess for a moment. After a while, he finally made a decision. What was to come would eventually come. He could not avoid it. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Xiong without any fear and said, "In reply to father, my martial spirit is indeed the Blue Dragon martial spirit. What's wrong with the Blue Dragon martial spirit?" Blue Dragon. An elder at the side was about to explain when suddenly there were sounds of killing coming from the front yard of the Xiao residence. Miserable cries could be heard and everyone's expressions changed. Xiao Chen's heart trembled and he quickly sent out his spiritual sense. Suddenly his eyes turned bloodshot and he said fiercely, "A bunch of bastards! They actually dare to come again. I will make sure that you will not be able to leave this place alive." Xiao Chen exited the Great Hall and immediately executed the gravity spell. He flew into the sky and rushed to the front yard ahead of Xiao Xiong and the others. In the front yard, there was a group of cultivators led by the Lang clan killing in a frenzy. The weakest of this group of people was a martial grand master. There were also 6 martial saints. The Xiao clan had no way of retaliating. Pu Ci, an inferior-grade martial disciple of the Xiao clan, was struck by Tang Tian's palm and vomited a large mouthful of blood. His heart was shattered by the force of Tang Tian's palm. He was dead. "Don't kill me, woo-woo." A Xiao clan girl flew backward. Lang Yunze, who was chasing her, had a mocking expression on his face. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. He only chased after her slowly and did not make a move. Bang! Just when the girl thought she could escape, Lang Yunze suddenly made a move. A sword light swept out and the girl's head flew into the air. The perfect body that had lost its head was still running in front for a while before it stopped. The clear eyes of the head in the air were wide open, filled with an expression of astonishment. Lang Yunze looked indifferently at the corpse on the ground. He continued to brandish his sword Qi and started to massacre the other Xiao clan disciples. With his cultivation as a martial saint, there was almost no one who could block a single move from him. "Kill them all. Leave none alive. Quickly break through the front yard," the Lang clan head said coldly as he casually broke the neck of a Xiao clan disciple. Countless miserable cries came from the ground and entered Xiao Chen's ears. The entire front yard of the Xiao clan was like hell. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he executed the gravity spell with all his might. He quickly landed in front of a gate that connected the front yard to the courtyard. "Ling, leave quickly, you are almost at the gate. Once you enter the backyard, you should be safe." Yilan did his best to block the attack of a martial grandmaster as he shouted to Xiao Ling, who was behind him. Xiao Ling-er's eyes were filled with tears as she cried, "Yilan!" Chapter 88. Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The saber in the Tang clan martial grandmaster's hand cut open another wound on Yilan's chest. Yilan did not care about the wound on his body as he spoke anxiously to Xiao Ling-er. Just as Yilan spoke, the martial grandmaster changed his angle of attack and headed for Yilan's chest. Yilan felt a chill in his heart and his eyes were filled with despair. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen instantly executed the lightning evasion. The lunar shadow saber hacked at the martial grandmaster's head. If he still wanted to attack Yilan, his head would immediately split open. That martial grandmaster had no choice but to withdraw his saber and retreat. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had suddenly appeared, and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "I caught a big fish. I wonder what kind of reward the clan head will give me after I kill you." Team leader Xiao Chen, "Weren't you in the Great Hall? Leave quickly, this place is too dangerous," Yilan said in astonishment as he looked at Xiao Chen who had saved him. When Xiao Ling saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, she was pleasantly surprised and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, leave quickly, this place is too dangerous." Xiao Chen stared at the martial grandmaster in front of him. He did not turn his head and said indifferently, "You guys leave first. Trust me, I am your team leader, am I not? Why are you still not leaving? Are you trying to distract me?" Xiao Chen's expression turned cold when he saw the two of them did not move. "Team leader, take care. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you have to be careful." The two of them exhorted each other and quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed that they had left the front courtyard. He did not bother with the people in front of him and retreated to the gate that connected the front courtyard to the courtyard. This was the only entrance to the courtyard, the Great Hall, and the back courtyard. As long as Xiao Chen guarded this place, no matter how capable these people were, they would not be able to enter. Under Xiao Chen's delay, a few more Xiao clan disciples left the front courtyard. The Xiao clan disciples in the front yard had all been cleaned up. The Lang clan's clan head, Lang Yun, led a group of martial saints and more than 100 martial grandmasters over to Xiao Chen. "Clan head, this is Xiao Chen," Lang Yunze explained to Lang Yun as he looked angrily at Xiao Chen. Lon Chaoyang said in a lukewarm tone, "He is just an inferior-grade martial master. To think he was able to escape from Elder Lung previously." When Lang Yun heard this, he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The two of you, quickly go and deal with this person." If you cannot defeat him within 3 moves, I will record a major demerit and punish you after this. If you are not able to take him down within 3 moves, I will record a major demerit and punish you after this. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the people in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless killing intent burst out from Xiao Chen's eyes. His right hand quickly formed hand seals and the blood essence buried in the talisman was instantly activated by Xiao Chen, forming a strange connection. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds covered the clear and boundless sky, churning endlessly. Muffled thunder roared continuously. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy. A scarlet pillar of light rose up from 8 different directions around the Xiao residence, rushing into the sky. Xiao Chen's body flew 1,000 meters above the ground. Countless arcs of lightning surrounded him. Thunderbolts flashed by, illuminating Xiao Chen's face, making it flicker between bright and dark. He was like a god of thunder as he stood in the air, emitting a supreme might. Xiao Chen cautiously controlled the surrounding lightning. Under the guidance of the 9th Heaven's thunder formation, the destructive energy poured in crazily. If there was any carelessness in controlling this energy, Xiao Chen would suffer a backlash and turn into dust. Clan head, what is going on? The sudden situation caused the Lang clan's people to feel an indescribable sense of panic. The lightning in the dark clouds was like a sharp knife carrying an aura of death, ready to fall at any moment. Lang Zhongyun revealed an incomparably grave expression. After a while he said in a daze, "This is a formation that only appeared in the ancient era. How can someone lay it? Quick! Shoot him down! Otherwise we will all die here," Lang Zhongyun suddenly said loudly. A group of cultivators with bows and arrows drew their bows and shot at the sky. However, before the arrows that were flying at Xiao Chen could get close to Xiao Chen, they were turned into dust by the lightning in the dark clouds. Outside the front yard, Xiao Xiong, who had led the elites of the Xiao clan, rushed over. When he saw Xiao Chen in the sky and the countless lightning in the dark clouds, his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Don't go any further. That is a formation that has been lost since the ancient era. If you step into it you might be killed by mistake." When Xiao Chong heard this, his expression changed greatly. He said, "It is rumored that only those with a cultivation realm can use the formation. Can second young master withstand it?" The expression on Xiao Xiong's face was incomparably grave. He turned his head and said to Lu Fenglin, "Elder Lu, if anything happens to Xiao Chen later, please bring him away immediately. This is my request. I hope you will agree to it." Lu Fenglin did not say anything. He only nodded his head and agreed to Xiao Xiong's request. Lang Zhongyun looked at the arrows that had turned into dust in the sky. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. After a while, he shouted loudly. He bent his legs and leaped up, rushing into the sky. Xiao Chen moved his spiritual sense. Before he could make a move, the lightning in the dark clouds pierced through the sky under the guidance of his spiritual sense and instantly struck Lang Zhongyun. The strong power of the lightning struck Lang Zhongyun down on the spot. He landed heavily on the ground. His entire body was charred black as he twitched non-stop. "Clan head, how are you?" The people beside him quickly helped him up. They checked his injuries and fed him a medicinal pill. Lang Zhongyun consumed a medicinal pill and his complexion improved slightly. He said weakly, "Leave quickly. Leave before the formation core is formed. Don't bother about me. My internal organs have already been destroyed by the lightning. I have no chance of survival." After Lang Zhongyun spoke, he fainted again. Clan head, are you all right?" Brilliant heavenly might. Guided by Qi. 9 heavens divine lightning. Heed my command. Destroy! Xiao Chen's hands continuously formed hand seals. The lightning in the sky rumbled. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was vast and boundless, and its aura shook the heavens. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, countless lightning bolts struck the ground. There were flashes of lightning in the gloomy sky. Ah! A martial grandmaster was struck by the lightning. He cried out miserably as his body instantly turned into a bloody mess. He died on the spot. Run quickly. The terrifying aura immediately scared everyone out of their wits. Their faces paled in fright as they quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. "You think you can escape?" With the help of the 9th Heaven's thunder formation, His spiritual sense enveloped the entire Shao residence. He placed a hidden mark on the bodies of this group of people. The lightning would automatically chase after the people who placed the mark. Boom, 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 boom. Countless lightning bolts descended. This place was like purgatory. Miserable cries resounded unceasingly. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, it would reap a life.
Xiao Chen did not feel any pity in his heart.
He thought of the girl from earlier. Even after her head was chopped off, she continued to run. His heart could not remain calm. His spiritual sense quickly scanned the air and soon discovered Lang Yunza's figure. This fellow was leaping up and down, actually dodging a few bolts of lightning. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His figure flashed in the air and arrived in front of Lang Yunza. Seeing the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen, Lang Yunza was startled. He said sternly, "Xiao Chen, you actually dare to appear in front of me." "Reckless." Xiao Chen did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. Before Lang Yunza could finish speaking, he was electrocuted into meat paste. The smell of roasting wafted out. Xiao Chen laughed coldly and kicked Lang Yunza's body into the air. There was a flash of saber light and Lang Yunza was immediately chopped in half. His spiritual sense continued to spread out. Xiao Chen targeted those martial saint experts. These people's movement techniques were shocking. They were actually able to dodge the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. There were a few more bolts of lightning as thick as a bucket. Under Xiao Chen's direction, not a single one of those martial saints managed to escape. They were all electrocuted into meat paste. After half an hour, Xiao Chen slowly descended from the sky. The front yard was filled with charred corpses. None of the martial grandmasters or martial saints had managed to escape. The dark clouds scattered and the 8 scarlet light pillars around the Shao residence slowly sank into the ground. The instant the light pillars completely disappeared, the Shao residence's 8 scarlet pillars slowly sank into the ground. The instant the pillars of light disappeared, the horrifying energy between heaven and earth vanished and the sunlight shone on the ground once again. There was a piercing pain in Xiao Chen's mind. Faint traces of blood could be seen clearly on his pale face. Amidst the intense pain, Xiao Chen felt the energy in his body drain away rapidly. Boom! There was an explosion in his dantian. Xiao Chen's cultivation had actually dropped by an entire grade, becoming a superior grade martial disciple once again. When the pain in his mind slowly disappeared, Xiao Chen consumed a qi returning pill. He smiled bitterly to himself. In order to kill this group of people, he had wasted an entire grade of his cultivation. However, he did not regret it. Even if Xiao Chen's cultivation realm returned to the spirit refinement realm, he would not hesitate to use the 9th Heaven's Thunder Formation against this group of people. Shwa! Shwa! The sound of footsteps could be heard as Xiao Xiong led the Xiao clan over. Xiao Chong flew forward and checked on the condition of Xiao Chen's body. He could not help but be startled. He actually dropped a grade. This is too strange. I have never heard of this before. When Xiao Xiong saw that Xiao Chen was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He brought up the same topic again. "Xiao Chen, is your martial spirit the blue dragon?" "So what if it is, and so what if it isn't?" Xiao Chen felt incomparably fatigued. When faced with this question again, he no longer had the slightest bit of patience in his heart. Xiao Xiong's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would use such a tone to speak to him. He said in a deep voice, "If it is, you can leave now. Never come back to Mo City. The further you go, the better." Xiao Chen was startled. Although he had already planned to leave the Xiao clan after the promise of 10 years, he did not expect such an ending. Xiao Xiong actually wanted to expel him? Xiao Yulan, who was at the side, said in astonishment, "Clan head, now that Xiao Chen has done a great service, why are you still chasing him away?" Xiao Xiong took out a stack of banknotes and 2 porcelain bottles containing medicinal pills. He said to Xiao Chen, "Here are 1,000,000 taels of silver and 2 bottles of rank 3 medicinal pills. Keep them." Yilan suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away." Xiao Ling also suddenly knelt down and said, "First uncle, don't chase elder brother Xiao Chen away. He is now the hero of our Xiao clan." "Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away." Those who had trained with Xiao Chen in the gloomy forest, as well as those who were saved by Xiao Chen, all knelt down as well. Xiao Xiong said angrily, "What are you trying to do, rebel?" Xiao Chen did not say anything. He slowly walked over and helped everyone up. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he knelt in front of Xiao Xiong and kowtowed heavily. "This kneel is to thank you on behalf of Xiao Chen. Without you, I, Xiao Chen, would not have been able to come to this world. No matter what decision you make, I will not blame you." Bang! Xiao Chen kowtowed heavily again and said, "This kneel is to thank the elders of the Xiao clan for taking care of me after I came to this world." Bang! "This kneel is to thank all of you brothers and sisters who were willing to plead for me. A man's knees are worth gold. I, Xiao Chen, am not worthy of your kneeling." After Xiao Chen spoke, he dashed out. He did not take the banknotes and medicinal pills that Xiao Xiong had prepared for him. He executed the lightning evasion, and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiao Yulan, who was chasing after him, watched as Xiao Chen gradually disappeared into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed silently. Outside Mo City, Xiao Chen looked at the tall city walls. He used the life bestowal spell and formed a little bird. He took out a prescription and a letter that he had already written. He tied it to the little bird's leg and sent it to Mo Fan's residence. The medicinal pill recorded on the prescription was a medicinal pill that could heal broken legs. Because Xiao Chen could not find the ingredients, he could not refine it. Now that he was about to leave Mo City, he could only give the prescription to Mo Fan. In the letter, he begged Mo Fan to protect the Xiao clan for 3 years. Although Xiao Chen could not see through Mo Fan's strength, he was at least a peak martial saint. With Mo Fan's protection, the Xiao clan should be able to survive this calamity. Seeing the little bird gradually disappear into the sky, Xiao Chen said with some sadness in his heart, "Goodbye, Mo City." When he turned around, he saw an unexpected face. Looking at that beautiful and elegant figure, Xiao Chen did not know why, but his depressed mood actually improved significantly. "Feng Feishue, did you calculate that I would be chased out by the Xiao clan today? That's why you were waiting here?" Feng Feishue, who was dressed in men's clothes and holding a folding fan, smiled faintly when she heard this. "I do not have any other intentions. I just wanted to send you off and give you something along the way." With a flip of her palm, a martial technique manual suddenly flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it suspiciously. He looked at the words on the cover and slowly read it out, "Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art." Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart, but his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "To others, this martial technique is worthless. However, to me, it is a priceless treasure. I do not believe that you would give me such a good thing for nothing. Be more straightforward. What requests do you have? Just tell me directly. I really need what you are giving me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my best to help you." When Feng Feishue heard this, she found it interesting. This was the first time she met a man who dared to speak to her so directly. She smiled and said, "In the future, if I meet with any difficulties, I would like you to help me. I will not tell you what this favor is, but you will definitely be able to do it. Deal. In the future, if you can find me, I will be at your beck and call." After Xiao Chen spoke, he turned around and left without looking back. Seeing Xiao Chen agree so straightforwardly, Feng Feishue was stunned for a moment. By the time she reacted, she discovered that Xiao Chen had already walked far away. She said loudly, "Xiao Chen, are you not afraid that I will cheat you?" In the distance, Xiao Chen's footsteps did not stop at all. He held the martial technique manual and gently waved his hand. A voice slowly transmitted over. "I believe you." Chapter 89. Great Qin Nation, Dongming Province, Sishui Prefecture, Whitewater City, within a restaurant. Have you heard? Something big happened in Hunluo Province's Cheesy County. On the second floor, a cultivator wearing coarse robes spoke to his 4 companions. He had a rough appearance and thick eyebrows, giving him a heroic air. This restaurant was called Liushang Pavilion. It was the largest restaurant in Whitewater City. There was a total of 5 floors. The higher one went, the more silver one would have to spend. After reaching the 3rd floor, if one wanted to go up, aside from needing a large amount of silver, one would also need a noble status. Even if one had money, one would not be able to go up. As for the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion, it was a legendary existence.
It only entertained guests of the same level as the Whitewater City Lord.
Normally, it would not be open for business. Most of the commoners would eat on the 1st floor, but most cultivators would choose to eat on the 2nd floor. Due to the proximity of Savage Forest, there were many cultivators in Whitewater City. Hence, the 2nd floor of Liushang Pavilion had the highest flow of people.
When the companion beside him heard this, he said out of curiosity, "I've heard of this before."
In Cheesy County, there was a youth who killed 10 martial saints and 200 martial grandmasters in one day. Another cultivator said, "Why did I hear that it was 50 martial saints and 500 martial saints?" When a youth sitting by the window on the 2nd floor heard this, he spat out all the wine he was drinking. He muttered to himself, "Rumors? Ah, rumors. If this continues, will I be able to kill a martial king with one slap?"
The youth wiped the water off his mouth and picked up a piece of wood and a carving knife from the table.
He started to focus on carving. The sunlight shone through the window and shone on the youth's distinct face, giving it a faint golden glow. The youth's expression was extremely serious and meticulous.
It was as though what he was holding was not a piece of wood but a rare treasure.
He appeared solemn and respectful. His focused state of mind gave him a certain charm. Beside the young man, there was a snow-white spirit fox. It looked extremely adorable and was excitedly eating a bowl of fish porridge. Not long after, it finished the porridge. It carefully ran to the table, holding the empty porcelain bowl in its mouth, and gently patted the young man's right arm with its right paw. The young man stopped what he was doing and looked at the spirit fox. He realized that it was looking at him pitifully. Its big watery eyes were filled with tears, and its other paw was pointing at the empty porcelain bowl. Seeing its behavior, the young man smiled faintly. "Bye, oh bye, you're really a glutton. Waiter, give me another bowl of fish roe meat porridge." "Give me a big bowl," the young man called out loudly. Not long after, the waiter rushed over with a big bowl of fish porridge. Although his movements were fast, his hands and feet were very steady. It was obvious that this waiter had a certain level of cultivation. Dang! The meat porridge landed firmly on the table. Not a single drop spilled out. The waiter smiled and said, "The fish porridge is here. If you have any requests, please let us know." The young man waved his hand and left behind a silver ingot as a tip. The waiter received it happily and gave his thanks before leaving quickly. When the spirit fox saw the meat porridge was served, its pitiful expression immediately disappeared. It was replaced with a joyful expression as it rushed towards the meat porridge, completely forgetting about the existence of the young man. The young man scolded jokingly, "Now that there's food, it immediately forgets about its master." After he spoke, he did not mind and continued to focus on carving the wooden sculpture in his hands. This young man was Mo City's Xiao Chen. After he left the Xiao clan, he was prepared to rush to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He wanted to become a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and awaken Ao Jiao from the Lunar Shadow Saber. However, after he left the Xiao clan, he discovered that the world was too big. Even the Great Qin Nation was bigger than he imagined. In the Great Qin Nation, aside from the imperial capital and the royal residence in the north, there were also the Dongming Province, Shihe Province, and Nanling Province. Each province governed 3 prefectures, and each prefecture had 7 counties. Furthermore, the area of each prefecture was half the size of the land of Xiao Chen's previous life. It was easy to imagine how big the Great Qin Nation was. The Mo city that Xiao Chen was in was just an extremely ordinary small city. Above it were the Cheesy County, the Hunluo Province, and the Dongming Province. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was located in the Shihe Province. One was in the east while the other was in the west. They were separated by several tens of thousands of kilometers. Xiao Chen had already been out for 2 months. Along the way, he found out that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would conduct a unified entrance test every October. The requirements for the test were very strict. Xiao Chen calculated the time. It was currently July. There were still 3 months before the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's entrance test. Hence, he planned to undergo experiential training for 3 months before going to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was to prevent himself from being eliminated and having to wait until the next October to take the test again. This Whitewater City was one of the prefectures of the Sisui Province. It was located at the edge of the Dongming Province. After leaving the city, it would be the holy land of experiential training, Savage Forest. It was also relatively close to the Shiha province. Hence, Xiao Chen chose this white water city as his experiential training location. Tong, tong, tong. Footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs of the second floor. A group of people walked up to the second floor, chatting and laughing. After that, they continued to the third floor. When the cultivators on the second floor saw who it was, they all stopped talking. The previously noisy floor instantly became very quiet. Everyone lowered their heads and quietly ate their food.
Among the group of people, there was a handsome man dressed in embroidered clothes.
He was very satisfied with the scene on the second floor. He said something to a girl beside him in a low voice. The girl did not have any expression on her face. She politely replied to the other party's words and did not express any preference. Just at this moment, her eyes lit up. She saw Xiao Chen sitting by the window and the spirit fox beside him. She stopped walking with interest. The color in her eyes became more and more intense. She slowly walked towards Xiao Chen's table. Her steps were light and graceful. "Friend, are you selling this spirit beast?" The girl observed the spirit fox for a long time. Finally, she could not help but ask. Her voice was clear and melodious. It was very pleasant to listen to, and one could not help but want to agree to her request. Xiao Chen had noticed this group of people long ago. He raised his head and looked at the girl carefully. He praised her in his heart. This girl was dressed in a green dress. Her facial features were picturesque. She had white teeth and bright eyes. She had an apricot face and peach cheeks. Coupled with her exquisite green dress, she gave off a refreshing feeling of a fairy. However, Xiao Chen had seen many beauties before. The elegant Feng Feishue, who was like a fairy at dawn, the gentle and moving Xiao Yulan, who was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, were not inferior to this girl. As for the absolute beauty, the devastatingly beautiful Yu Ying, there was no need to even compare. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his gaze from the girl. He said indifferently, "If you really understood, you would not have said anything about selling or not selling. You may leave." The girl's heart trembled. She thought that Xiao Chen might reject her. However, she did not expect him to reject her so directly, not giving her any face at all. She was stunned for a moment before she smiled apologetically. "I was indeed rude. I underestimated the relationship between brother and this spirit beast. However, does brother really not have any intention of selling it? As long as you tell me what you want, I will definitely think of a way to exchange it." What big words! Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. This girl was obviously not simple. She could tell that Bai's bloodline was the descendant of a six-tailed spirit fox. It was a natural rank 6 spirit beast. Once it matured, it would become a strong martial king expert. In Dongming province, martial king experts were people that the big clans would do their best to rope in. In fact, in the eyes of some people, the number of martial kings in a clan was a direct indicator of how strong the clan was. Xiao Chen guessed that she must have seen that he was only a superior grade martial disciple. Hence, she thought that he had obtained this spirit fox by chance and did not know its value. She wanted to take advantage of it. After thinking this through, Xiao Chen put down the wooden sculpture in his hand. He had a radiant smile on his face as he said, "Do you mean what you say? As long as I say it, you will be able to do it?" When the girl saw that Xiao Chen's tone had softened, she rejoiced in her heart. She smiled and said, "Of course I will. As long as you say it, I will definitely be able to do it." Her tone was a little arrogant. However, she felt that Xiao Chen was just a mere superior grade martial disciple. His standards would not be very high. With the strength of her clan, they would definitely be able to satisfy Xiao Chen's needs. Xiao Chen's face was filled with sincerity. He said in an extremely serious tone, "Then give me a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. How about it? It's a fair trade. Neither party will suffer a loss." The girl's expression turned cold. She knew that Xiao Chen was making fun of her. She looked at Xiao Chen meaningfully and did not say anything as she slowly retreated. "Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It is your fortune that Miss Duanmu wants to buy something from you. Yet, you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Are you seeking death?" Behind the man in embroidered clothes, a person dressed like a servant said to Xiao Chen fiercely. When the girl heard these words, she frowned slightly. It was clear that she was unhappy. The man in embroidered clothes knew that his servant's bootlicking had gone too far. He quickly stopped him. He turned his head and said to Xiao Chen, "I am Jiang Muheng. If you change your mind, you can come to the Jiang clan to look for me at any time. Miss Duanmu, let's go up first. Young Master Hua and the others are still waiting for us on the 4th floor." The group of people left Xiao Chen's dining table and headed for the 4th floor. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and slowly followed the footsteps of this group of people. "When you go back, check on that brat's background. If he does not have any background, then snatch the spirit fox for me. It is rare to see something that Miss Duanmu likes." "Young master, can I kill someone?" "Up to you. However, you have to handle this matter beautifully. I do not want Miss Duanmu to have any doubts." "I know. Young master. Just wait for me tomorrow morning. I can squash a superior-grade martial cultivator to death with one hand." When this group of people went up to the 4th floor, Jiang Muheng immediately pulled his servant to a corner and told him his plan.
However, he did not expect that Xiao Chen had already noticed that he was not telling the truth.
Xiao Chen recorded everything he said with his spiritual sense. Chapter 90. It's over. This youth offended the Duanmu clan's Mississippi. He probably won't be able to live. Offending the Duanmu clan might not be a big deal, but the eldest son of the Jiang clan has to be careful. He caused Duan Muking to be humiliated in the Jiang clan's territory. Jiang Muheng will definitely not let him off. This youth is definitely a foreigner.
He actually offended the top noble clan of Sisui Prefecture and the top noble clan of Whitewater City at the same time.
Furthermore, he only has the cultivation of a superior-grade martial disciple. He definitely won't live past tomorrow night. The cultivators on the 2nd floor had witnessed the earlier incident. After the group of people left, they looked at Xiao Chen and shook their heads while sighing. Xiao Chen did not mind. He smiled faintly and continued to carve the wooden sculpture in his hands. When he finished the last step, he blew on the wood shavings in satisfaction.
Bai, who was at the side, did not know what had happened.
He raised his head and looked around. When he saw nothing interesting, he continued to eat his fish porridge happily. Bang! Bang! On the 2nd floor, a fatso dressed in jewels walked over to Xiao Chen. His plump body made loud noises as he walked on the wooden floor. It made people worry if he would create a hole in the floor. He walked over with a smile. The eyes on his plump face were now curved slits. He was supposed to be smiling, but his face looked wretched no matter how one looked at it. "Friend, can we sit down and have a drink?" After he spoke, he did not wait for Xiao Chen to agree. He sat down and smiled. "Friend, you are really a straightforward person. You agreed so quickly." His fingers were filled with all sorts of rings. There were jadeite, white jade, gold, everything that one could think of. He held a folding fan made of gold in his right hand, which matched his jeweled clothes. He was dressed up like a nouveau riche. It was as tacky as one could imagine. It was extremely tacky. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. He did not mind that Fatso had come uninvited. He smiled and said, "Are you here to buy this spirit fox as well?" That Fatso opened his golden folding fan and waved it elegantly. It was a pity that his appearance was as strange as one could imagine. If Feng Feishue, who was holding the folding fan, saw this Fatso, would she kill him with a slap? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but smile. Fatso shook it violently a few times, as though he had sensed something. He then slowly answered Xiao Chen's question, "I am not that stupid." Although that girl from the Duanmu clan could tell the bloodline of this spirit beast, she could not tell that this spirit beast already had a blood contract. As long as you don't die, even if this spirit fox is bought by someone, it will come back on its own. Whoever buys it is a fool. Xiao Chen was startled. This Fatso's eyesight was not ordinary. He could not help but ask seriously, "I have not asked for your great name." When Fatso saw that his words had shocked Xiao Chen, he smiled complacently. The fats on his face jiggled. Xiao Chen was alarmed when he saw this. He was afraid that the fats would fall off. "Haha, my name is Jean de Bao. How is it? Isn't this name domineering? My father named me Jean de or something. I thought it was tacky, so I added the word Bao." Xiao Chen sweated profusely in his heart. Jean de, Kim Tae Ho, they are indeed father and son. He forced a smile and said, "Haha, brother Jean,
This name is indeed domineering.
Kim Tae-ho was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's performance. He smiled and said, "Brother, stop wasting time. You should tell me your name as well. The moment I saw you, I felt that we were fated." Xiao Chen. Kim Tae-ho rubbed his chin and muttered in a soft voice, "Xiao Chen. This name sounds familiar. Never mind. Let's not think about it. It's giving me a headache." "Brother Xiao, to be honest, I am very interested in the wooden sculpture in your hands. I wonder if you can let me play with it?" After Xiao Chen spoke, he casually waved his right hand and the wooden sculpture on the table immediately flew into his hand. Xiao Chen was startled again. He carefully recalled Kim Tae-ho's earlier actions.
If I know what he is thinking, I have some confidence in stopping him and preventing him from obtaining the wooden sculpture.
Xiao Chen continuously calculated in his heart. However, after countless calculations, the result was always 0. This fatso's speed did not seem fast, but it gave off a very natural feeling. It looked very casual, as if a friend had said hello to you and then taken away your things in a very normal manner. However, this was all a facade and a cover-up. If he did not want you to know, you might not even be able to guess that it was him who took the item. Kim Tae-ho was only an inferior-grade martial master. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen was on his guard. He listed Kim Tae-ho as an extremely horrifying person in his heart. Kim Tae-ho continuously rubbed the wooden sculpture in his hand. There was a smile in his eyes. It was as disgusting as one could imagine, like a boar in heat. Aside from this, Xiao Chen could not find any other words to describe it. Xiao Chen could not bear to watch any longer. He snatched the wooden sculpture away. He was afraid that if this fatso continued to rub it, the wooden sculpture might really be ground flat. Damn! Xiao Chen held it in his hand and took a look. Yu Ying's chest area had already been ground flat. Her bra could no longer be seen. Xiao Chen was speechless. How disgusting must he be to do this? Kim Tae-ho realized his loss of composure, but there was no shame on his face.
He laughed before looking at Xiao Chen in a wretched manner. "I did not expect Brother Xiao to be a kindred spirit. You actually managed to carve the goddess in my heart so realistically, even more realistic than a real person. Are you selling this wooden sculpture? I'm hungry. This one doesn't seem to be working anymore. Carve another one for me. I will use an earth-ranked spirit weapon to exchange for it. I, Kim Tae-ho, have always been a man of my words. I will not cheat anyone when I do business. I will not be like a little girl who treats you like a fool. If I carve another one, you will grind it until not even dregs remain," Xiao Chen thought to himself. He looked at the wooden carving with its chest ground flat. When he thought of Fatty Jin's sweat on it, Xiao Chen suddenly felt disgusted. He threw the wooden sculpture in his hand out of the window. After that, he shot out a strand of purple flame, shattering the wooden sculpture in the air into countless pieces. After fiercely wiping his hands, Xiao Chen felt that the disgusting feeling was slightly better. "My goddess!" Fatso cried out in surprise. He rushed out of the window and looked at the wooden shards in the air. His face revealed an incomparably sorrowful and heartbroken expression. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He left behind a banknote and prepared to leave this place. "Brother Xiao, don't go. Don't be in such a rush to leave." Fatso was just outside the window. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiao Chen. He had a smile on his face as he held onto Xiao Chen tightly. Xiao Chen wanted to shake off Kim Tae-ho's hand, but he discovered that this fellow was extraordinarily heavy. Without using his essence, he could not budge Fatso at all. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only stop and say, "Don't think that I'll carve that wooden sculpture for you. I will not agree to it." Kim Tae-ho said with a face full of smiles, "It's fine, it's fine. Even if business fails, there is still benevolence. I saw that you were fated, so I would like to treat you to a drink. Let's go to the 4th floor." "My treat," Fatso said boldly as he patted his chest. Xiao Chen could not do anything after being pestered. He said, "We will only drink and not talk. We will leave after we finish drinking." Kim Tae-ho giggled and let go. He said, Sure. Come, let's go to the 4th floor. It's more peaceful there." Xiao Chen followed him slowly up the stairs. What made Xiao Chen surprised was that when the Liushang Pavilion cultivators guarding the 3rd floor saw Fatso, they all had respectful expressions on their faces. Just like that,
They walked to the fourth floor without any obstructions. The fourth floor of Liushang Pavilion was different from what Xiao Chen had imagined. The decorations were very simple. There were no gorgeous decorations. The simple decorations did not give one a dull and monotonous feeling. Instead, it made one feel refreshed and at ease. Ding dong! Ding dong! Behind a screen on the fourth floor came the melodious sound of a zither. It was like an oriole leaving the valley or a swallow returning to its nest. At one moment, it was noisy like heavy rain. At the next, it was like whispering. At first, it seemed like it was spouting thunder and wind, but at the same time, it seemed like it was moaning. The sound of the zither was so beautiful that even Xiao Chen, who did not understand music, felt intoxicated. The melodious sound of the zither, coupled with the elegant decorations of the fourth floor, caused one to unknowingly become intoxicated. Xiao Chen praised, "The decorations of the fourth floor are very ingenious and extremely elegant. They must have been arranged by an expert." When Kim Tae-ho heard this, he felt very pleased. He confidently flung open the folding fan made of gold and waved it a few times. He smiled and said, "I am untalented, but Brother Xiao praised me. The decorations of the fourth floor were done by me. All the branches of Liushang Pavilion in the nation have such decorations." Xiao Chen was speechless. He did not dare to associate the atmosphere of the fourth floor with Fatso. After a long time he said, "Pretend I never said anything." Under Kim Tae-ho's guidance, the two of them found a table near the railings. The view of this place was very wide. They could clearly see the people coming and going on the streets. "Waiter, bring 2 jugs of good wine, a few dishes to go with the wine, and a bowl of fish porridge," Kim Tae-ho immediately called out loudly after he sat down. Liushang Pavilion's efficiency in serving food was very high. In a short while, the waiter had brought all the dishes and wine over. A bowl of fragrant fish porridge was placed in front of Kim Tae-ho. When Bai smelled the fragrance, he immediately leaped onto the table and walked towards the fish porridge. Kim Tae-ho felt that it was interesting and stretched out his hand to rub Bai's head. With a gentle flash, Bai avoided Kim Tae-ho's fat hand. He used his claws to slowly push the fish porridge towards Xiao Chen. In the end, he even rolled his eyes at Kim Tae-ho. After being looked down upon by Bai, Kim Tae-ho smiled awkwardly. He took a sip of wine and said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao Chen, you really have a pair of wonderful hands. I have a plan to get rich. As long as brother is willing to cooperate, you will be able to get rich immediately." Xiao Chen nodded his head with some interest. "I'd like to hear the details." Kim Fatso chuckled and moved closer to Xiao Chen's ear in a wretched manner. He whispered his plan to him. After Xiao Chen heard it, he could not help but smile bitterly. "I discovered that not only are you fat, your guts are also extraordinarily fat." Kim Fatso chuckled. "As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know it was done by the two of us." Just as Xiao Chen was about to reject, a manservant ran over and said to Xiao Chen, "Dear guest, the guests at that table want you to go over." Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiao Chen saw that the group of people the manservant was talking about was Jiang Muheng, Duan Muking, and the others. Chapter 91. "You want me to go over just because you say so?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. "What do you take me for?" Xiao Chen originally did not want to bother with him. However, when he saw the manservant not leaving, he asked, "Who told you to pass the message?" The manservant replied honestly, "The first young master of the Jiang clan. Young master Jiang Muheng said that he wants you to go over and drink some wine. He said that he wants to introduce you to his friend." Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He said indifferently, "Tell him to come over himself. To be honest, I do not know him." The manservant revealed a difficult expression, not knowing what to do. If he passed the message like that, the people opposite him would not give him a good attitude. They were not people that could be offended. Jean Fatso smiled. "Since when did the people of Liushang Pavilion lose their backbone? Pass the message according to this brother's words. Do not change the words." Since Jean Fatso had spoken, the manservant could only do as he was told helplessly. "This Fatso does not have any good intentions. He is helping me on the surface, but he is secretly trying to incite conflict between me and the other party." Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, he did not mind. Since Jiang Muheng did not respect him, there was no need for him to look down on him. Jean Fatso picked up his wine cup and clinked it with Xiao Chen's. Brother Xiao, you are really bold. Do you know what kind of people they are? Xiao Chen said indifferently, I would like to hear the details. Jean Fatso picked up his wine cup and pointed to one of them. That is Duan Muking. His clan is the #1 noble clan in Sisui Prefecture, one of the 3 great powers in Dongming Province. He has an innate bloodline, and his martial spirit is the Ice Crystal Phoenix. It has been passed down for thousands of years. The man sitting on his right is called Hua Yunfei. The Hua noble clan is also one of the 3 great powers in Dongming Province. The martial spirit of his clan is a surging holy river. However, his martial spirit has mutated, and the holy river has turned into a horrifying river of blood. The last one is even more terrifying. He is the last disciple of the Misty Sword sect master, Chu Chaoyun. There is no need for me to introduce the Misty Sword sect. It is an existence comparable to a holy land. However, the most troublesome thing is not these people, but that brat called Jiang Muheng. In this Whitewater city, the Bai clan is the most powerful. As the saying goes, it is easier to deal with the king of hell than the little ghosts. You embarrassed him in front of this group of people. In the end, Kim Tae-ho chuckled twice. His meaning was self-evident. Xiao Chen understood the consequences of offending a villain. However, he had the ability to protect himself, so he was not afraid. However, he was a little confused as to why the younger generation of the 3 great powers of Dongming Province had all come to this Whitewater city. Xiao Chen asked, You should know what this group of people is here for, right? Jean Fatso fanned himself a few times with a look of understanding. He smiled and said, There is no point in telling you. Aside from Jiang Muheng, this group of people have all surpassed the martial master realm. They are all martial grand masters. With your cultivation realm, it is best if you do not know. Jean Fatso only said half of what he wanted to say. It was clear he wanted to entice Xiao Chen to continue asking. After that, he pretended to be in a difficult position and had no choice but to tell Xiao Chen. He wanted Xiao Chen to owe him a favor. Although Xiao Chen was curious, it was not to the point where he needed to know. Furthermore, this Fatso was obviously not an ordinary person. Thinking of the plan he mentioned, Xiao Chen felt that it was better not to have any dealings with this person. Who knows, he might be killed by him without even knowing it. Seeing that Bai no longer wanted to move after eating, Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart and prepared to take his leave. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, Jiang Muheng led 2 servants over with a gloomy expression. This brother, do you dare to report your name? Xiao Chen took a glance behind him and discovered that the people at the opposite table had already finished eating. Duan Muking and the other 2 had already left. After thinking for a while, he guessed Jiang Muheng's motive. Since the main character had already left, there was no need for Jiang Muheng to continue maintaining his demeanor. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not immediately answer Jiang Muheng's question, a cultivator behind him pointed at Xiao Chen and said, Are you very arrogant? Our young master wants you to go over for a drink, yet you do not give him face. Who do you think you are? You don't even care about the Whitewater City's Jiang clan. Xiao Chen stood up and clenched his right hand into a fist. The purple light was withdrawn and he did not waste any time speaking nonsense or using any fancy moves. He simply punched the servant's chest. There was a loud boom, and the purple light exploded out. The huge force sent the servant flying. His hands kept grabbing wildly in the air, but he could not grab anything. Bang! The servant landed on a wooden table and the wooden table immediately broke into 2. However, the huge force did not weaken at all. That servant continued to roll on the ground. Finally, he crashed into the wall and vomited a mouthful of blood before fainting. Xiao Chen wiped his hands and looked at the dumbfounded Jiang Muheng. He smiled faintly and said, Sorry, when a dog barks, I only use my fists and not my mouth. Now, I will answer your question. I am called Xiao Chen, Grass Head, Morning. Goodbye. After Xiao Chen spoke, he leaped over the railing of the 4th floor and jumped down. When the spirit fox at the table saw Xiao Chen leave, it quickly followed suit. When Xiao Chen saw Bai jump down as well, he was startled. His body paused in midair before he turned around and hugged the spirit fox. He scolded, I jumped, and you jumped as well. Are you not afraid of falling to your death? Xiao Chen, who was hugging the spirit fox, took a deep breath and leaped into the air. He landed on the roof of a house by the side of the street. In a single leap,
He covered a distance of 100 meters. After that, he leaped a few more times and disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother Xiao, you still have not told me if you agreed to my plan. Jean Fatso shouted at the distant Xiao Chen as he leaned on the railing. Jiang Muheng punched the table where Xiao Chen was drinking wine earlier. The wooden table immediately shattered into 4 pieces. The bowls and plates on the table fell to the ground, clanging non-stop. When the customers on the 4th floor saw the situation, they no longer had any desire to continue eating. They threw down a stack of silver notes and paid their bills before leaving. Jiang Muheng stood in his original spot with an ashen expression. As he watched Xiao Chen leave, his eyes were filled with rage. He had never seen such an arrogant person in Whitewater City before. He actually dared to injure his men in front of him. Then, he calmly reported his name and left. The people on the 4th floor were all reputable people in Whitewater City. After tomorrow, the entire Whitewater City would probably laugh at him. First, young master, you have to take revenge for me. The servant in the corner woke up in a daze. He was not sure of the current situation. He trembled as he walked to Jiang Muheng's side. Bang! Jiang Muheng was currently in a fit of rage. He raised his leg and kicked the servant flying again. He scolded him viciously. Trash! You have completely thrown away the face of this young master. Jiang Muheng turned around and was about to leave. He wanted to use the spies in his family to quickly find out where Xiao Chen lived. He could not wait to tear Xiao Chen's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Young Master Jiang. Wait a moment. It seems like you have not paid your bill yet. Jean Fatso blocked Jiang Muheng with a smile. Jiang Muheng could not be bothered with him. He took out a stack of silver notes and threw them on the ground. Jean Fatso rolled his eyes and smiled. Young Master Jean, this amount doesn't seem right. Look, you broke 2 of my tables and even chased away all the customers on the 4th floor. 3,000 taels of silver is not enough. Jiang Muheng looked at Kim Tae-ho with disdain. He took out a few more gold notes and threw them on the ground. After that, he stomped on them and scolded. That's enough, damn fatso. Kim Tae-ho looked at the gold notes on the ground and a smile blossomed on his face. He squinted his eyes and said, That's enough, that's enough. Young Master Jiang is indeed young Master Jiang. This is not an ordinary kind of spending. Take care, I won't send you off. Drink to your heart's content next time. Look at this mouth of mine. When I'm happy, I start to tremble. Don't be angry. I meant to welcome young Master Jiang back for a meal next time. Kim Tae-ho did not mind Jiang Muheng's mockery. He squatted down and smiled as he picked up the silver notes on the ground. Every time he picked up a note, the expression on his face became more intoxicated. Young master, let me pick them up. This is such an embarrassing thing. It is not befitting of your status, a manservant from Liushang Pavilion said as he could not stand it anymore. Kim Tae-ho pushed the manservant away and said, Go to the side. Can't you see this lord is having a good time picking them up? Not everyone is like this Lord Jean, who can afford to lose 10,000 taels of silver for 2 tables. Haha. It was unknown when the zither music on the 4th floor had stopped. A girl in pink walked out from behind the screen, carrying a zither. She did not put on any makeup. Her hair was tied up in a bun and fixed with a hairpin. Her face was as white as snow and looked very delicate. She looked very pure. However, as she walked over leisurely, she naturally revealed a flirtatious expression. She was very charming and alluring, looking very delicate and alluring. When Jean Fatso saw this girl, he immediately stopped picking up the money and rushed over. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely sigh like a pig in heat. Miss Xiao Xiao, I did not expect you to be here as well. De Bao missed you so much. Jean Fatso's fat body was moving very quickly. He spread his arms wide and rushed towards the girl in front of him. Even Xiao Chen would feel ashamed if he saw this speed. Dang! The 7-string zither in Xiao Xiao's arms moved forward gently and pressed against Fatso's chin. Jean Fatso immediately covered his mouth in pain and squatted on the ground. Xiao Xiao hugged the zither and looked at Fatso on the ground. She smiled coldly and said, Jean Fatso, you really can't change your ways. You always do this. Jean Fatso stood up with a smile. Unfortunately, his chin was already swollen. When he smiled, he looked very wretched. Now when he smiled again, the word wretched was used to the extreme. Fortunately, you are this fat lord. My teeth are hard. Otherwise, every time you poke me like this fat lord's teeth would have fallen out long ago. After Jean Fatso stood up, he smiled without blushing. As he spoke, he unknowingly walked to Xiao Xiao's side. His fat hand was about to place on her shoulder. Xiao Xiao was looking in the direction Xiao Chen had left in. She did not seem to notice Fatso's actions. Fatty's heartbeat suddenly sped up several times. Seeing another goddess in his heart standing in front of him and finally being able to touch her, the fat on his face couldn't help but tremble a few times. Who? Xiao Xiao suddenly turned around. The seemingly ordinary zither in her arms carried a strong wind as it smashed towards Fatso's face. Fatso was startled. He quickly lowered his head and dodged. Seeing Xiao Xiao glaring at him angrily, Fatso straightened his body and smiled. He said, "This is purely involuntary. Every time I see Miss Xiao Xiao, I feel an impulse. This is a normal physiological reaction of a man. Miss Xiao Xiao, please don't mind." "Impulse my ass. How can there be someone as shameless as you?" Xiao Xiao cursed Fatso in her heart 10,000 times. However, she knew how thick-skinned Fatso was. The more she scolded him, the more cocky he would become. The best way was to ignore him. Xiao Xiao found a clean table and sat down. She said, "Damn you, Fatso. What is your relationship with that youth?" When Fatso heard this, he was stunned. He said very seriously, "Could it be that I, your brother Jean, am not enough to satisfy you?" "Xiao Xiao, your appetite is too big. F***ck. This time, Xiao Xiao could not bear it any longer. She slapped the zither and it flew into the air, creating a shockwave as it flew towards Fatso. Chapter 92. Fatso knew the origins of this zither, so he did not dare to clash head-on with it. He nimbly dodged to the side, displaying a speed that did not match his figure. Whew! The zither's momentum did not stop. With a loud boom, it pierced a hole the size of a bowl in the wooden wall of Liushang Pavilion. The wood of Liushang Pavilion's walls was made of 100-year-old peak-quality sandalwood. A single piece of wood was worth thousands of gold. Fatso looked at the huge hole and felt his heart bleeding. He ran to the front of the hole and gestured with his hands, trying to calculate how much money he had lost. "Damn! I have lost half of the banknotes I just picked up," Fatso cried out in pain after he gestured. Boom! The zither that had already flown out flew back with a schwa sound. This time, the force behind it was even greater. Another hole appeared in the wooden wall. Fatso felt an incomparable pain in his heart as he cried out involuntarily, "It's over. I have lost another half. I have not earned a single cent today." The zither returned to Su Xiao Xiao's hands. She sat on the long bench with her eyes closed, revealing an intoxicated expression. Her hands gently caressed the zither. Ding! She suddenly opened her eyes and quickly plucked the strings of the zither with both hands. A passionate tune of a powerful army fighting on the battlefield suddenly sounded. The pitch gradually rose, and in an instant, it made people feel as if their blood was boiling on the battlefield. Tong! 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 Sound waves spread out in all directions along with the sound of the zither. Fatso thought to himself, "It's over. This granddaddy's mouth has caused trouble again." Just as he thought to himself, all the antique porcelain decorations on the 4th floor started to shatter. None of them could avoid it. Finally, the sound of the zither grew louder and the killing intent became heavier. Aside from Su Xiao Xiao's table, everything else on the 4th floor flew into the air. Bang! Su Xiao Xiao ended the song heavily, and all the wooden tables and chairs in the air shattered. Countless wooden shavings danced in the air, and only after a long time did they slowly fall to the ground. Fatso's face, which had always been full of smiles, was now devoid of any color. His face was deathly pale, as if he could fall down at any time. It was extremely funny. A manservant at the side quickly supported him and whispered, "Young master, don't be too distressed." The shopkeeper knew that Miss Su Xiao Xiao was coming and guessed that you would make her angry, so he changed all the antiques to fake ones. Fatso's eyes moved and he said, "Really, this guy knows me too well." "It's true." When Jean Fatso heard this, he immediately became spirited. The smile on his face was restored, but then he said bitterly, "The others are fake, but these 2 holes, no matter what, can't be fake. It's still a loss." "Damned Fatso, get over here." After doing all this, Su Xiao Xiao felt better. She put away the zither and cursed. Jean Fatso no longer had any temper. He quickly jogged over and said with a smile, "Miss Xiao Xiao, what instructions do you have for me? This fat brother promises to satisfy you." Su Xiao Xiao frowned slightly and glared at him. "What is your relationship with that youth from earlier?" Fatso no longer dared to talk back. He said honestly, "I just met him today. I want to do business with him. I only know that he is called Xiao Chen. I am not sure about anything else." Xiao Chen? When Su Xiao Xiao heard this name, she thought of a possibility. A smile immediately appeared on her face. This casual smile was like a flower blooming. It was very beautiful. Fatso was stunned when he saw this. When Su Xiao Xiao saw Fatso's silly expression, she could not help but feel disdain in her heart. She asked again, "How much do you know about the ancient ruins that the Bai clan mentioned?" Uncle Jean recovered his wits and said, "I know a little. The Bai clan obtained a treasure map of the ancient ruins. However, they do not have the strength to enter. So they invited the three major powers of Dongming province to explore the ancient ruins together. However, I don't know who in the Bai clan leaked the news. Now, this news has been made known to everyone. The big forces in Shiha and Nanling have all sent people here. Even the prince's mansion has sent people here." Su Xiao Xiao was astonished in her heart. The attraction of the ancient ruins left behind by the ancient humans was too great. It looked like it would not be easy to get involved in this mess. Whitewater City, Western District, within an independent courtyard. There was a wooden staff in the courtyard. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and focused on the wooden staff in front of him. His aura was at its peak. Chi! Drawing the saber. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at the wooden staff. The wooden staff, which was as thick as an arm, was shaved off. Shwa! 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 Xiao Chen quickly hacked 3 more times. When the 4th strike landed, the wooden staff shook a few times before falling to the ground. After just 4 simple strikes, Xiao Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. Wiping his sweat, Xiao Chen muttered, "It's still not working. It has already been half a month and there is no progress." Xiao Chen had bought this independent courtyard after he arrived in Whitewater City. After he settled down, he went to Whitewater City. After he settled down, he immediately started to organize all the martial techniques and cultivation techniques he had learned since he came to this world. In the end, he discovered that the things he knew were too complicated. He decided to refine his martial techniques. He was not in a rush to return to the realm of superior-grade martial disciple. He might as well use this opportunity to refine his foundations. The martial skills derived from the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula were temporarily put aside by him. The true essence of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. Until now, he had not truly understood it. He could only imitate the surface of it and was unable to make it a part of his body. After using it for a long time, he discovered that with his current realm, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. In the long run, he would completely lose himself and be lost in these external martial techniques. Thus, he focused on researching the Rushing Thunder Saber technique and the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring art. The Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring art had always been practiced in a secluded place in Savage Forest. The Rushing Thunder Saber technique did not have a high requirement for a place to practice it. Thus, whenever he came back to rest, he would practice it in the courtyard. The Rushing Thunder Saber technique focused on completing it in one breath, condensing one's aura to the extreme before using the Rushing Thunder Chop to release all the accumulated energy from the previous moves in an explosive manner. This was a very ferocious martial technique. If he could completely execute the Rushing Thunder Triple Chain Chop, he would be able to bring out this explosive power to the extreme. It would increase by many times and in the end, it could even surpass a regular Earth-ranked martial technique. However, he discovered that this saber technique had a fatal flaw. If the first move, drawing the saber, was unable to force the enemy back, then there was no need to execute all the moves after that. If one's aura was exhausted, how could one execute a move? Xiao Chen thought back to the ancient times of China where some bladesmen practiced their saber techniques. He felt that it made sense, so he brought it to this world and started to practice it. This upright stick looked as thick as an arm, but it was actually very light. It was a special kind of wood in the Tianwu continent. As long as one had the strength of a feather, they would be able to push it down. What Xiao Chen needed to do was to quickly draw his saber in an extremely short amount of time. In the situation where he had shaved off a part of the stick still did not fall. This seemingly simple strike actually exhausted a large amount of mental energy. In the month that he had been in Whitewater City, Xiao Chen had spent most of it practicing the first move of the rushing thunder saber technique, drawing the saber. Every day, he would swing his saber no less than 1,000 times. At first, when he touched the stick, it would fall. Slowly, he would be able to send out one saber strike. Now, he could send out 4 saber strikes in a row. After that, he remained stagnant. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen straightened the stick again and continued to practice the first move of the rushing thunder saber technique. Unknowingly, the sun had already set in the west. Streaks of red light dyed the sky a fiery red. The setting sun dyed the entire sky red. Xiao Chen continued to repeat the same actions without stopping. He did not know fatigue, nor did he know how much time had passed. Only when the sky turned completely dark did Xiao Chen stop what he was doing. His clothes were completely drenched in sweat, and he felt his arms aching. Xiao Chen did not immediately rest. He sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a state of cultivation. When one's body reached its limit, cultivating it again would result in unexpected results. After an hour, Xiao Chen had circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in his body a few times. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. All the sweat on his body had already evaporated. His blood was boiling, and the aching pain in his arms had completely disappeared. Whew! Xiao Chen got up and took a deep breath. He stretched his arms, and all the bones in his body gave off crackling sounds. A comfortable feeling entered Xiao Chen's mind. Pooh! Wen Bai, who had been standing on the stone table, saw that Xiao Chen had finished cultivating. It quickly jumped down and ran into his embrace. Its eyes, which were filled with spirituality, gave off a faint glow in the night. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and picked it up. After playing with it for a while, he stored it in the spirit blood jade. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to return to his room to sleep, a faint killing intent came from a distance. Xiao Chen frowned and extended his spiritual sense in the direction of the source of the killing intent. In the middle of the night, there was a figure holding a broad saber in his hand. He was leaping around the roofs, heading towards Xiao Chen's courtyard. When Xiao Chen saw this person's face, he smiled coldly in his heart. This person was Jiang Muhing's other servant, the one who boasted that he could kill Xiao Chen with one slap. The Jiang clan was indeed very powerful in Whitewater City. In less than half a day, they actually managed to find his residence. It looked like he could not stay here for long. Seeing the figure getting closer, Xiao Chen slowly stood at the corner of the courtyard. He withdrew his aura, and the black lunar shadow saber in his hand did not have any luster in the night. Dong! The figure landed firmly on the wall of Xiao Chen's courtyard from the roofs. He was not in a rush to get down. Instead, he released his perception. Strangely, he did not feel anyone in the courtyard. He muttered to himself, "Could the information be wrong? That can't be. It should be that the brat has not returned yet. I will go down and lie in ambush." Drawing the saber. In the instant he jumped down, there was a resplendent electric light in the dark night. A saber light carrying an unparalleled aura was extremely fast. Before he could react, it chopped his body in half. This saber was incredibly fast. His body that was chopped in half did not immediately split apart in midair. He did not even feel any pain. Chapter 93. After he landed on the ground, his legs carried his lower body. Using the momentum from the jump, he ran for a few meters. After an instant, his face revealed a horrified expression. He stared blankly at his legs that were running in front of him. He turned his head and saw Xiao Chen's cold eyes the instant the electric light disappeared. Xiao Chen shot out a strand of purple flame and burned the corpse on the ground to ashes. After that, he went into his room to pack his things and immediately left the courtyard. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen came out of a desolate inn. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body in a black shadow. He slowly walked towards Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chen's attire was not unusual among cultivators. Hence, when he walked into Liushang Pavilion, he did not attract much attention. He casually found a table and sat down. Xiao Chen called the waiter over and said, "Call your boss over for a moment. Tell him I have business to discuss with him." The waiter looked at Xiao Chen and felt that it was funny. "Is the boss of Liushang Pavilion someone anyone can meet?" "My apologies, sir."
I think you might not understand our rules. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out a banknote worth 500 taels of silver. He also took out a wooden sculpture and handed it to the waiter. Do me a favor and run some errands. When your boss sees this wooden sculpture, he should not blame you.
The waiter beamed with joy as he received the banknote and placed it in his bosom.
He said, Sir is really straightforward. I will go now. However, I cannot guarantee that the boss will not see you. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup on the table and gently took a sip. He smiled and said, It's fine. You just have to let him know.
Whether it succeeds or not is not your fault. Not long after the waiter left, the thumping footsteps of Kim Tae-ho could be heard coming from the second floor.
When he saw Xiao Chen's attire, he was slightly stunned.
Then he ran over with a smile. Brother Xiao, why are you dressed like this?
Are you going to run away? If you need to escape, you can look for me. I have my ways. Just tell me where you want to go. Xiao Chen didn't say anything.
His right hand, which was holding the teacup, suddenly reached out and snatched the wooden carving from Fatso's hand.
He put down the wooden carving and calmly caught the slowly falling teacup. Kim Tae-ho's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he carefully sized up Xiao Chen. He was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to act so quickly. Due to his carelessness, he actually fell for it.
Xiao Chen put down the teacup and said indifferently, Brother De Bao, I don't need you to worry about escaping.
Today, we are only talking about business. I am a straightforward person. I will only ask you one thing. Are you doing it or not? A smile bloomed on Kim Tae-ho's face again. I'll do it. Why wouldn't I? Xiao Chen said, In that case, let's discuss the specifics of the plan. I will not carve the wooden carving that you saw last time.
The wooden carving that we will be working on is the one that you saw earlier. Fatso frowned and said with some difficulty, I say, Brother Xiao, for these two wooden carvings, the difference in price is not just 1 or 2 times that of the other without clothes.
In that case, there is no other way. I have my own bottom line. I will not sell the Princess Ingyu carving that I saw wearing a bra. I will take my leave first. Xiao Chen got up and headed out. Fatso quickly got up and pulled Xiao Chen back.
He smiled and said, Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush?
Did I say I won't do it? It's just that we need to discuss the price. Sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. He had already expected that this Fatso would covet this business. He had calculated that Fatso would not let him leave just like that. When dealing with such a scheming person, Xiao Chen could not compete with him in scheming. He could only put on a strong front. That way, he would not be at a disadvantage. When Jean Fatso saw Xiao Chen sit down again, he said, How about this? Brother Xiao, you are a straightforward person. I will not beat around the bush. We will follow the previous plan. You will provide the goods, and I will provide the channels. After that, we will split it 30 to 70. You take 30% and I take 70%. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, I do not like such a split. It is too slow to earn money. Just state your price. How much is it for one wooden carving?
Fatso muttered to himself for a while before saying, How about 100 taels of gold for one wooden carving?
Xiao Chen was startled. He did not expect it to be so expensive. 100 taels of gold was equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. The cost of this wooden carving was practically negligible. This transaction was much bigger than what Xiao Chen had imagined. The taels of silver he had were obtained from the Linlang Pavilion's auction for the fasting pill. Compared to the complexity of refining medicine, Xiao Chen had a much easier time carving a wooden carving. In the Compendium of Cultivation, in the introduction of the life bestowal spell, there was a special record of carving a wooden carving. Xiao Chen's craftsmanship came from it. In this world where martial arts were respected, there were not many people who specialized in this kind of unorthodox technique. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's craftsmanship was unparalleled. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to reject Fatso's plan. However, the assassination attempt last night made him feel a sense of urgency in his heart. The path of cultivation was extremely costly. Not to mention expensive medicinal pills, just good battle armor and spirit weapons required a cultivator to put in a lot of effort. Why were the disciples of the noble clans able to cultivate faster than ordinary people? One of the reasons was because of good quality medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Although Xiao Chen could refine medicinal pills to earn money, he was still unable to refine high-ranked medicinal pills. Furthermore, some of the medicinal ingredients required a lot of money. Furthermore, Xiao Chen still needed to refine magic treasures in the future. Good materials required a lot of money, so he was actually very short of money. When Fatso saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, he thought that Xiao Chen thought the price was too low. He said, "Brother Xiao, are you not satisfied with this price? I am not taking advantage of you at this price. It cannot be any higher." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and smiled. "No, I am just a little surprised. How did you manage to sell this wooden carving for such a high price?" Shwa! The golden folding fan in Fatso's hand suddenly opened up. Xiao Chen knew that when Fatso did this, he was going to start bragging. Indeed, Fatso waved his fan fiercely a few times and smiled proudly. "Brother Xiao, you probably do not know about this. This princess's influence in the imperial capital and the king's residence is not an exaggeration at all. Not only is she extremely skilled in martial arts, she is also as beautiful as a fairy. This fat lord noticed this long ago. There is a business opportunity in this. I have already found people to write a few books for her. It can be said that every man in the imperial capital has one. Under the influence of the books, there are also all sorts of side effects. I have already thought of the idea of this wooden carving long ago. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find a suitable craftsman. Hence, when I saw Brother Xiao, I felt that we were fated. I have been searching for a talent like you for a long time already." Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. This Fatso is really a genius at doing business. He actually thought of such a business method. In the end, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. He asked probingly, "Brother Debao, are those novels of yours erotic?" Fatso smiled awkwardly. This. I can't say that they are erotic. I can only say that they are fantasy novels with some romance elements." Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that this Fatso would not take the proper path. He asked worriedly, "Are you not afraid of the royal court finding out about this?" Fatso smiled wretchedly and said, "There is no need to worry about this. The high-ranking official in charge of collecting these books even discussed the details of the novels with me in private. These are still serialized. If he were to confiscate all of them, he would not be able to read them." Xiao Chen could not help but admire Fatso's skill. He took out the wooden carvings from the Xiao clan and handed them to Fatso. These were carved in the past. There are not many, only about 100. Name a price. Jean Fatso did not say anything. His chubby face was filled with an excited smile. He picked up the wooden carvings in his hands and inspected them carefully. On the 4th floor of Liushang Pavilion, Jiang Muhing and Duan Muqing sat alone at a table. Jiang Muhing smiled gracefully and said, "Miss Duanmu, I have already negotiated with that person yesterday about the spirit fox. My servant has already gone to collect the goods and will send them over to you immediately." Duan Muqing smiled gently. "How much did you spend on it? I will pay you double the price. I will not let you suffer a loss." It was rare to see Duan Muqing smile. The smile on Jiang Muhing's face became even wider as he said, "I did not spend much money. Miss Duanmu does not have to worry about it. As long as you like it, it is fine." Duan Muqing was slightly startled. He smiled and said, "Yesterday, that person wanted a heaven-ranked spirit beast before he was willing to sell it. Young Master Jiang, did you play some tricks?" Jiang Muhing panicked in his heart and said sternly, "Miss Duanmu, although my clan has some influence in Whitewater City, I do not normally do such things. Furthermore, if I were to play any tricks in front of Miss Duanmu, wouldn't I be looking down on the Duanmu clan?" Duan Muqing found it funny and did not say anything. The two of them continued to wait. However, after waiting for a long time, the servant that Jiang Muhing mentioned had not arrived. "I think something must have happened. We will talk about this another day. I will leave first." Duan Muqing finally lost his patience. He got up and walked down the stairs. Jiang Muhing cursed that servant in his heart. He threw down a stack of banknotes and quickly chased after Duan Muqing. Jiang Muhing chased all the way to the 2nd floor and finally caught up to Duan Muqing. He quickly said in a loud voice, "Miss Duanmu, listen to my explanation." Duan Muqing stopped and said politely, "Young Master Jiang, there is nothing to explain. It was not a big deal in the first place. You don't have to take it to heart." Seeing Duan Muqing's expression, Jiang Muhing knew in his heart that he was in deep trouble. He could not help but feel anxious. At this moment, Jean Fatso finally finished inspecting the 100 wooden carvings. He smiled and put them away. Then he took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Xiao Chen. "Brother Xiao, please count them." Xiao Chen put away the banknotes and stood up. "There is no need to count them. It was a pleasure working with you. I will give you more when I have more later." When he turned around, he coincidentally met Jiang Muhing's gaze. When Jiang Muhing saw the black-cloaked Xiao Chen, he revealed a look of astonishment. "Xiao Chen." After the astonishment, there was boundless rage. Jiang Muhing did not expect to meet him here. His embarrassment turned into anger as he walked towards Xiao Chen. Chapter 94. Jiang Muhing did not expect to meet Xiao Chen here. When he thought of what happened yesterday and what happened just now, he could no longer hold back the anger he had suppressed for a long time. Even though Duan Muqing was beside him, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to maintain his demeanor. He only had one thought in his mind now, which was to kill Xiao Chen on the spot. He wanted to repay the humiliation that Xiao Chen had given him several times over. When Xiao Chen saw Jiang Muhing all of a sudden, he was mildly astonished. However, he quickly calmed down. Jiang Muhing did not bring any servants with him. "Young Master Jiang, we meet again." Xiao Chen had a faint smile on his face. He did not show any fear. Instead, it was as though he had met an old friend. He walked over to Jiang Muhing with a smile. Jiang Muhing cursed, "Meeting you." However, before he could finish cursing, he saw a black saber suddenly appear in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen's feet moved slightly, and he quickly got into a stance. Drawing the saber. A saber light flashed before his eyes. Jiang Muhing had never seen such a fast saber before. He had also never seen such a strong person. To think that he dared to make the first move in front of him in Whitewater City. At the critical moment, he brought out the strength of a medial-grade martial master to its limits and retreated with all his might. His extraordinary performance at the critical moment saved his life. This saber did not chop him in half. However, it still left a finger-deep wound on his chest. Blood spurted out into the air. The saber carried a huge force, sending Xiao Chen's body flying back. A large hole appeared on Jiang Muhing's chest and a yellow drawing floated out. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed the drawing in her hands. When Jiang Muhing, who was lying on the ground, saw that Xiao Chen had obtained the drawing, he wanted to stand up. However, he discovered that the saber wound on his chest was too severe. Blood continued to flow out. He did not even have the strength to stand up. He could not help but feel anxious. He coughed out blood in the air and said loudly, "Miss Duanmu, that is a copy of the map of the ancient remnant. You must not let him obtain it." Hearing this, Duan Muqing's face turned cold. She waved her hands and streams of cold air spread out behind her, gathering in her hands. A sharp palm imbued with cold qi chopped ruthlessly at Xiao Chen. The other party was very strong, so Xiao Chen did not dare to take it head-on. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he soared into the air and jumped down from the second floor. Boom! The table behind Xiao Chen was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. Then, it shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless ice shards. What a tyrannical cold qi! When the cultivators on the second floor saw this, they were shocked. They quickly paid their bills and left. They did not want to be affected by this fight. Bang! When Duan Muqing saw Xiao Chen land on the first floor, he stomped on the wooden plank under his right foot. His figure immediately landed on the first floor and appeared beside Xiao Chen. Holy *T. Is he trying to tear down the shop? Jean Fatso could not help but curse loudly when he saw the hole in the wooden plank. After Duan Muqing landed, he immediately sent out a stream of cold qi at Xiao Chen's back. The cold qi quickly condensed into ice in the air, turning into the shape of a small bird. Qi! Duan Muqing formed a hand seal with both his hands and the ice phoenix martial spirit in his body cried out. The eyes of the ice bird flying in the air lit up, and its size and speed instantly doubled. A dangerous aura came from behind him. Xiao Chen immediately stopped and his mind went blank. He recalled the state he was in when he practiced the saber. He was extremely focused and his right hand grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. He instantly raised his aura to the extreme, drawing the saber. When the ice bird was only half a meter behind Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and made a move. The saber light was simple and unadorned.
With a schwa sound, it split the ice bird in half from the middle. The part of the body of the ice bird that was split in half by the saber was very smooth. There were no cracks or bumps at all. This showed how fast the saber was. A trace of astonishment flashed in Duan Muking's heart. There were no ripples in his limpid eyes and his expression did not change. Taking advantage of the instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, Xiao Chen moved and blocked the entrance of Liushang Pavilion. Most of the customers on the first floor were ordinary citizens. When they saw Xiao Chen flying down from the second floor, they knew there was a fight going on. They all paid their bills and left. Duan Muking looked at Xiao Chen expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Hand over the map and I will not harm your life." Xiao Chen held his saber and stood upright. He smiled coldly in his heart. If an ordinary superior-grade martial disciple was struck by the ice bird, they would be severely injured, if not dead. Now that she saw him break the ice bird in one move and said she would not harm his life, Xiao Chen could only say that this girl's schemes were not ordinary. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He pointed with his left hand and 5 strands of purple flames formed in the air. After they spun around, they quickly shot towards Duan Muking. Duan Muking's expression turned cold. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not know what was good for him and actually dared to make a move against her, she snorted coldly. The temperature around her dropped and a boundless cold qi rose up from the ground. When the 5 strands of purple flames met the cold qi, their speed immediately slowed down. However, what surprised Duan Muking was that the 5 strands of flames did not stop immediately. The 5 wisps of flames did not immediately stop. Instead, they slowly arched forward like small fish. Although their speed was slow, they would never retreat. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the 5 strands of flames merged together and formed a huge flame. Their speed suddenly increased explosively. The cold qi in the air could no longer stop the advancement of the flames. Duan Muking's black eyes became even colder. The cold qi surrounding her started to slowly liquefy. Dee. The cold qi turned into water droplets and continuously dripped onto the wooden boards around Duan Muking. The water droplets quickly linked together and formed a hard ice. Dang! 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 3 ice walls rose up from the ice and appeared in front of Duan Muking. The purple flames smashed through the first ice wall and continued flying towards the second ice wall. Xiao Chen's thoughts were as fast as lightning. After the purple flames passed through the first ice wall, he could clearly feel that the might of the flames had decreased significantly. He knew that these flames would not be able to cause any harm to Duan Muking. I will not be able to gain any advantage. I have to leave. Xiao Chen made up his mind and immediately flew towards the nearest window. A superior-grade martial grandmaster against a superior-grade martial grandmaster was clearly irrational. Bang! After the purple flames smashed through the third ice wall, they immediately dissipated into the air, turning into nothingness. Duan Muking watched as Xiao Chen flew away. The cold light in her eyes became even more intense and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Ice! Duan Muking shouted and her clothes fluttered. Her long skirt and fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She locked her perception on the first floor of Liushang Pavilion. An intense cold qi suddenly erupted from her body. Shwa! In the entire first floor, everything was covered in a layer of ice that was 2 feet thick. In an instant, the first floor turned into an ice palace that radiated a cold light. The originally open window was now covered in a thick layer of ice. Xiao Chen's flying figure crashed violently into the ice. There was a loud bang, but the ice did not tremble at all. Xiao Chen was knocked back to the ground by the huge recoil. The speed at which he was sent flying was extremely fast. When he crashed into the ice, he bounced back. He felt an incomparable soreness in his shoulder. Is this the power of an innate bloodline, an inherited martial spirit? Xiao Chen looked at the surroundings radiating with an icy light. He was incomparably astonished as he thought to himself, this is simply too horrifying. Duan Muking walked over slowly. Her fine black hair had already turned completely white. Her eyes were ice cold, without a trace of emotion. Hand over the map, and I will not harm your life, she said. With every word she said, the temperature of the ice palace dropped by a notch. The purple thunder divine incantation in Xiao Chen's body circulated rapidly, resisting the boundless cold wind in the ice palace. Just as Xiao Chen was hesitating whether to take out the map or not, Bai jumped out from the spirit blood jade and stood in front of Xiao Chen. It took a deep breath and its snow-white belly expanded slightly. It spat out a white ball of light from its mouth. Damn! When Xiao Chen saw Bai's actions, he cursed in his heart. He pushed off the ground and expended all the essence in his body. The electricity in the lunar shadow saber leaped around non-stop. Ha! Xiao Chen shouted loudly and flew towards the window. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ice wall. Under Xiao Chen's full power strike, a small crack appeared on the hard ice. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen felt incomparably anxious. He withdrew his saber and clenched his fist, punching the crack violently. He finally managed to create a small hole in the hard ice wall. Xiao Chen did not care much and directly made his way out. When Duanmuking saw that Xiao Chen wanted to escape, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She was about to make a move. However, at this moment, the ball of light that Bai spat out had already arrived in front of her. When faced with this incomparably ordinary ball of light, Duanmuking did not care too much about it. She casually sent out a palm strike. How strong could the attack of a young spirit beast be? The instant Duanmuking's palm touched the ball of light, the ice palace lit up with a resplendent light. This light was even more dazzling than the sun. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Boom! The light scattered and a horrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. In that instant, the ice palace that Duanmuking made instantly shattered. Boom! 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 All the pillars on the first floor of Liushang Pavilion were shattered. In the next moment, the entire Liushang Pavilion collapsed. All the buildings turned into rubble. Xiao Chen, who had just made his way out, did not have time to dodge. He was struck by the shockwave and flew into the air, vomiting a mouthful of blood. A white figure ran out from the rubble of Liushang Pavilion. Bai quickly ran to Xiao Chen. Its face was devoid of spirit. It did not have its usual cheekiness. It was dispirited and listless. Seeing it in such a state, the anger in Xiao Chen's heart dissipated significantly. He carried it in his embrace and quickly rushed forward. This was because the danger was not over yet. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could sense a monstrous aura brewing in the rubble of Liushang Pavilion. Chi! A resonant phoenix cry resounded, reverberating throughout the entire Whitewater City. A flowing body of ice flew out from the rubble of Liushang Pavilion and into the air. Then, it turned into a huge ice phoenix. The ice phoenix flapped its wings in the air and a horrifying perception spread out in all directions. It locked onto Xiao Chen's back and soared into the sky. In the instant that Duanmuking turned into the ice phoenix and flew away, a smaller figure leaped out from Liushang Pavilion. It carried a zither and leaped towards the two of them. After a long time, a dust-covered fatso stood up from the rubble while cursing. He looked at the mess that was Liushang Pavilion, which had turned into rubble. He cursed in dissatisfaction. Who did I offend? Chapter 95. That is Duanmuking. He actually revealed the origin of his inherited martial spirit. How strong is his opponent? Indeed, even from 1,000 meters away, the martial spirit that has existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty still gives off such a heavy pressure. Haha, you guys probably don't know. According to the people from Liushang Pavilion, the one who forced Duanmuking to reveal her martial spirit's origin was only a superior-grade martial disciple. Furthermore, he seems to be an outsider. That is impossible. Duanmuking is a martial grand master. If he met a superior-grade martial disciple, it would be like squashing an ant. How could he reveal his martial spirit's origin? He probably even used his martial techniques. It is absolutely true. I came from Liushang Pavilion. That person is indeed only a superior-grade martial disciple. First, he injured Jiang Muheng and snatched away a map of the ancient remnant. Then, he escaped from Duanmuking's hands. In the sky, the ice phoenix flashed a cold light as it soared above the 9 heavens. Every corner of Whitewater City could see it clearly. Many cultivators were discussing it. Whitewater City, Jiang residence. The last disciple of the Misty Sword sect master, Chu Chaoyun, looked at the ice phoenix in the sky. His expression changed slightly as he muttered, "Who is it?" To actually be able to force Duanmuking to reveal his martial spirit's origin. After he spoke, a sword of light appeared under his feet, carrying him into the sky. He turned into a sword image and chased after Duanmuking. Soon, he disappeared into the sky. In another room of the Jiang residence, the Hua clan's heir, Hua Yunfei, looked at Duanmuking in the sky. He revealed a playful smile on his face. After Chu Chaoyun rode on his sword and flew off, he said, "Interesting. I want to see what kind of deity could attract the two geniuses of Dongming province." In the room, a few elders of the Hua clan advised, "Crown Prince, we are only here for the dwelling of the ancient human powerhouse. It is best not to cause any trouble." Hua Yunfei smiled faintly and said proudly, "I have the Hua clan's rare mutated martial spirit. I am destined to rise in this era. No one can stop me. What is there to be afraid of with such a small wave? Don't follow me." After he finished speaking, he turned into a blood-red river that surged into the sky. Everywhere he passed, it was like a blood cloud that covered the sky and the sun. Evil Qi soared into the sky. In the room of the Jiang clan's Duanmu clan, a pretty woman looked at Duanmu Qing, who was in the air. She said worriedly, "Second elder, is Miss Duanmu in some danger? Should we make a move to help?" The dignified and elegant second elder had a calm expression on his face. He said indifferently, "There is no need. If she cannot even deal with such a small problem, how can she be the princess of our Duanmu clan?" At the same time, in the great hall of the Jiang clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, was quickly making arrangements. "First elder, immediately send people to Savage Forest. Regardless of whether they are dead or alive, find that person. We must obtain the map of the ancient remnant. We cannot let the people of the three major powers obtain it." Second elder, immediately set off to receive that esteemed guest from Nanling province. Whether our Jiang clan can obtain any fortuitous encounters this time will depend on this esteemed guest. Third elder, go to Liushang Pavilion and find that trash Mu Hang. Lock him up for a month. Because of Xiao Chen's saber strike, undercurrent surged in Whitewater City. The winds and clouds changed color. However, no matter how shocking the situation in the outside world was, or how the winds and clouds surged, Fatso's current mood was one of unshakable grief. This grief flowed like a river, repeatedly washing away Fatso's weak heart. "Young master, don't just stand there. You have already been standing there for an hour. If you continue standing there, there will be problems with your body." In the ruins of Liushang Pavilion, a manservant consoled the grieving Kim Tae-ho. Although Liushang Pavilion had completely collapsed, there were not many casualties. The guests on the first and second floors had already retreated before the explosion. The cultivators on the third and fourth floors had higher cultivations. They had all jumped out the instant the building collapsed. The waiters and manservants in the inn were all smart people. When it happened, not a single one of them remained. After it happened, they all reappeared. Ah! Just as Fatso was about to reprimand them, a soft moan could be heard. Kim Tae-ho's heart skipped a beat as he quickly looked towards the source of the sound. Pushing aside a few heavy wooden boards, Kim Tae-ho saw the severely injured Jiang Muheng. The wound that Xiao Chen made on his chest was very deep. His internal organs could be seen. At this moment, the wound had not healed yet. Blood was still flowing out slowly. His originally severely injured body, in addition to the collapse of Liushang Pavilion, the current Jiang Muheng was on his last breath. He could not help but moan. He was as pitiful as he could be. He no longer had his usual demeanor. Jean Fatso rolled his eyes and the worry on his face disappeared. He smiled at Jiang Muheng and said, "Isn't this young Master Jiang? Why are you like this? Save me." Jiang Muheng's complexion was pale. He was extremely weak. His voice was weak as he spoke intermittently. Kim Tae-ho moved his ear closer and said loudly, "Young Master Jiang, what are you saying? Speak louder." "Oh, I heard you. Save you. No problem." Kim Tae-ho's face was full of smiles as he took out a porcelain bottle. He waved it in front of Jiang Muheng and said, "Young Master Jiang, do you see this? This is the peak-grade golden sore medicine refined by a rank 7 alchemist. As long as you sprinkle it on your wound, no matter what kind of injury it is, it will immediately heal. Furthermore, this medicine does not have any side effects. It will not leave behind any scars. It is definitely the best choice for an elegant young master like you." Jean Fatso extended the medicine bottle in front of Jiang Muheng and said enticingly. Jiang Muheng's pale face revealed a trace of joy. He stretched out his left hand with much difficulty, wanting to grab the porcelain bottle. However, Jean Fatso quickly retracted his hand. The joy on Jiang Muheng's face disappeared. He looked at Kim Tae-ho with doubt, not knowing what was going on. Kim Tae-ho's chubby face revealed a difficult expression. he said. Young Master Zhang, the moment I saw you, I felt that we were fated. If it were any other day, I would not have any complaints even if I gave this golden sore medicine to you. However, look at this Liushang pavilion today. Because of you it turned into ruins. This fat lord's path to riches has been completely cut off. Now, I am extremely poor. Doesn't your Zhang clan have a business district in the west of the city? How about lending it to this fat lord to reopen Liushang pavilion? As long as you say the word, I will personally apply this peak-grade golden sore medicine on you. This fatso was really shameless. His Liushang pavilion was at most a restaurant. Its annual sales in Whitewater City would be at most 5 million silver taels. However, the Zhang clan's business district had countless shops. Just the rent alone would be 20 million silver taels. Based on Fatso's tone, it was as though the Zhang clan was the one profiting. Zhang Muheng's lips moved. His voice was extremely weak. Kim Tae-ho moved his ear closer and said loudly, Young Master Zhang, what are you saying? Speak louder, I can't hear you. What did you say about Scram, your mother? Damn it. After Fatso heard this, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. He said with a straight face, This fat lord saved your life out of goodwill. I only asked for a street, yet you actually scolded this fat lord. This fat lord really can't afford to be hurt. This feeling of being snubbed while showing kindness is really unpleasant. Let's go. This fat lord will block here. Let's see who dares to come over. Even if your Zhang clan's people come, they will not be able to take your people away. Fatso had just taken a step when a hand grabbed his pants. Kim Tae-ho had already expected that Zhang Muheng would not be satisfied. He quickly turned around with a face full of smiles and said, Young Master Zhang, have you changed your mind? Your voice is too soft. Let me listen. Please don't scold this fat lord again. This fat lord will get angry too. You quickly come over and squat down. Young Master Zhang has already agreed. A brush, ink, paper, and inkstone instantly appeared in Fatso's hands. A manservant squatted on the ground. Fatso placed the brush in his mouth in a very coquettish manner. Then, he dipped the brush in ink and started writing wildly. After he finished drafting the contract, he placed it under Zhang Muheng's hand. He smiled and said, Young Master Zhang, please give me your handprint. Then, please sign your name. Good writing. Even though young Master Zhang is severely injured, your writing is still very elegant. You have the demeanor of a great master. After Zhang Muheng signed, Fatso immediately put away the contract. Then, he took out the bottle of peak-grade golden salve and slowly applied it on Zhang Muheng's wounds. The pained expression on Zhang Muheng's face slowly eased up. He had been on the verge of being severely injured. Now that he relaxed, he immediately fainted. Ha ha ha! How delightful! I lost a gold mine in exchange for a mountain of treasures. Fatso laughed maniacally as he held the contract. When the manservant saw that Fatso really gave the peak-grade golden salve to Zhang Muheng, he felt confused and asked, Young master, did you really apply the peak-grade golden salve refined by a rank 7 alchemist? Indeed. Is there a problem? That manservant said doubtfully. This is not like young master's style. I thought young master would just casually take some rank 3 alchemy and brush it off. Fatso put away the contract again. He took out the golden folding fan and knocked on the manservant's head violently. He laughed loudly. What do you know? Do you think there are many people like Zhang Muheng in the entire Great Qin nation? Doesn't their Zhang clan still have 3 streets? This fat lord will treat him. Next time, I will look for him and cheat him of 3 streets. This bit of medicine money is nothing. That manservant said in admiration. Young master is truly brilliant. This is casting a long line to catch a big fish. Why didn't I think of this? In the future, do not ask me such a question that degrades one's intelligence, Fatso said in a pretentious manner. After he spoke, he opened up the golden folding fan and fanned it violently a few times. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the clouds in the sky. He said ruefully, Sometimes, having a high intelligence is a form of melancholy. I ask the heavens, who in this world can understand me? Life is truly as lonely as snow. Wah! Just as Fatso finished speaking, all the manservants and waiters in the ruins of Liushang Pavilion could not help but vomit. Chapter 96. Outside of Whitewater City, Xiao Chen rushed madly towards Savage Forest. When he saw the weak and unconscious Bai in his arms, his heart ached. The attack that Bai executed earlier was the sharpest attack of the mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation. It compressed all the essence in its body into 9 strands and then released them explosively. It was very taxing on the body. When Xiao Chen was training in Savage Forest, he once met a rank 4 spirit beast. At the critical moment Bai used this move. At that time, Xiao Chen understood the might of this move and the damage it did to the body. Hence, he scolded Bai harshly and warned it not to use it again. He did not expect it to use it today. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw Duanmuking in the form of an ice phoenix in hot pursuit. In 2 different directions in the sky, a figure on a sword and a scarlet cloud attracted Xiao Chen's attention. After hearing Fatso's introduction, Xiao Chen already guessed the identities of the 2 people chasing him. He smiled faintly. The 3 geniuses of Dongming province are working together to chase after me. They are overestimating me. Xiao Chen executed the Azure Dragon Cloud soaring art that he comprehended to its limits. He leaped about on the ground. Looking from a distance, it looked like an azure dragon moving about in the air, creating shockwaves. As long as he entered Savage Forest, Xiao Chen was confident of being able to shake off his pursuers. He had been cultivating in Savage Forest for more than a month and was very familiar with it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to step into the periphery of Savage Forest, Duanmuking suddenly turned into a piece of ice and fell in front of Xiao Chen. The ice melted on the ground like water. After that it surged continuously. In an instant, it turned into a human figure. Duanmuking's beautiful figure appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, and there was not a trace of fire in her eyes. She was like a goddess who had transcended the mortal world. Her cold voice slowly opened her mouth and said, "Hand over the sketch, and I won't make things difficult for you." Xiao Chen did not answer her. He executed the lightning evasion to dodge. If he wanted to hand it over, Xiao Chen would have given it to her at Liushang Pavilion. Now that they were already at the edge of Savage Forest, they had to fight for it. Although Xiao Chen did not know what this map was, seeing how nervous she was, it was definitely not an ordinary map. Hua! Hua! A river of blood descended from the sky. Shua! The river of blood landed on the ground. Hua Yunfei's figure appeared behind Duanmuking. Chi! Chu Chaoyun, who was riding on his sword, quickly descended and landed firmly on the ground. The sword of light under his feet turned into a beam of light and flew into his forehead. The 3 of them were not in a rush to chase after Xiao Chen. Hua Yunfei looked at the 2 of them and revealed a sinister smile. Since Miss Duanmu did not manage to catch this brat, how about this? The 3 of us will use our own abilities to chase after him. No matter who obtains the sketch, we will share it with the other party. What do you think? Chu Chaoyun's expressionless face did not reveal any expression. He said, "I agree." Our 3 clans came uninvited. These few days, Jiang Mingxuan has been resisting the pressure and refusing to lead the way. He must be waiting for help. I heard that the Ji clan of Nanling province will be arriving soon. At that time, we will have another strong opponent. As long as we are ahead of the Jiang clan and snatch the sketch, our 3 clans can ignore the Jiang clan and work together to explore. Duanmuking's white hair slowly turned black. The otherworldly look in her eyes became much gentler. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Sure." After the 3 of them spoke, they immediately flew into the depths of Savage Forest. They used their own methods and chased after Xiao Chen. After the 3 of them left, Su Xiaoxiao slowly appeared while hugging her zither. She said softly, "It really is the blue dragon cloud soaring art. I was not wrong the last time. The head of the 4 holy beasts, the blue dragon martial spirit, has reappeared in the world." After she spoke, she did not enter Savage Forest. There was a look of contemplation in her eyes. After a while, she hugged her zither and quickly rushed towards Whitewater City. Not long after Su Xiaoxiao left, the first elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yunze, led a group of cultivators from the Jiang clan and rushed over. This group of cultivators were all martial masters, and there was a total of more than 200 of them. Jiang Yunze looked at the savage forest in front of him and said, "Split into 20 teams. Each team has 10 people. After you discover the target, make your move immediately. 10 martial masters against 1 superior grade martial disciple should be foolproof." After he spoke, he took out a few portraits and handed them to the group. "Savage Forest is too big. With just the few of us, we might not be able to find him. If you meet cultivators who are out for experiential training, hand these portraits to them and ask for their assistance in the hunt. In the periphery of Savage Forest, Xiao Chen was running very quickly. He extended out his spiritual sense, and everything that happened within 800 meters of him was recorded in his mind. The entire Savage Forest stretched for thousands of kilometers. Just the periphery alone was more than 1,000 hectares. Furthermore, aside from spirit beasts, there were also many cultivators here for experiential training and hunting. Xiao Chen hiding in there was like a drop of water in the ocean. Hoochie! A pack of gray wolves appeared in the range of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. The gray wolves were rank 3 spirit beasts that lived in packs. Every time they appeared, there would be at least 20 of them. Xiao Chen knew that they would not be easy to deal with, so he prepared to go around them. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen moved to the side. Just at this moment, there was the sound of footsteps. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He did not know who it was, so he quickly hid in the bushes at the side. That brat really knows how to hide. After searching for so long, I have not even seen a shadow. I really don't know how this brat offended the Jiang clan, to actually be wanted by the Jiang clan, with a bounty of 1,000 gold taels. I heard that this brat snatched away a treasure map from the Jiang clan. It is the map of the ancient remnant of the human race that has been spreading like wildfire recently. Say, if we manage to get our hands on it, can we go and try our luck? Haha, with your cultivation as a medial grade martial master, I advise you not to even think about it. That map is just a copy. The original is still in the hands of the Jiang clan. The 3 powers of Dongming province are all here. I'm afraid you will be killed before you even get close to the ancient remnant. We should just hand this map over to the Jiang clan and earn some money. That's true. No matter how tempting a treasure is, without a life to enjoy it, it is just empty talk. Let's keep searching. I clearly saw that brat running over here. Xiao Chen, who was in the bushes, was astonished. The power of the Jiang clan in this area was indeed horrifying. They actually managed to bribe the cultivators in the periphery of Savage Forest so quickly. This is going to be troublesome. I have to hurry over there. A cultivator was holding a saber in his hand as he walked towards the bushes that Xiao Chen was in. The saber in his hand was continuously chopping away the thorns blocking his way. I'm going to be discovered. I can't go on like this. Seeing that person getting closer, Xiao Chen thought to himself, I have to make the first move. Hua! Xiao Chen jumped out from the bushes and swung his saber. In the instant that person was shocked, he chopped him in half. After that, he quickly rushed towards the remaining 5 cultivators. 9th brother has been killed by him. Quickly kill him. When everyone saw that Xiao Chen had chopped 9th brother in half with one saber strike, they were all astonished. 9th brother was a medial grade martial master, yet he was actually killed by this person with one saber strike. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chen executed the rushing thunder saber technique. The lunar shadow saber gave off an electric glow, and the energy of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back. The saber light flashed in the air, and another cultivator in front was chopped in half. Arc light chop. I'll kill you. A cultivator at the side saw that another of his companions had been killed by Xiao Chen. Facing this flawless arc-light chop, his eyes turned bloodshot. He held his saber and chopped at Xiao Chen without any care. Poochie! Once the rushing thunder saber technique was executed, one would not be able to retreat. Otherwise, one's aura would drop to an extreme, and one would not be able to execute the aura of the rushing thunder chop for a short period of time. Xiao Chen did not dodge this saber strike. The saber landed on Xiao Chen's chest, leaving a bloody wound. However, before this person could rejoice, he was chopped in half by the arc-light chop. Rushing heaven chop. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen soared into the sky and pierced through the chest of the person in front of him. The huge force instantly blasted that person's body into countless pieces of meat. Rushing thunder chop. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Xiao Chen carried the might of the heavenly thunder as he charged through the air. The person below raised his saber to block. Bang! The saber immediately shattered, and the lunar shadow saber easily chopped his body in half from head to toe. Rushing thunder second chain chop. Xiao Chen turned around and swung his saber. The energy gathered by the first 4 saber strikes of the rushing thunder chop was released explosively with this rushing thunder second chain chop. The person who was about to sneak attack Xiao Chen from behind was crushed into powder by the huge force of this saber strike. Looking at the corpses of the 6 people on the ground, Xiao Chen did not feel any unease in his heart. Since these people wanted to kill him and steal the map, they had to be prepared to be killed. Taking out a qi returning pill and placing it in his mouth, Xiao Chen looked at the wound on his chest and frowned slightly. If the battle armor had not been damaged by Tang Feng, this saber strike would not have been able to injure him. After leaving Mo City, Xiao Chen discovered that the profound ranked battle armor that Xiao Xiong gave him had already lost its spirituality due to Tang Feng's attack. It was now no different from a normal soft armor. In order to not affect his movements, Xiao Chen simply threw away the battle armor. In the earlier battle, given Xiao Chen's strength, he could have easily dealt with this group of people. He would not have to exhaust much of his essence to kill them easily. Xiao Chen was afraid that if he dragged things out for too long, he would attract even more trouble. Thus, he used the rushing thunder saber technique, which consumed a lot of essence, in order to deal with them in a short amount of time. Taking out a blood-replenishing pill, Xiao Chen crushed it and applied it on their wounds. Then, he opened the bags on the backs of the 6 cultivators. These were all cultivators who had trained in Savage Forest for a long time. There was a large amount of spirit beast inner cores and herbs in the bags. Xiao Chen counted them. There was a total of 4 rank 3